He was betrayed and killed during the apocalypse. But before the end of the world begins again, he gets a second chance, and a system that rewards him for opening mysterious loot boxes and gives out quests. He builds an underground shelter, stockpiles weapons, recruits future legends, and prepares for horrors nobody can imagine. Mutant beasts, killer plants, oceans of flesh, monstrous swarms, and cities swallowed by evolution itself. He has seen it all before. This time, he isn't fighting to survive, he's preparing to become the king of the new world. One night, a group of people with very bad intentions gathered in an abandoned building. They caught the protagonist, Zhang Xiaoyong, by surprise, and now he was hanging over a cage with zombies. His ex-girlfriend said with a smirk that all his friends were dead, and now his life had no meaning. His friends died at the hands of zombies, and Xiaoyong found it hard to come to terms with this, and he began to blame himself. In a rage, he called her a snake, wishing her the most miserable death, and she, clinging to her new boyfriend, said that he was being rude to her again. He smirked, saying that he would make his death slow to appease her anger, after which he thanked Xiaoyong for the supplies. Now they could live in peace for a few months. He pressed a button, dropping him into the cage with the zombies, and they, feeling fresh flesh, rushed towards him. Their teeth sank into his skin. He screamed in pain and swore before his death that if he had another chance, he would make Kuijing and the others pay for this. And then everything went dark before his eyes, but only for a moment. Suddenly, Kuijing's caustic voice rang out, exclaiming, "What's wrong with him?" He immediately jumped up from his seat, almost screaming from the pain he had just experienced, and was quite surprised to see the snake in front of him. Kuijing exclaimed in displeasure, "Why isn't her name on the property documents? Doesn't he really love her?" He looked around, trying to understand what was happening, and wondered if he had really returned to the times before the apocalypse. Last time, Kuijing had deceived him. She had not only stolen his parents' entire inheritance, but also thrown him out into the street. Later, the whole world had plunged into chaos. People had started turning into zombies, but he had found new friends, created a safe haven, and managed to survive. But he was deceived by this snake that came to him and played on his pity. In fact, it was a trick set by their enemies. At that moment, Kuijing told him not to forget about the bride price, no less than 400,000 yuan, and he looked at her furiously. She didn't notice this and asked with displeasure, "Can he even hear her?" He hissed curses in his mind, but quickly calmed down. He mustn't give in to emotions. She said he had a week to do this, and he couldn't stand her anymore, and threw her out the door, telling her to leave finally. He slammed the door loudly, and she wondered in surprise, when did he become so self-confident? Finally, he was alone, and could take a break from her displeased screams. The calendar showed 2034, and there was only a month left before the disaster, so he decided to thoroughly prepare for it. Suddenly, a system window appeared before his eyes with a message. The apocalypse system had been activated. Tasks are active. The first task was preparing for the disaster. He needed to prepare a plot of land and supplies for a year. For all this, he would receive a reward of 10 points, which would allow him to make purchases in the system store. He was very happy with the system. It was just in time. He decided to check what the points were for and went to the system store. A lot of things were sold there. Supplies, power-up potions, starter sets, and the like. And then his stomach growled. He was very hungry and completely forgot that his whole past life he had constantly starved and suffered to save up for his wedding with Kuijing. He picked up his phone from the table, opened the delivery app, and thought that zombies would appear in a month, so he needed to try more delicious food while he could. Evening came. The food finally arrived, and that evening, he decided to enjoy the food to the fullest, ordering 3 Michelin-starred dishes. He decided to try the taste of stewed pork for such a high price, and as soon as a piece of meat lay on his tongue, he was overwhelmed with delight, the likes of which he had never felt before in his life. The delight was so strong that any more, and he would have torn his clothes. After that, he stopped eating and started devouring the food, and while he was in the process, Kuijing's friend, Wang Shuya, called him. He thought that this snake had complained to her little fairy, and as soon as he answered the call, she started yelling at him. How dare he treat her friend like that? She just wanted him to prove his love to her. How can he love her if he won't even give her real estate? It was a small test, and he failed it. Let him bring the house register and 1,000,000 yuan. They will not break up if he admits his mistake. He shouted back, "Who does she think she is? What kind of test is this?" He told her to go to hell, and before she could say anything, he hung up, then leaned back on the couch and exhaled. He needed a plot of land to build a strong fortress that would be easy to defend, and there had to be a water source and a forest nearby. So the next day, he went to the real estate agency. A friendly-looking girl greeted him and asked if he wanted to rent a house or buy one. He smiled and was about to answer her, but sales manager Zhu approached them. He called out to the girl by the name of Ning Wanwan and ordered her to go to the warehouse and help with the boxes. She politely replied that she actually had a client, and then he started shouting and asked if she had forgotten what he taught her. Was she completely blind? Let her go to the warehouse quickly. He began to lead her away and, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaoyong, said that he was a loser in rags. He couldn't even buy a toilet, so he was not a client. The MC got angry and asked, "So, does that mean he looks down on people?" Something clicked in Manager Zhu's mind. He smiled and said that all he saw in front of him was a mongrel, and if he could at least buy a toilet, he'd eat his own waste live on air. Xiaoyong accepted the challenge, really wanting to teach him a lesson. He grinned and said he'd prepare something fresh and warm for him. He pompously pulled out a black card and handed it to the girl, saying that he hadn't come to rent or buy a house, but to buy land. Everyone was surprised by this statement. They were in complete shock, because land is very expensive. Wanwan smiled slightly nervously, realizing how important this client was, and led him to the VIP room. Manager Zhu gritted his teeth and said that everyone can brag. He'll see what happens when it's time to pay. Wanwan sat Xiaoyong down on a chair, handed him a list of available land prices, and was about to explain everything to him, but he declined, saying he'd simply list his requirements, and she'd tell him if there was anything suitable. He needed a plot near mountains and rivers, a running water source, and convenient transportation. It would be better if there was a factory or a large building there. She paused for thought, and at that very moment, Manager Zhu entered and, with a grin, announced a suitable plot in the Beijing district. Wanwan turned to him and exclaimed, "She understood him correctly, right? There are a lot of unfinished factories there. They can't sell a plot like that." He responded with a malicious look, asking, "Who sells such a thing?" He was deliberately making such strange demands because he wasn't planning on buying anything. MC inquired if the plot met his requirements, and she confirmed it, but there was an abandoned factory there, and the construction team leader had fled. He flipped through the price list and thought it was a good location, and the conditions were suitable. He'd just need to wire everything in there, and the abandoned building would save him money and time on construction. He handed her the list back and offered to sign the contract. He'd pay for everything up front. Without listening to him, she bowed to him and apologized. But when she realized he'd just agreed, not refused, she was very surprised. She asked if he was sure he wanted to buy the place. He confirmed it and suggested she finish the paperwork quickly, otherwise someone else would have their own waste. Manager Zhu became nervous, and when he saw the receipt, he grabbed his head and shouted, "A 300,000 in advance." Who would spend that kind of money on a site with an unfinished factory? He simply couldn't believe it. Xiaoyong smirked and patted him on the shoulder. Reminding him of his promise, he decided to mock him by saying that he would definitely buy a paid subscription to his channel if he did it with pleasure. He headed for the exit, and everyone else took out their phones and started filming the manager. After leaving the building, the MC received a notification from the system. He had completed one point of the task. The bride price money had gone to the ground, and he only had to take care of the supplies. He didn't notice Li Shuxiong passing by, but he noticed him and wondered what he was doing there. He looked into the real estate agency and was shocked by what he saw. Employees and visitors were trying to feed Manager Zhu with the same thing. Meanwhile, Kui Jing was painting her nails. Shuxiong called her, and she answered with a smirk, asking if he still hadn't forgotten about her. He excitedly told her that Xiaoyong was at the real estate company and bought some land. This news made her jump out of her chair and exclaim, "Where did he get the money?" He told her that he paid 300,000 in advance. It was probably the bride price money that he had been saving, which made Kui Jing absolutely furious. How dare he spend her money? Her lover told her not to worry and to go and ask him what was going on, and she responded by exclaiming, "What's there to even talk about? He spent her money." Time passed, and MC came home and started thinking. Buying supplies and building a base would be expensive. Where would he get the money? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, so hard that he was scared. It was Kui Jing, who had come with her friend to confront him. Kui Jing immediately started by asking how he could spend her money, and he asked, perplexed, what kind of nonsense she was talking about. She pointed her finger at him in anger and told him to stop pretending to be a fool. He bought land with the bride price money, and it was her money, which meant the land was now hers. He was shocked by her train of thought, then hit her on the shoulder with a wad of cash and said that he had enough, but she wouldn't get anything. She could forget about it and tell her lover Li Shuxiong about it. She became nervous, as she had no idea how he found out about their affair. And then her friend Shuya intervened and asked Xiaoyong to calm down. It was just a misunderstanding. He told her that was not true at all. She was not his girlfriend anymore, so she should go to her old man. He finally said that even looking at her was disgusting to him, and then slammed the door. Kui Jing was still surprised how he found out about it. They were always careful when renting a room, but there was nothing to be done. She had to leave. While they were waiting for the elevator, Shia asked why she didn't tell him earlier that she was dating that old man. She answered that they had just rented a room a couple of times, and she suggested that she go home and think about what to do next. Everything had gotten completely out of control. Kui Jing agreed with her, because that was all they could do. The elevator arrived, she got in, and it turned out her friend had been plotting behind her back. She looked at her back with a smirk, and thought that since she had a fight with Xiaoyong, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Why shouldn't she share with her little sister? Time passed, MC came to the construction site and asked Foreman Lee how long it would take to repair this factory. He noted with puzzlement that he needed reinforced walls, watchtowers, barbed wire, blast-proof doors, bulletproof glass. Was he preparing for war? He answered him that he didn't need to know that and asked him to name a price. He needed them to finish the construction in a month. The foreman told him they wouldn't make it, and he told him to keep quiet, otherwise he would find someone who would. Foreman Lee indignantly exclaimed that their company also needed to live on something, and he asked discontentedly, so what? Was he appealing to his conscience? He smiled nervously and said that they would need a lot of money. Xiaoyong was already starting to lose patience and ordered him to just tell him the price, to which he showed him 2 fingers and said that they would have to work full time. They needed at least that much. He asked with a smile, only 20 million? The man confirmed this, plus 5 in advance, and then they could start work. He agreed, and said that he had transferred the money to him this week. They could start work. The man called out to him worriedly, and he told him not to worry. They could take the land if he didn't pay them. Under these conditions, the foreman agreed to work, and when the conversation with him was over, Shuya, who somehow miraculously found this place, came up to him and began to cuddle up to him, asking what he was doing here. He looked at this cunning girl with hatred. It was she who incited Jing to deceive him in her past life, so in this one she would pay double. He asked what she was doing here, and she asked if this was his new land. There was such a beautiful landscape. He wanted to build a villa here. He waved his hand sharply, throwing her off, and said it was none of her business. She nervously gritted her teeth and wondered what was wrong with him. This loser was acting weird. Usually, one touch from her was enough to make him embarrassed. He went to give instructions to the builders, completely ignoring Shuya, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. She had a great opportunity while they were arguing, and she couldn't ignore it. Returning home, MCA began to think about what to do next. He mortgaged the house at the bank, but only received 3 million. He doesn't have enough for the first stage of construction, so he needs to find the money. But since the apocalypse is coming, the house is no longer needed, and so he decided to sell it too. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and a disgruntled, hoarse voice. He immediately realized it was that crazy old man. Neighbor Lee definitely has a lot of money. He owns the first and second floors, and he wants to buy the third where his house is located. Initially, he was planning to keep it for living after the wedding, so the old man constantly pestered him. He poured paint on his door, threw trash, broke the locks. In short, he did everything to kick him out. As soon as he opened the door, the old man started yelling that he had been hanging out at clubs again the night before, and he yelled back that he had gone to bed before 10 o'clock. What clubs? The old man exclaimed that he didn't care. He had definitely heard the noise coming from his apartment. Xiaoyong was fed up with all this and waved his hand, saying that he had had enough of it and was selling the house. The old man immediately became agitated and said that he was selling the house, but on one condition. His new house would be built for another 6 months, so he would stay here. The down payment was 5 million. He needed to repay the construction loan. The old man didn't know what to say, and as he was closing the door, he told him to forget about it if he didn't want to. Old man Lee stopped him and offered him to sign the contract right then, to which he agreed. After that, he laughed maliciously and wished him to die in this house. Evening came. Old man Lee transferred him 5 million, so he now had 8. It was time for him to complete the task and get the reward, and so he went to the supermarket to prepare supplies for the year. He rolled the last cart of groceries to the checkout, and the other shoppers were surprised that he took so much and even called him crazy. There were many carts at the checkout, completely filled with groceries, while everyone wondered why he needed so much, and laughed that he was another idiot who fell for stories about the end of the world. He received a reward for the task, 10 points. He clicked his tongue in displeasure and thought that increasing his characteristics would be more useful, but the protagonist's box is worth exactly 10 points. He walked into the store and thought there was no point in hesitating. He would seize the first opportunity. He bought the protagonist's box, which turned out to contain a first-level space ring that could hold 500 cubic meters of space, and time stopped inside it. He was very happy about this. He had immediately hit the jackpot, and the time stop was a huge plus, as it prevented food from spoiling. He was given a new task, collecting supplies for a whopping 10 years. The store owner came to find out what was going on, and when he saw Xiaoyong, he was surprised, as was he. After all, it was Yang Tao, his classmate from high school. He was a pawn of the bully Zhang Shengje, who always bullied the weak and feared the strong. They often had squabbles, but he never thought he would run into him today. Yang Tao pointed his finger at him and asked, "What is he doing?" He should return the goods while he was still kind. He smirked in response and asked, "Have you decided to remain a hooligan for the rest of your life?" He would pay for these products. "Is this how their store greets customers?" he asked. "Is he a customer? Then let him pay for all of this right now." An hour passed, all the cashiers got to work, and finally, all the items were scanned. The total amount was almost 57,000 yuan. Yang Tao immediately ordered Xiaoyong to pay for it, and he pompously swiped the card on the terminal, and the payment was successful, which surprised Yang Tao and at the same time dissatisfied. He waved his hand at the security, saying that they were leaving, but after that, the MC was not going to let him go so easily, and told him to apologize for his rudeness, or he would take these products back to the shelves. Yang Tao got angry and told him not to look for trouble, and then other customers intervened and said that he was the one who attacked him. Why doesn't he apologize? Others started filming him on their phones, threatening to post it online. Xiaoyong smirked and told him to apologize, then he'd be kind and buy 10 times as much. Yang Tao didn't believe him, so he told him to give him the terminal and he'd show him the balance. Seeing that he had over 7 million in his account, Yang Tao's eyes nearly bulged in surprise, and MC again told him to apologize and then he'd buy everything. Yang Tao nervously clenched his teeth. Then he immediately bowed his head and apologized to him, and then he patted him on the head, advising him to control himself next time. Yang Tao immediately became friendly and asked why he needed such stock, and Xiaoyong replied that it was none of his business. He was preparing a big deal. Yang Tao said that since that was the case, he'd better turn to wholesalers, since the store's stock was low, and he asked if he knew anyone. Yang Tao said it was Zhang Shengzhe. He has just such a business. He agreed, and Yang Tao called his friend, happily informing him of a major client. Xiaoyong wondered if they were working together. How much of the supermarket's under-the-table income was going into their pockets? Having arranged a meeting, Yang Tao brought him to the warehouse, and suddenly a sound was heard behind them. A car was driving straight towards them. Yang Tao jumped aside in fright, but the MC, like a tough guy, remained in place. He frowned and wondered how dangerous he was being. Had he really never been fined in his life? Shengzhe got out of the car, lit a cigarette, and, looking at the MC, asked if he was that client. Yang Tao excitedly said it was Xiaoyong. He had gone to high school with him. He immediately remembered him and, exhaling smoke right in his face, said that he was that stubborn guy. He casually touched his sweater and asked if he was wearing counterfeits. He despises the poor who pretend to be rich the most. The MC responded by saying he had no idea what it was and that he bought it from a street stall. Shengzhe hit Yang Tao and exclaimed, "Is this a big customer?" He was just wasting his time. Yang Tao exclaimed that he wasn't joking at all, and then kicked him and said that he was the man of the year in this business and that he could spot a rich person with just one look. Xiaoyong remarked that he had such a nasty character and couldn't believe that an uneducated man could look down on others. Shengzhe immediately grabbed him by the clothes and angrily asked, "What did he say?" He confidently told him to stop looking down on others and angrily asked, "Who did he call uneducated?" The MC asked, "So should I call him a snob?" Before it all escalated into a fight, Yang Tao asked them to calm down. He was truly uneducated. That's why he was so offended. Shengzhe kicked him, telling him to shut up if he couldn't speak properly. Then he returned to Xiaoyong and asked, "Is he a big client?" If he didn't buy a truckload of goods from him, he'd go back on all fours. He responded by telling him to stop tugging at his collar and tell him the account number. When the money arrived in his account, he was very surprised. After all, he had transferred 1 million. MC said it was an advance payment. He would buy goods worth 5 million. He would pay the rest when he had everything ready. Shengzhe asked what he needed, and he replied that he wanted to buy rice, oil, salt, snacks, and drinks. He took what he didn't have to check often. Shengzhe smirked and suggested that he go to the warehouse, thinking that luck was smiling on him. He just happened to have a batch that was about to expire. He showed him the goods and said that if he took everything, he would give him a 10% discount, but Xiaoyong decided to evaluate the quality first. He took a package of rice and said that almost everything inside was rotten. Is he still the same scammer? Realizing that he had been exposed, he immediately gave him a 50% discount. He said that he spends 5 million only on high-quality products, but he still agreed to take it, and Shengzhe wondered why he did it. MC asked, "He's giving a 50% discount, right? He would buy it on one condition. He would pay only in a month." He asked, confused, "Is that true? Even if the products are spoiled by then?" Xiaoyong told him not to worry. He will definitely pay him, and if not, he can take his house. Shengzhe still wondered why he needed almost rotten food. Did he really have some kind of distribution channel? He replied that he was the sales channel, then chuckled, and said that after a while, even expired products would be valuable. Shengzhe became nervous, not understanding what he was talking about, and he told him not to dwell on it. Let him just deliver the goods. He would send him the address a little later. Someone called him. It was an old man. He contacted him to inquire about selling the house. He quickly said goodbye to the two and left. And then Yang Tao asked Shengzhe if he was satisfied with everything. He cursed and said that he was a guy from a simple family. How did he even come to this conclusion? MC, meanwhile, arrived at the meeting place with the buyer. An old man named Shengbo gave him a bag, 400,000 in advance, and said that he agreed to give him 3 months to move out and asked him to sign the contract. Xiaoyong thought that this old man had checked everything thoroughly and was even ready to buy. But why did he need his house? He decided to find out about it and asked if he was in a hurry. Shengbo told him that his granddaughter was changing schools, so she would have nowhere to live. He had walked around the entire neighborhood, but he was the only one selling the house. MC smiled and noted that he had simply told him the reason for the purchase. Aren't he afraid that he would raise the price? Shengbo realized he had made a mistake and fearfully asked him not to do this. These were all his savings for 2 generations. But Xiaoyong only scared him, telling him not to worry, The deal was still on. The contract was signed. The old man glanced at his signature with a smile and bowed to him, apologizing for distracting him from work. MC wished him luck and thought that he was a man from the bottom, but kind and honest, and his granddaughter wouldn't last a month in a disaster. He decided to help him and asked him to give his current address. After that, he returned to the construction site. Half of it was already built, and the foreman met him, immediately asking about payment, to which he replied that he would transfer the money now. What about the construction? He led him to the building and said it was about 70% complete. Let him look at the walls and doors. The protection here was simply perfect. For the warehouse, they used an abandoned factory as a base. Everything had already been cleared out, so he could use it. He was satisfied and called Shenjie, telling him to bring in supplies. Very soon, the entire warehouse was filled with boxes. Xiaoyang carefully monitored what went where, and by nightfall, they were finished. He glanced at the pile of boxes and thought with a smile that everything was finally ready. The system gave him a reward for completing the quest, and he discovered that something new had appeared in the store. A physical enhancement potion, an apocalypse cultivator's supply box, and a skill awakening box. He was overjoyed and thought luck was on his side, so he decided to buy a skill box and receive the first level Mind's Eye, which would help him spot hostile targets. He liked it because it was one of the most useful skills in the early stages of a disaster, and the system announced a new task, prepare for battle. He needed to arm himself, and as a reward, he would receive 10 points and a random item. MC smirked and thought that this was exactly what he was about to do. Under the cover of night, he went to the black market. While he was walking down the street, he heard someone arguing about the price of a fake bracelet. It was Shuxiao. Xiaoyang thought, this idiot came here for a fake bracelet? It's easy to fool the idiot Kuijing with such junk. He noticed a weapons dealer nearby, which was what he was looking for. He approached the merchant and, after examining one of his goods, asked if he had anything hard. The guy told him that these were the sharpest knives, and if he wanted something hard, he should buy a blank and sharpen it himself. He advised him to try a baton first. MC said it wasn't the hardest, and the guy asked with displeasure, is he looking for trouble? 200,000 yuan suddenly appeared in his account. Xiaoyang showed him the receipt and told him not to get excited, that he really wanted to buy something. The guy realized that the customer was important and asked his friend to keep an eye on the goods while he escorted Xiaoyang to his warehouse. He showed him one of the items and said with a smile that it was a homemade pistol, enough to shoot a chicken. It only costs a couple of thousand, and there are cheap ones with steel ball cartridges. MC immediately refused, and the guy looked at him thoughtfully. He decided to show him something else. A replica revolver, just as good as the original, costing 5,000 yuan, with 9mm bullets, 5 yuan each. Xiaoyang was starting to lose patience. He said he'd given him a 200,000 yuan advance payment. Was there really nothing more suitable? He looked surprised and said it was 10%. He needed weapons worth 2 million. The guy smiled nervously and asked why he'd come to him with an order of such a magnitude. He replied that his subordinates used to handle such trivial matters, but things had changed a bit, and the guy, running off somewhere, asked him to wait a bit. He turned off the lights, checked the situation outside, and closed the windows, saying he'd come to the right place. He whispered to him to write down a list. He'd give him the address. To complete the deal, he should come the day after tomorrow at midnight with cash. They left the warehouse, and Shuxiang immediately called out to Xiaoyang, grinning, saying he never expected to meet him here. Now it's clear where he throws his money around. He's still ignoring Kuijing. Could it be that he has a few family heirlooms at home? Does he want to imitate people who sell all their belongings to live a little more comfortably? MC decided to test his mind's eye skill on him. The guy with the gun was friendly, while the fat guy was hostile. After making sure everything worked, he pointed to the bag in his hand and asked, is he planning to trick Kuijing with this trash? It suited her perfectly. This made Shuxiang angry, and his skill showed that he had become even more hostile. He started yelling at him, and then the guy approached Xiaoyang and asked if he knew him. He replied that he was his enemy, and the guy promised to deal with him and called his friends. MC said goodbye and asked them not to kill him, as he had other plans for him. These guys approached Shuxiang so threateningly that he became scared, and seeing the weapons in their hands, he immediately suggested they just talk. They ended up beating him, and he harbored a huge grudge against Xiaoyang. 2 days later, a truck arrived at the warehouse, completely filled with boxes of weapons and ammunition. He completed the Preparing for Battle quest, for which he received 10 points. Now he had 20, plus a bonus, a physical enhancement potion. He was very happy about this. This potion is comparable to the one in the store now. He stabbed the syringe into his arm with all his might, clenched his teeth, feeling the strength filling him, and thought that an average adult strength was about 5. And with this potion, it increased by 40%. He went to the system store. A power-up potion cost 20 points there, but he decided not to skimp and use this advantage to the fullest. By the time he was done, he already had 8 points of physical strength, a 60% increase. He decided to test it on rebar. He tossed it into the air and then kicked it with all his might, causing it to bend in half and fly into the wall with such force that a crack appeared. He was glad. Now no one could harm him. He wouldn't even be afraid of zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. Weapons don't take up much space, It's safer to store them in a ring. He hid everything he needed, then looked around and wondered what was left for him to do now. A catastrophe would happen the day after tomorrow. He remembered that old man, Shangbo, and frowned. He couldn't help himself. Even after surviving the apocalypse and being reborn, it was hard for him to ignore people in trouble. He decided to send them the bare minimum of supplies. Whether they could survive was no longer up to him. He would consider this compensation for the costs of his apocalypse plan. Morning came. He arrived at the house where the old man lived, got out of the car, and thought that such a remote place could not be found without a GPS. He entered the house and thought that it seemed that this old man really wasn't rich, since he lived in such a cheap place and on the top floor, too. He wanted to knock on the door but stopped. It would be better to get the supplies now, otherwise he would have to explain himself later. He unloaded a pile of boxes from the ring, knocked on the apartment door, and Shangbo opened the door, saying that he would pay the rent next week, but seeing that it was Xiaoyong, he was very surprised and asked what brought him here. He noticed these boxes, and the MC told him that he would explain everything later and asked him to drag the boxes inside before the neighbors saw. When he finished, the old man smiled and said that the youth were so strong, he wasn't even the least bit out of breath. Xiaoyong looked around and noticed that he had a pretty nice apartment and there was a sturdy door. Let him listen to him carefully. He needs to use these supplies wisely. Then he will last 6 months, and starting tomorrow. He suddenly fell silent, noticing something on the dresser, and the old man asked if something was wrong. He could keep these boxes. They were moving in a month anyway. MC looked at the photo of the old man with his granddaughter. He immediately recognized her. It was Shanshan. He asked the old man her name, and he asked in surprise how he knew her. After all, he hadn't mentioned her. Xiaoyong asked where she was now, and he told him that she was at school. He was going to bring her to a new school when they moved. The papers were almost ready. MC remembered the past. Shanshan was crying, blaming herself for her grandfather's death. In his past life, he went to the destroyed school to save her, but died himself. And so she will make up for her regret in this life. He told the old man that they were not moving to a new house, which immediately made him indignant, but he explained to him that tomorrow this world would turn into hell. Neither his house nor his granddaughter's transfer to another school would matter anymore. Right now, they were going to pick her up at school. He would prepare seats for the two of them. Shengbo was very confused. He didn't understand what he was talking about at all, and Xiaoyong nervously clenched his teeth, thinking that the old man was slow in thinking. How could he explain everything to him? He asked. Does he understand what a great famine is? Can he imagine how terrible life is when famine comes? He answered him in confusion that he was imagining all this, but these were peaceful times. Where would hunger come from? Then, Xiaoyong showed him something amazing. He pulled all his furniture into a ring, and thank God the old man didn't have a heart attack. He looked around in shock and exclaimed that all the boxes and furniture had disappeared. What kind of magic was that? MC answered him that he had a superpower. He could see the future. If he wanted to live, wanted to save his granddaughter, then he should listen to him. Where was her school? After that, they drove to school. The old man kept staring at Xiaoyong the whole time, probably thinking he was crazy. Xiaoyong didn't stand on ceremony and parked right in front of a school entrance, after which he jumped out of the car and asked the old man what grade she was in. He walked her there, but something had already happened there. 2 girls cornered poor Shanshan, along with 3 guys with bats. One of them hit Shanshan in the face, calling her an idiot and saying she didn't understand what Xiaochen saw in her. Shanshan replied that she had said she wouldn't date him, but he insisted. Then her friend kicked her in the stomach, screaming, "Did she ask for an excuse?" The girl grabbed Shanshan by the hair and asked, "Do you mean to say that he was the one who hit on her and she rejected him?" Seeing the fight, the old man called out to them and asked what they were doing there. The girls immediately let her go and called her grandfather a useless old man, and she worriedly asked what he was doing there. Shengbo ordered the hooligans to let his granddaughter go, and then 3 guys approached him. One of them threatened him with a knife and told him to get out of there. The young people would sort it out themselves. The old man attacked him, calling them stupid kids. Where are their parents even looking? Is it really okay to bully your classmates like that? The second guy wanted to hit the poor old man on the back, but MC stopped him and asked if he wanted to become a killer at that age. The guys immediately pounced on him, asking where this tramp came from. Then Xiaoyong kicked the guy with the bat away, which made the others nervous. They decided to pounce on him together, but they had no idea how tough and strong Xiaoyong was. The guy with the bat attacked him from behind, and he struck him with a blow that he dodged by ducking. Noticing that his reaction speed had increased along with his strength, he grabbed the guy by the clothes and threw him with all his might, causing him to hit his back and head on the ground. And then the guy with the knife decided to step in. The MC quickly turned around, grabbed his hand, taking the knife away, and kicked him in the knee, causing him to fall immediately. The guys were finished, only the girls remained. He walked towards them, which made them nervous, and then slapped one of them, and grabbed her friend by the hair, and asked if she liked doing it so much. She squealed, begging him to let her go, and he brought the knife to her neck, which scared her, and then he swung it sharply, and a girlish scream was heard. Shanshan covered her face in shock, and her attacker stared at her friend in surprise. The girl fell to her knees, hysterically touching her cut hair and bursting into tears, screaming that he was an idiot. How could he cut it off? She won't let it go that easily. He threw her hair on the floor and told her that it would only get in her way, and in a couple of days she would realize that a short haircut would save her life. He called Shanshan, saying that they were leaving, and she decided to trust this stranger. They got into the car, Xiaoyang drove them to his base, and when Shengbo filled his granddaughter in on the situation, she was indignant because she would no longer be going to school. He told her that a great famine would soon happen. What's the point of school? Survival comes first. She, of course, didn't believe him and thought that the old man had been scammed and ordered him to tell what nonsense they had told him this time. He replied that he was actually telling the truth, and MC smiled watching their little squabble and thought that Shanshan would be safe in this life. He told her that her grandfather had not been deceived this time. The information about the famine came from him. She finally decided to ask who he was. He simply told her his name, and that was enough for her. She thanked him for helping her deal with her tormentors, and he consoled her, saying that they didn't have long to live. She asked if it was true that there would be a famine. He told her that he made up this story to make it easier to convince the old man, and she smiled and said that she thought so, because these were peaceful times. When he said that, in fact, the apocalypse awaited them, she was very surprised, and he said that the time had already come. Let her watch videos and the news on her phone, then she would understand if he was right. She took out her phone and saw a video of security detaining a man in the subway who was attacking and biting everyone. The video also said that the man had a strange odor, and then showed him attacking one of the guards and biting him almost to death. Hearing this, Xiaoyang noted that the first signs had already appeared, and she worriedly asked, "Is this really the beginning of the apocalypse?" He told her that tomorrow would be the first day. A thick toxic fog would envelop several provinces, including theirs, and the effect would primarily be felt on living beings. A significant portion of the population would mutate into zombies, the rest would be in danger, and after death, they would become zombies. She was young after all. She knew about zombies. She told him that of course she knew about it, but she found it hard to believe. He said that even a week wouldn't be enough for her to believe it. A huge traffic jam had formed ahead. He cursed and noted with annoyance that the emergency lane was also blocked. Shengbo asked what would happen if they got stuck here and zombies appeared. He told him not to worry, it wouldn't happen that quickly, and thought they had a few days until the situation was under control. But what if a zombie appeared somewhere nearby? Suddenly, a black car appeared in the emergency lane. It brazenly tried to cut into the lane where Xiaoyang was standing, which is why he had to brake sharply to avoid hitting it. He cursed and called the driver an idiot. He didn't even use his turn signal and cut him off from the emergency lane. He decided to teach him a lesson, pulled almost right up to the car in front, not letting this idiot pass. But the idiot kept trying to squeeze into his lane, and he asked, "What, he doesn't want to give up? Will he still try?" That idiot in the black car pulled up alongside him, yelled a few curse words out the window, and the old man remarked that he seemed like a rich guy and they better avoid trouble. MC told him not to worry. He'd send him flying if he tried to get out of the car. The traffic jam finally cleared. They'd been stuck in it for an hour, and then, when they were free to drive on the highway, the rich guy decided to get revenge and tried to cut them off. Xiaoyang was fed up with this and exclaimed that he was looking for a fight. And then the rich guy abruptly crossed into his lane and slammed on the brakes, which made the old man nervous and said he was doing it on purpose, and hopefully he wouldn't be like that. MC told him in the past he would have let him go, but tomorrow would be the apocalypse, so there was no point in forgiving idiots like that anymore. So he didn't slow down and rammed the car, causing the driver to lose control and skid off the road. The car hit the guardrail and stopped, and then the driver got out and cursed. After that, he called the police to get the camera footage, and looking after Xiaoyang, said that he would show him that he was not to be trifled with. Late in the evening, they finally reached the warehouse. The old man got out of the car and looked around with delight, noting that this was too much. MC told the two of them to rest. The hard days would begin tomorrow. Morning came. Xiaoyang went to the window to enjoy the first rays of the sun, and Shanshan came to him. She stretched and said that she hadn't gotten enough sleep in so long, and skipping morning classes was really cool. He smiled and invited her to explore the fortress, after which they picked up the old man and went on a tour. He told them the walls were made of solid concrete, the gates were made of pure steel, controlled remotely, and 3 centimeters thick. Neither humans nor zombies could break through without powerful weapons. But only 3 people were allowed here without his permission, and that was them. Shanshan asked in surprise, so if there were survivors who made it here, they were simply asking them to die? He didn't rush to answer her question and went on, saying that during an apocalypse, it was difficult to predict human behavior. If they trusted people with ulterior motives, they would perish themselves. He led them to a wall overlooking a small building and several containers, and told them there was a buffer zone there, which would serve as a temporary shelter if he wasn't there when someone arrived. No one was allowed to enter the main fortress under any circumstances. Do they understand? They confirmed it, and he decided to show them the food storage and explain how to distribute it. When they arrived at the warehouse, he turned around and checked their attitude towards him with the mind's eye. They trusted him. He took boxes of firearms from the ring and said that these were the most important things during the apocalypse. They must always control themselves and not let others manipulate them. Shanshan took a crossbow and the old man a rifle. They told him they understood everything, and then the system gave Xiaoyang a new task. Since he saved Shanshan, the former partner's quest series Part 1 was activated. To complete the task, he needed to find and save Zhang Qi, and he would receive 20 points as a reward. This confused him, but then he saw a huge arrow above the city pointing to his location, and thought that was great. He wouldn't have to waste much time searching. He rushed to the exit and told them not to break the rules. Shanshan asked where he was going, and he got into the car and told her that he would go get the people. They needed to assemble a team. Evening came. Zhang Qi was at karaoke, relaxing with his friends. Qi went with his friend Shao Kai to the restroom and said that he hoped he wouldn't have to wait forever because of his kidney problems, and he jokingly told him to go to hell. When they finished their business, they came out of the restroom, and Qi accidentally bumped shoulders with a girl passing by. He immediately apologized to her, but her boyfriend wasn't going to let him go so easily and kicked him, telling him to watch where he was going. The blow sent poor Qi flying against the wall, hitting his back, and his friend worriedly asked, "Is he okay?" Then he turned to the guy and exclaimed, "What is he doing? Why hit him right away?" This unstable man said that he didn't allow him to open his mouth, then grabbed him by the clothes and lifted him off the floor, which made Qi very nervous and apologized to him, saying that it was his fault, so he shouldn't hit him. The girl stood aside and watched all this with a smile. At that moment, a waiter passed by. He blew his nose into a handkerchief and thought that his stomach ache wasn't enough. Now he had a cold, but the only thing that could ruin his day more was a fight. He immediately rushed to separate them, and the man told him to leave him alone. Did he even know who he was? Even his boss wouldn't touch his clothes. The waiter discreetly waved at the two, telling them to quickly leave, and when they ran off, the man told him to call the owner right away. He would definitely close this bar. The two burst into the room and caught their breath, and their friends asked if a dog had been chasing them or something. Where were they going in such a hurry? Shao Kai told them that they had run into some kind of thug. He was drunk and wanted to fight him, and they were lucky that the waiter had intervened to smooth things over. Upon hearing this, their friend Chen Chenggu jumped up from his seat and indignantly exclaimed, "Why didn't they hit him back? Has their engineering class ever given up?" He'd call his friends now. They'd quickly sort this out. Qi smiled and told him not to worry so much. There was less than a year left until graduation, so it was better for them not to look for trouble. The music was already playing, so they should dance. After a while, the same unstable man burst into the room with the beaten waiter, his girlfriend, and his friends. They were startled by their arrival, and the guy, roughly pushing the waiter into the back of the room, told his friends to grab them. Qi and his friends were forced to obey. The waiter was getting worse with each passing second due to his illness. Chonggu said that he would call someone now, and then they would immediately pay for what they did. But then the unstable guy hit him on the head with a bottle of alcohol and asked who gave him permission to talk. Qi called out to his friend, worriedly. By that time, the MC had already pulled up to the karaoke bar and thought, he was in college at that time. The end of the world was just around the corner, and my heart wanted to sing. Chen Chonggu lost consciousness from the blow. The guy walked up to his woman and hugged her, asking if she was feeling better now. She told him that she wasn't, since he wasn't the one who pushed her. He pointed at Qi and asked, "So should I beat this one up?" Before he could do so, Chonggu grabbed an ashtray from the table, jumped up, and attacked him. But the thug stopped him, and their boss gritted his teeth in displeasure and said that he didn't think he was so brave. He hit him over the head with the bottle again, and this time he definitely lost consciousness. Qi couldn't take it anymore and attacked them along with Shao Kai, shouting that they were idiots. Their other friend, Li Yimin, sat on the floor, covering his head in fear. While they were fighting, the waiter started coughing, his body covered in purple spots. Qi landed a couple of punches, and the waiter, due to the noise, immediately rushed at them. It turns out he turned into a zombie. He sank his teeth in the shoulder of one of their comrades, causing Eamon to panic. Another guy tried to pull the waiter away from his friend, but then he pounced on him and bit his arm, knocking him to the floor. He tried to throw him off, but he was too strong. Fortunately, Xiaoyang came to the rescue in time. He grabbed the zombie by the neck and lifted him over, then slammed his head against the TV with all his might and ordered everyone to stop right there. The infected guy nervously clenched his teeth and thought that this maniac looked like a bull, and he grabbed him with one hand. The unbalanced man asked who else he was, but he ignored him and turned to Qi, asking if he had been bitten. He told him that he was fine and ordered him to follow him. But that guy grabbed Qi by the shoulder, saying that they weren't finished yet, and his subordinate called out to him, saying that he was feeling so dizzy. He worriedly asked what was wrong with him. Had his cold come back? MC noticed a bite mark on his shoulder and spreading purple spots, after which he asked if he had been bitten. He confirmed it, and he thought that it seemed like he was already infected. Now the bite was so close to his head, so soon he would start mutating. He dragged the waiter with him, threw him into the toilet, then locked the door, and the zombie began to beat against it, trying to get out. He thought that they didn't know how to open doors yet. That's good. Shaking off his hands, he looked at Chi and asked which of them needed to be eliminated. The guy was confused. He didn't understand what he was saying at all. Why was he acting like they knew each other? But that man didn't like his tough guy behavior, and he lashed out at him, telling him not to be so cheeky. But Xiaoyang was quicker. He grabbed him by the face, slammed his head against the table, and then the infected guy pounced on him, screaming that he was asking for a fight. MC punched him in the face, which caused him to attack and start foaming at the mouth, and his friend rushed to him worriedly and asked what was wrong with him. Why did he pass out from one punch? Xiaoyang said that if anyone else wanted to try his fists, they should come forward, then called out to Qi and ordered him to take his friends and wait outside the room. He obediently led the wounded Chonggu out with Xiao Kai. Their attackers had already decided to leave, but MC blocked their way. He asked the man if he was so drunk that he couldn't even remember his name. He almost killed his brother. He started threatening him, and then he pushed him in the chest, causing him to fall, after which he ran out of the room and closed the door. The man immediately started punching it, telling him to let him out before he skinned him alive, but his subordinate had already mutated and turned into a zombie. He attacked his boss with a loud scream and bared his teeth. Then a waiter emerged from the restroom and attacked them too. While they were yelling, a karaoke worker came in and asked Xiaoyang what was wrong. Maybe they needed some help. He told him to lock the door and not let anyone in. Tell them to call the police or the hospital. There was a rabies flu attack going on. His words made the man nervous. When Xiaoyang yelled at him, he realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly locked the door, leading his friends behind him. When they left, the karaoke worker said there were strange sounds in there, and his colleague asked where all this chaos was coming from. He replied that a guest had told him that people were going crazy there, and he asked if he was serious. He'd heard of it, and they needed to check the cameras immediately. When they arrived at the security guard's room, they were horrified by the sight inside. Zombies were devouring everyone alive who hadn't yet transformed, and they decided to call the police. Meanwhile, MC approached his car, telling Chi and the others to move faster, as it wasn't safe here, and then drove them to his hideout. Chi thanked him for his help and asked who he was, to which he replied that he'd been hired to protect him, but who it was a secret. Eamon asked what kind of rabies flu this was. The internet said it was fake. He asked in return, does he mean to say he didn't see what was happening in that room? Xiao Kai asked if there might already be a cure. He replied that the epidemic would only get worse, and that the current world was doomed. Suddenly, someone screamed outside. They looked out the window and saw a zombie attacking a person. Realizing the rabies flu was real, Xiaoyang said it was a localized outbreak for now, but most people were already carriers, so things would soon get out of control. If they wanted to survive, they should listen to his commands. They all agreed, and the system informed him that the first part of the quest was complete. He received 20 points, after which he immediately decided to check the store. He immediately noticed that the cultivator's supply box hadn't disappeared, and he thought he'd have to either buy it or spend points to manually refresh the store's inventory. Since everything seemed inexpensive and useful to him, he bought it. He'd definitely need it in the fortress. After that, he glanced at the guys and thought that only the trust issue remained. In his past life, all the students in the Qi dormitory were killed by zombies because of the betrayal of a close friend. The question was, who was that friend? Some time passed, Kui Jing contacted her lover and asked how they were doing. When would the supplies he talked about arrive? The street was so chaotic, she was afraid to go to the store. He told her that everything would be soon. He would send the supplies when he was free. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door, which scared her. She told her lover that someone had arrived and said goodbye. She carefully looked through the peephole and, seeing that her friend was there, she breathed a sigh of relief and let her in, asking why she knocked so loudly. She scared her so much. She went into her apartment and said that Uncle Lee from the first floor was taken away. She saw the police and the ambulance. Kui Jing touched her chin in confusion, saying that now she understood where all the noise was coming from, and Shuya said that it seemed rabies flu is not just a horror story. Did Shushang bring the groceries? She told her that he hadn't had time yet, and she cursed. She already told her that man can't be trusted. Tell her to call him, and tell him that Xiaoyang has a lot of supplies. He was going to make a ton of money from the epidemic. Kui Jing asked how she knew about this, and she told her that she went to his new house, but he sent her away. Trucks with supplies were going there. Her friend nervously clenched her teeth, wondering if he knew the epidemic would happen, and Shuya told her to call Shuxiang. He would deal with it. If he suddenly sold everything, they would force him to give them most of the money. Meanwhile, MC returned to the shelter. The guys got out of the car, and she noted with surprise that it was such an incredible place, like a real fortress. Xiaoyang smiled and noted that everyone was reacting like this for the first time, and an old man and his granddaughter approached them, asking if everything was okay. He told them not to worry and decided to introduce the new team members. These were Qi and his classmates, who would be living with them from now on. He introduced the old man and his granddaughter to the guys, and Shanshan said with a smile that since Xiaoyang had chosen them, they were welcome. He asked her grandfather to take the guys and show them around, explain the rules, and Xiao Kai looked around and remarked that it looked like northern Myanmar. Then their friend, Eamon, raised his hand and asked if he could give them weapons. Then they would help protect this place. MC gave him a displeased look, and Xiao Kai whispered to his friend that there was no need to rush, that they needed to gain trust first. Xiaoyang told them not to worry, that they would receive weapons in a few days. He turned his attention to their friend Chonggu and noted that he had pretty serious injuries, so they should check him out in the infirmary. After Shengbo gave the guys a tour of the shelter, they went to take a shower. After bathing, Imin called out to Xiao Kai with displeasure and asked why he stopped him. Perhaps they would have gotten weapons right away. This is the best way to protect themselves. They are essentially under house arrest here. His friend, confused, noted that they were the ones who saved them, and then Imin turned to Chi and asked who it was and why he helped them. He asked in response, didn't he say that he was hired to protect them? Imin, of course, didn't believe it and said that it could all be a big deception. Let him see how he treats Chang. This is not an infirmary, but a real prison. What if he is going to take his organs? They need to strike first. Xiao Kai asked, what if he is wrong? Why should they betray their savior? He answered him that it is better to do it first than to wait for them to betray him. If he told the truth, they will capture the fortress and rule it themselves. There are only that guy, the old man, and the girl here. They will attack when Xiaoyang is gone. They all saw how cute she was. They could have some fun with her. His friends were shocked he'd even said that, so he decided to backtrack and smiled, telling them to calm down. He'd only been joking. Chi breathed a sigh of relief and told him not to scare them like that. The apocalypse hadn't even begun, and he was already planning to break the law. Xiao Kai agreed with him. If they wanted to harvest the organs, they would have locked everyone up immediately. They had weapons. After that, they left, and Yimin thought with a smirk that there was no point in negotiating with them. In times like these, cruel people would rule. When he got his way, they would become his pawns for the rest of their lives. Meanwhile, Shengbo and his granddaughter came to Xiaoyang with a report. Chi and the others had already settled in. The wounded man's name was Chonggu. He had placed him in the infirmary. The doors and windows were closed as he requested. MC smiled and thanked him for his help. They could rest together. Who knows what they might face tomorrow? By the way, let them keep an eye not only on Chonggu, but also on Chi's other classmates. He had a feeling there might be a traitor among them. They took his words into account and left. When night fell, Xiaoyang entered the supply warehouse and opened the system store. He bought a cultivator box and a supply and weapons box. The supply box held 50 corn seeds, another starch sausage, stewed pork with vegetables, and noodles with sauerkraut. And the weapons box held 1,509mm rounds. A huge pile of supply boxes loomed before him, and he inspected them and noted that it was quite a good haul. Money was more useful now, but after the apocalypse, such a reward would be irreplaceable. Morning came, and several cars pulled up to their hideout. It was the same rich man Xiaoyang had taught a lesson on the road. Armed bandits emerged from the trucks, and he called his friend, thanked him for helping him find that idiot, and then ordered his men to begin storming the fortress. For some reason, they started hitting the huge metal gates with wooden bats. They did this for several minutes, and then one of them turned to the rich man and said that the gates were only a few centimeters thick. They couldn't break through them. He clenched his teeth in rage and exclaimed, "Who even installs doors like that in a regular house?" He ordered them to drag crates of alcohol, which they made into Molotov cocktails and started throwing at Xiaoyang's base. Soon, everything was on fire. Shanshan and the others ran to put it out, and she said that Xiaoyang was right. The catastrophe hadn't happened yet, but the situation was already so extreme. Xiaoyang himself came out with the old man, and they climbed the observation tower. Shengbo, looking at the hooligans, noticed that this car looked familiar. It was the guy who wanted to cause an accident on the highway. One of the guys saw them there and reported it to his boss, and then the rich guy yelled that he would burn down his booth if he didn't come out. The MC warned him that he had 5 minutes to grab his men and get out of there. The guys immediately pounced on him with insults, asking if he knew who their boss was, and prepared new Molotov cocktails. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang received a new task to eliminate the threat to the base. As a reward, he would receive 10 points. The old man asked what they would do now. A warning shot? He answered him that they were bandits. The law still applied, and they were already doing things like this, so it wouldn't help. They didn't care whether someone burned alive here or not. They would only hurt innocent people if they left them alive. He aimed, fired, and the rich guy lost his arm. Screaming in pain, he fell to his knees, and the MC said with annoyance that he missed. Apparently his skills had rusted from this peaceful life. The bandits decided not to take risks and rushed to the car, and the rich man ordered his men to cover him and shouted at Xiaoyang that he would be back soon. But the MC was not going to let them go so easily. He decided to finish them here and now, after which he fired a few shots, killing a couple of bandits, but some had already managed to climb into the truck, like the rich man. He ran up to the driver, telling him to drive away as fast as they could, and Shengbo worriedly said that they were trying to escape in the car. The MC told him not to worry, so he took the machine gun. He started shooting at them, breaking several windows, and while he was reloading, Shengbo looked at him in shock and thought that he was doing everything smoothly. He didn't cope so easily even in his military service, so who is he? In the end, a bullet hit each of them, and Xiaoyong decided to end it there. He told the old man to call Qi and the others to clean up the place, but suddenly stopped. An idea occurred to him. This was the early stage of a disaster. Maybe it would be better to turn them into zombies so that Qi and Shanshan could practice. He told the old man to forget about it. They would not rush. He asked in surprise, were they really going to leave them on the road? He told him that he had another plan. Meanwhile, a couple of cars were heading towards their hideout. Shuxiang asked the girls if they were almost there. Shuya smiled sweetly, saying that they would need to turn at the next intersection. And Kuijing looked at her with displeasure and thought that she always behaved like this when she was around Shuxiang. Did she really think she hadn't noticed? They stopped on the road, and Shuxiang told his girlfriend that he would wait for her here, and that she should call him when she got inside. Kuijin got out of the car and told her friend to get out too, and she asked in confusion, why was she there? She asked in displeasure, how would she know where the right factory was? Shuya smiled nervously and said that she just needed to go straight ahead and that she would see the building right away. She had uncomfortable shoes, so even a few steps would kill her. Kuijin grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the car, saying that she didn't care whether her shoes were uncomfortable or anything else, and she asked her to at least let her take her bag and phone. She told her to leave everything in the car, after which they walked together to the shelter. Shuxiang, having followed them, took out a walkie-talkie and told the people in the car behind him to get ready. Let them immediately begin to act when his car starts moving. The people in the car were armed, and they understood their mission perfectly. Meanwhile, Shia asked her friend why she dragged her into this. Kuijing called her an old fox and said that she wouldn't fall for her petty tricks, and she said with a smile that she had misunderstood everything. She dressed up to make that loser fall in love with her. After all, he already knew about her and Shuxiang. She ignored her words and stopped, peering into the distance, trying to figure out what had happened. Seeing the damaged cars and a pile of dead people, they became nervous, and Shuya asked if there had been a shootout. She suggested that her friend go back, and she noticed that the blood was old. So some time had passed. Did the two groups clash while fighting over Xiaoyong's supplies? Shuya said that she didn't think he was still alive, and her friend wondered if there were any supplies left in the warehouse. Now they need to go back and ask Shuxiang to sort things out. But first, they'll check if the doors are locked. At that moment, the rich man woke up. It turns out he didn't die after the shelling, but had most likely turned into a zombie. The girls approached the doors. Shuya tried to peer through the crack, but it didn't work. She said they were locked so tightly that she couldn't see anything. Kuijing asked, if everything's locked here, is Xiaoyong okay? Shanshan's voice came from above, and she pointed her crossbow at them, asking who they were and how they found this place. Xia replied that they were Xiaoyong's friends, and Kuijing added that she was his girlfriend. Shanshan called out to Xiaoyong, saying that his girlfriend had arrived, and Kuijing, furious, gritted her teeth and said that now she understood why he had changed so drastically. He'd simply found another woman. Xia advised her not to show displeasure. They had an important task. She has a crossbow. Is Shuxiang sure he can handle it? She told her not to worry. They have several pistols, so they can easily deal with Xiaoyong. They just need to open the door. Soon MC arrived. He was surprised that the two of them came here and used the mind's eye. They were both hostile towards him, but they acted differently. Xia smiled and asked, can't friends visit him for no reason? There was such chaos outside. They were worried about him, and he laughed at her words and asked, is Shuxiang somewhere nearby? How many people did he bring, and with what weapons? They were very surprised, not understanding how he knew about this, and their reactions only confirmed his words. He immediately opened fire on them. They got scared and ran away. After which, Kuijing exclaimed, is he crazy? He almost shot her. Her friend told him not to provoke him because he had a gun, and she exclaimed, why should she be afraid of him? Does she think he'll shoot her? He laughed and said that would be too easy. At that moment, they heard some groans and wheezing behind them, and when they turned around, they saw zombies. They were very surprised. By all appearances, they looked like they were infected with rabies, but they were dead, which meant the flu could resurrect the dead. Xiaoyong said that they would die at their hands, and then the zombies pounced on the girls, but they managed to escape before they caught them. They ran to the car, called out to Shuxiang and asked him for help, and he, seeing a whole crowd of zombies, became very nervous and contacted the car behind him on the radio, telling them to turn around. Shuxiang abandoned the girls without remorse, and Kuijing furiously yelled at him for being an idiot. She didn't want to die, and she was willing to do anything to avoid it. She swung her bag and threw it at her friend, causing the strap to wrap around her leg and causing her to fall. Then the zombies pounced on her. They began devouring her alive. She screamed loudly in pain and called out to Kuijing, shouting curses at her, saying she wouldn't die that easily. Kuijing continued running, telling herself she deserved it, while the system notified the MC that the task had been completed. A new task had appeared. Eliminate the monsters and infected around the base. Reward, 10 points. Shanshan was horrified by this sight and asked, "Do the dead also turn into zombies?" He told her that this was the beginning of the apocalypse, with a large number of infections from other worlds in the air. The dead, left on the streets, quickly turn into zombies. Some of the living will only need serious injury or exhaustion. He left, ordering her to call everyone for a meeting, and soon they were all sitting in a small room. He informed them that they would remain inside for the next couple of days, with the doors and windows tightly closed. The body needed time to adapt to the new infection so they could reduce the risk of mutation. Chi asked, "What about their friend?" Chungu was still in the infirmary. The infection had already taken over most of his body and reached his head. The situation in the city was much worse. Buildings were burning, people were trying to escape in cars, but others were attacking them. Looking out the window, Shenjae told his wife that there was complete chaos outside. That night, he would have to go to the warehouse to pick up the remaining supplies, and they would stay home, but the door was not to be opened by anyone except him. There was a loud and insistent knock on the door. He told his wife to be quiet and went to the exit with a golf club. Yang Tao's voice was heard from outside. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. But Yang Tao came to him with ill intentions. His friends pushed Shenjae to the floor, grabbed his arms so that he could not break free, and he exclaimed, "What the hell is he doing? He treated him so well." Yang Tao grinned and replied that he considered him his lackey, and he asked, "Have you completely lost your conscience? Who helped him save up for the down payment on a house?" He spread his arms out to the sides and noted that it was just a down payment, and he himself had earned enough for several houses. Let him stop chatting and give them the address and keys to the warehouse. The man nervously clenched his teeth, and then Yang Tao walked towards his wife and son, asking, "Will he continue to resist?" He grabbed Xiaoli by the hair. Her son, Shuai, immediately rushed to him, telling him to let go of his mother, and sank his teeth into his hand. Yang Tao waved his hand, irritably tossing the boy aside. Shenjae called them idiots, telling them to attack him if they dared, but to leave his wife and child alone. Yang Tao told him not to worry, they were safe as long as he cooperated, so he should lead them to the warehouse. Shenjae had to obey, leading them to the warehouse. When Yang Tao saw only a few boxes, he asked, "Is that all?" He asked in response, "Has he forgotten how he found a major client? They sold him everything. Not even the expired ones were left." Yang Tao rubbed his chin in confusion and smirked, saying they would have enough to last a lifetime if they were only after the supplies at his factory. Shenjae advised him not to meddle in there. He'd accidentally seen a firearm while delivering groceries there. The guy had definitely been preparing for this disaster. Yang Tao said that was his problem. He was trading the safety of his wife and son for Xiaoyong's supplies. It was a good deal, right? Shenjae grew nervous. He didn't want to go there to certain death, but he couldn't leave his family in danger either. Meanwhile, MC and all the other inhabitants of the fortress came to the infirmary. Unfortunately, Chungu had already turned into a zombie. Seeing the people, he immediately tried to get up, but the shackles on the bed held him in place. Looking at this creature that had recently been their friend, the guys burst into tears. Emin said that he needed to be killed, and Xiaoyong frowned at him. She asked discontentedly what he had just said. Emin replied that he was already dead. If he somehow got out, everyone else would be in danger. Xiaokai exclaimed that he was their friend. Did he just decide to abandon him? MC said he was right. The transformed had little chance, then pulled out a blade and handed it to Imin. He involuntarily took a step back, asking what he wanted from him, and he ordered him to finish him off. Imin became nervous. He clearly wasn't ready for the kill. And then Xiaoyong approached him and quietly asked, "You wanted the weapon, right? Let him take it and put him out of his misery." But she got there first, snatching the blade from his hands and firmly saying that he would do it himself. MC asked, "Is he sure? What if he deceived them? One step and he would become a killer." He told him that he trusted him, and he only smiled in response. After that, she approached his friend, tearfully raising the dagger over him, but suddenly a notification sounded and the tip froze a few centimeters from the zombie's neck. Xiaoyong stopped him. Chai looked at him in confusion, asking what was going on, and he said they should go outside. There was a rather specific situation there, and there was still a use for this guy. A few seconds earlier, the system notified him about the detection of a rare mutant. While everyone was busy outside, MC approached Chungu and loomed over him, saying that he had an important task for him. Meanwhile, Shenjae was driving at full speed towards his warehouse. At one point, he lost control and crashed into a pole, having to make the rest of the way on foot. He got out of the car and cursed, saying that luck was not on his side, but at least he made it. Suddenly, a zombie pounced on him from behind. He reacted too late and the monster bit his arm, then he pushed it away and rushed to the car, picked up a crowbar, and hit the monster on the head with all his might. When the zombie fell, he began to strike it repeatedly, and finally finished. Having caught his breath, he decided to continue on to the shelter without stopping anywhere else. At this time, Xiaoyong and the others left the shelter through the back entrance. Armed, they headed towards the zombies. Shanshan, looking at her equipment, told Xiaoyong that it was very inconvenient for her to move in it. He said that it would be impossible to negotiate with the zombies. They were much stronger than ordinary people. It was dangerous. They had little experience and could get injured, so protective gear was necessary. They would take it off when they were ready. They stopped before the turn, He peered around the corner and, seeing the zombies, warned the others that they were in their detection zone. Are they ready? They confirmed it, and immediately after that, the zombie turned towards the sound. He told them that they had been spotted, so they would begin fighting. Let them remember everything he taught them. They needed to cover each other and keep their distance. The zombie pounced on him. He jumped aside, dodging the blow, and said that the chance would come when the zombie missed. They needed to act quickly, aiming for the temple or the back of the neck. Xiao Kai was the first to act, hitting the monster on the head with all his might, but the impact of the blow transferred pain to his arm and he backed away from the zombie. MC warned them that their skulls were very strong, so only the arm could be damaged. Xiao Kai's move was a perfect example of what not to do. Taking advantage of his momentary weakness, the zombie pounced on him, and he, holding it back with his weapon, asked for help. Xiaoyang noted with a smile that he was defending himself well, then called out to Qi to help his partner. While the monster was busy with Xiao Kai, Qi snuck up behind him and then hit him with his club on the neck with all his might. MC praised him, but one blow was not enough. He needed to continue. They knocked the zombie to the ground and started beating him. And then, Qi turned to him and asked with a smile, "They did it, right?" He saw a zombie behind him and immediately warned him of the danger, but Xiaoyang already knew about its approach. He grabbed the monster by the head and asked, "Haven't they forgotten what he told you? They should never relax until they've looked around." At this time, Shenjie almost reached the warehouse. He examined the entire area from a safe distance and thought, have these mutants made it here? Was Xiaoyang really dead? He heard a voice near the car and realized that he was still alive. He crept up to the car, hid, and seeing people killing zombies, he thought, he's gathered a team and is now hunting these mutants? Shuya, who had long since been turned into a zombie, was lying under the car. She grabbed the man by the pant leg, which scared him and made him fall. And then she pounced on him with her mouth wide open. He cursed, and then there was a loud explosion, and nothing remained of the monster's head. Xiaoyang shot the zombie. Shenjie threw off her body, and he asked what he was doing there. The man stood up and said he couldn't believe he'd gotten to him, and MC, noticing the wound on his arm, immediately pointed the gun at him and said he had a bite. Shenjie became agitated and asked him not to shoot. He had something to tell him. He told him to talk, but not to approach him, and he said with tears in his eyes that he knew he was infected and had almost no time left. But that idiot Yang Tao kidnapped his wife and child. They wanted to use him to take all his supplies. He understands that he is not the best person, but he is not completely evil either. His wife and child are innocent. These animals will not let anyone go. They will suffer a fate worse than his. He begs him to help them, at least as thanks for the supplies he collected for him. Xiaoyang thought he was doing this for his own benefit, but his help was truly useful. He glanced at his comrades and thought that there was a lot of space in the fortress. The balance was heavily skewed towards men, and then a notification sounded, which made him smile. The system gave him a task to rescue Shenjie's wife and child. As a reward, he would receive 25 points. He told the man not to worry, he would take care of them, and he asked in shock, "Is that true?" He immediately fell to his knees in front of him and bowed his head, exclaiming that he wouldn't have time to repay him for this in this life, so he would become his faithful servant in the next. And now he asked him to do this, to finish him off. He didn't want to turn into a monster that would threaten his family. MC gave him a thoughtful look, then turned to Shanshan and ordered her to drag the bike from the warehouse, and then told the man to ride as far away as possible, to avoid people, to find an isolated place there. He asked why he was doing this, to which the man replied that he didn't need to know. Time was short, so let him do it. Sheng just smiled, thanking him, and then rode his bike out of the warehouse, all the while thinking about his wife and son. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and the others gathered the zombies into a pile, doused their bodies with flammable liquid, then set them on fire, and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The system informed MC of the task's completion, and he told him that they had dealt with lone zombies in groups of 2 or 3 with melee weapons without being injured, but they were not prepared to face a group or horde of zombies. He ordered them to follow him. They approached the main entrance to the warehouse, and he called Shengbo to him. He handed him the key and said that this was the room with weapons. He would go to the city at night, so the security of the fortress was in his hands. He took it and worriedly said that there was probably chaos there. Would he go there alone? Qi and Xiao Kai volunteered to go with him, but he refused them, saying that they would only get in the way. He told the old man that he was counting on him, then took the weapon and got into the car. While driving into town, he decided to check out the system store, but it was empty, and upgrading cost 2 points. He noticed the store was updating too slowly, so he decided to spend his points. A new selection had appeared. A dark tech box, a first aid kit, and a weapon box. He immediately noticed that manual upgrades had become 2 points more expensive and thought he'd better be careful with that. But the goods were useful, and he had enough points. He bought a dark tech box which contained a strength-enhancing serum giving 5 points to his stat. The box's appearance in the car caused a bright flash, as if he'd thrown a flashbang grenade into his face. He decided to immediately use the 5-point boost serum, stabbed himself in the wrist, and felt new strength spread throughout his body. Now his strength is 13 points, 260% of a normal person's. Meanwhile, at Shenjie's house, Xiao Li was calming her son, saying that his father would sort everything out when Yang Tao and his friend entered the room. The woman became worried and asked why they had come. Then Yang Tao grabbed her and said that they would have fun. He tore her clothes. She burst into tears, begging him to let her go, but they didn't listen and pushed her to the floor, and her son tried to push the men away. Li entered the room and asked what they were doing here. They were making so much noise. His friend invited him to join him, and he said that they still hadn't finished the task, and they were already thinking about this. Let them let her go immediately. His comrade asked irritably, "What's the problem?" "This isn't the first time," the man exclaimed. "What will they do if she loses it and does something to herself?" "The man will have nothing to lose. He will have to fight to the death, and then not everyone will escape unharmed. They won't give her a day's rest once they deal with him." The man decided not to argue with him and said he would listen to him this time, but he ruined his mood. Yang Tao stuck his tongue out at the woman and said they would be back soon, after which they left the room, leaving them to cry. The city was already quiet, zombies scurrying everywhere. Xiaoyang thought he had 13 strength points, an increase of more than twice that of the average person. Even his reaction and body control had noticeably improved, and it was an amazing feeling. He easily avoided cars abandoned in the middle of the road, thanks to his reaction time, and almost reached the city center. He stopped and got out of the car, thinking that the center was ahead, but the traffic would attract a lot of attention, so he would have to continue on foot. Several zombies immediately attacked him. He dodged a blow from one of them, then grabbed it by the shoulder and ran forward with it, and then threw it at the second zombie. He took a weapon from his spatial ring and rushed to attack, swung his hand several times, and killed them. He glanced at their bodies and thought that he completely surpassed the current zombies in strength and reflexes. Now he realized how different this was from a normal human. Even his senses worked better. About 800 meters away, a man's voice rang out, cursing and exclaiming that they had blocked everything. The system informed him that there had been an unexpected encounter and that he had received a random task. Meanwhile, several people barricaded themselves in the store. The zombies surrounded them from all sides, and Captain Li ordered the remaining survivors to drag everything heavy here to ensure they wouldn't break through. Jiashuan, who was holding the barricades, tearfully turned to his father and asked if they would really die here. He told him not to worry, those zombies wouldn't get through here, and at worst, they would soon meet their mother. His words caused the boy to burst into tears, and the policeman told Old Man Sion to watch his words. The situation was already bad. He replied that if he had been able to watch his words, he would have become the owner of the property long ago. The captain, glancing at the zombies outside the window, wondered if they were really going to die today. Suddenly there was a roar, and then a zombie flew into the window, which scared them, and then the monster's body slowly slid down the glass. Time passed. The zombies no longer crowded the store, and so Captain Li told Old Man Son to clear Jiashuan of everything from the entrance. Just let them remain quiet. A few minutes later, they dismantled the barricades, carefully exited the store, and Old Man Son, seeing a pile of dead zombies, asked who did this. Jiashuan exclaimed that they were definitely mutants, and his father asked what he was talking about. He explained to him that these were ordinary zombies that had become stronger and faster, such as are always found in games, books, and comics. Old Man Son said with displeasure that now he understood why he had such low grades in school. Captain Li turned to him and asked how one could even talk about this in such a situation. Let them keep an eye on the situation. The last thing they needed was a mutant ambush. Everyone looked in their own direction, slowly walking back to the base. They stopped before the corner, and the captain saw a man ahead. It was Xiaoyang, who had just completed a random rescue mission and received 5 points for it. Jiashuan said that he was definitely a mutant, and Captain Li remarked that he looked more like a survivor. MC heard their conversation perfectly well and laughed, telling the boy not to fantasize. Mutants weren't that easy to encounter yet. Realizing he wasn't a zombie, the captain immediately smiled and approached him, saying that wandering around here alone was dangerous. At times like these, it was better to huddle together. He invited him to come with them and asked who they were. There were only a few people here. Looking around, the captain replied that they had gone out for supplies. A small group of civilians had gathered in the Rongshan garden. He asked if this was the garden next to the Jinyu mansion. Old Man Xian confirmed this, saying it was the building across the street, and suggested he come with them, as there was strength in numbers. Captain Li had weapons. They had experience fighting these lunatics. They would protect him. Xiaoyang smiled awkwardly, thanking them for this, but in reality, it was he who would protect them. Carefully moving along the street, they headed toward the garden, and Old Man Son asked him. He had asked about the Jinyu mansion. Did he want to meet someone important there? He confirmed this, and the man asked, were his relatives there? His girlfriend? He patted him on the shoulder and said that the old world had come to an end. The chances of survival were not very high, so he should mentally prepare for the worst. Captain Li agreed with him. Even if that army of rabid ones hadn't killed them, they could still have run into those animals. MC asked who he was talking about, and he told him about a group of bandits that had settled in the Bikushan mansion area in the east of the city. They were killing any survivors they encountered. They had only encountered them once, but they had lost many comrades. He smiled nervously and suggested that he not talk about it anymore, that he should just be more careful around the other survivors. Due to his distraction, he didn't notice a zombie approaching him, and Jiaxuan called out to him worriedly, warning him of danger. Captain Li immediately turned around, shot the zombie in the head, and cursed, saying that this was bad. The shots attracted the attention of those idiots. They were already coming this way. He quickly looked around, wondering what to do. Then his eye caught a bus nearby, and they ran towards it. MC smiled and thought that a disorderly flight could attract even more zombies, so the bus was a good hiding place. The only downside was that there would be nowhere to retreat from. He gave this urgent solution 70 points. Everyone had already run onto the bus. Only Xiaoyong remained. As soon as he was inside, the captain closed the doors and ordered everyone to check the seats to make sure no one was inside. Jiaxuan pressed himself against the window and said that they weren't giving up. They gathered around them. The zombies were already at the door. The captain cursed, saying they were running too slowly, and the monsters began pounding their hands on the bus. They all piled against the doors, and the man was having a hard time holding them back alone. And then Xiaoyong came to his aid. Just one touch from him was enough to close the doors, and the man stared at him in shock, wondering where he got such amazing strength. MC said that he would hold the door, they wouldn't open it, and he should ask the others to break the windows and fight back. He didn't argue, after which they broke the windows and the zombies stopped paying attention to the door. Old Man Son leaned out the window and stabbed one of the zombies in the head with a rebar, while the others held him back so he wouldn't fall right into the monsters. Captain Li checked the magazine, realized there weren't enough bullets for everyone, and clenched his teeth in frustration. And then Xiaoyong told him to take his weapon. Seeing the crossbow, he asked in surprise where he got it, and Xiaoyong, throwing it into his hands, said he just picked it up on the street. With the captain's help, fighting off the monsters became much easier, and after a while they finally finished and were able to get off the bus. Jiaxuan said that 2 critical situations had twice ended in their favor. It was no coincidence. They were children of the fate of the apocalypse. MC warmed up and advised them not to let their guard down again, so as not to make such stupid mistakes. Meanwhile, at his base, Yimin volunteered to take over the watch that night, and Xiao Kai playfully nudged him, asking where his enthusiasm was coming from. He grew angry and told him not to talk nonsense and mind his own business, and he asked why he was overreacting. Shengbo said that since Yimin had volunteered, the others should go to their rooms and rest. He advised the boy to be more attentive and to wake everyone up immediately if anything happened. Yimin told him not to worry and went to the watchtower. He sat for a while, waiting for the right moment, and when it was already quite late at night, he thought everyone should have fallen asleep by now. He had better not waste time and sort everything out before Xiaoyong returned. Meanwhile, the old man slept peacefully in his room, the key to the weapons warehouse lying next to his pillow. That was Yimin's first goal. He quietly crept into the room and reached for the key, but at that very moment, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and jumped out of bed, exclaiming, "What is he doing?" Yimin immediately hit him on the head, ran out of the room, and the old man shouted, "What is he trying to do? Let him return the key to him immediately." Hearing the noise, everyone else came out of the rooms to check what was going on, and Shengbo ran out into the corridor, telling them that he stole the key to the armory. Let them stop him immediately. They gave chase. Yimin used the junk ahead to block their path. This way, he was able to lose them. As he walked, he noticed the entrance to the infirmary and an idea occurred to him. He went into the room where Chungu was lying, wanted to untie him, but he suddenly broke free from the shackles and waved his hand to scratch him, but he managed to jump aside in time. He thought, why is he tied up so poorly? One knot came undone, but it would only save him time. Meanwhile, they cleared the rubble, and seeing Chungu, Chi immediately stopped and cursed, saying that this freak let him out of quarantine. Does he want to kill them? Shengbo said that he had no idea he would turn out to be such a person, and his granddaughter asked what they were going to do. All the weapons were there. He told her that they would try to lock him back up and told the guys to disperse. Let them use the methods Xiaoyong taught them. They should not let themselves be bitten under any circumstances. They cautiously approached the zombie. The old man gave the signal, and Chi pounced on Chungu and grabbed him by the head, and the others by the arms. The old man told them to take him to the infirmary. They pushed the zombie inside, then immediately closed the doors. A normal zombie would have rushed towards them, but Changgu showed no hostility at all. Chi remarked that it was too easy, and the others agreed with him, and the old man cursed and said that they were just wasting time. That idiot probably already got to the gun. Yimin came out from around the corner and asked who he was calling an idiot. He looked at the gun in his hands and said that he didn't know where that idiot Xiaoyong hid the rest. It was only there. But this was enough for them. He would deal with them and look for another weapon. He ordered them to move back to the room, and his friend asked what he was doing. Xiaoyong had saved them, after all. He told him that a great favor could become a great burden. Just look at how arrogant he was acting. He saved them once, but he considered them slaves for the rest of their lives. Shengbo said that some people are ungrateful by nature. They cannot be taught, and Xiao Kai asked his friend not to do that. He ordered him to shut up and obey. Chonggu meanwhile looked at Yimin and his eyes showed rage, and he also had a key in his hands. Meanwhile, the group of survivors almost reached the mansion. One intersection remained, and it was time to say goodbye. Captain Lee warned Xiaoyang that the terrain there was difficult, which was ideal for dealing with mutants, and that he should take care. He could also come to the garden when he found his people. They were in the 8th building, and that he should not try to enter through the main entrance. He smiled and thanked him for his help, after which he left. Old Man Son asked the captain if they would help him. He had saved them, after all. He replied that they did not know what was happening near the mansion. The zombies would definitely finish them off. The man asked, hadn't he gone to certain death? The captain shook his head, saying that they had warned him. Of course, it was a shame to lose a man with such good skills. Meanwhile, Yang Tao and his friends remained in the house. He said with displeasure that there was no connection and that he couldn't even check how Shenjie had completed the task. His friend told him to forget about it. He personally didn't care anymore. He had been holding back for so long. He needed to let off some steam tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. The others said that he had gone alone, so he was definitely dead. They would just have to tie up his wife so she couldn't do anything to herself. Who knew when they would get to them? They'd better enjoy this moment so they wouldn't have any regrets. Listening to their conversations, Xiao Li burst into tears again, and their boss, who was watching the situation from the window, allowed them to do so, but they should be careful not to kill her. His friends invited him to join them, and at that very moment, he noticed that all the zombies outside were dead. After some time, Lee came out onto the landing and asked in surprise, "Who's there? Were they rescuers?" He heard a noise for a long time, then suddenly gritted his teeth in fear and froze. His head was severed at that very moment. Meanwhile, Shenji's wife was screaming for everyone to get out of there and holding her son in her arms. The man told her not to pretend she didn't understand why they were there. He grinned and reached out to her and began to undress her, causing her to start sobbing and screaming. What are they doing? Let them let her son go. They slapped her across the cheek at that very moment, sending the child flying into the wall and hitting his head. The man said they only wanted her, but her son screamed that he would protect her at any cost and began to sob, when suddenly, someone pushed him away, and he found himself outside the room. The boys screamed that they were bad people. Let them let her go, because Daddy wouldn't forgive them. A moment later, the boy saw Lee's fallen body, headless and covered in blood. The boy was frightened and began to scream in fear, when suddenly the protagonist appeared in the doorway. Xiaoyang turned to him, and the boy asked again, shouting loudly, "Who's there?" Xiaoyang asked. "Is Shenjie his father?" The boy was shaking with fear and couldn't speak. At that moment, Shenjie's wife clutched herself, and Tao slapped her cheek again and shouted at her to scream louder. Or was she afraid her son would hear? Let her scream. Stop ruining the fun. The girl remained silent and didn't make a sound, which angered the man, and he said he would be first. He grabbed her by the head, but at that moment the door to their room suddenly burst open, and the boys were confused. Was the little guy not such a weakling? Had he even kicked the door down? But before the boy could finish his sentence, his head was blown off. Tao told him to throw him out. Why was he standing there waiting? But at that moment, they saw their friend's body fall to the ground, headless. They were stunned with horror, and Tao couldn't understand what was happening. The protagonist hit him in the head with his hand, throwing him straight into the wall. He hit the ground, bloodied and battered. The man stood up and asked who he was. Xiaoyang immediately kicked him in the face with incredible force. Meanwhile, in another room, Imin grabbed his weapon and said this was the last time he'd say this. If they moved, he'd shoot right now. Bo shouted for everyone to listen to him and come into the room, and Shanshan, confused and stunned, gasped. Bo said he had a weapon and that she should just do as he said. He'd think of something. Imin asked again. Would he really think of that? He thought he'd have to create a couple of corpses to establish his power. He smiled and said that he would die first, old man Bo. At that moment, he pointed his gun straight at him, and Shanshan cried out in horror, "Grandpa!" and she shouted at him to stop. Suddenly, Iman didn't understand what that sound was. What was happening? The infirmary was locked. Who was there? At that moment, the lock on the door began to spin, and a zombie entered. They didn't understand what was wrong with the key. Could Chong have opened the door himself? It was simply impossible. He was mad. He couldn't use the key. Iman, his mouth open in shock, looked at his face and saw incredible anger. He was scared, straightened his gun, and screamed. Did the zombie open the door? He can't let him go alive. He wanted to pull the trigger, but at that moment the gun jammed, and he didn't understand what was happening. The zombie tried to grab him and began to roar loudly, and Eamon exclaimed, "How is this even possible?" The zombie began to beat him, and he screamed for help, but a moment later the zombie was covered in his own blood. He carried the dead body behind him. Bo didn't understand what had just happened, and she confirmed that he had been so calm. At that moment, Chong breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone gasped in horror. Chong walked to the door, brought the key, then abruptly threw it aside and left the room. The boys watched silently, unsure how to react. Meanwhile, the protagonist had tied up all the bandits who had threatened the Shengjie family. Xiaoyang asked the little one to come here, and he looked at him questioningly. The girl wondered what he was doing. Xiaoyang repeated his request silently, and the boy said everything was fine, then waved his hand at her. Xiaoyang gave him a knife and told him to take it and kill them right now. The boy grabbed the knife, unsure what to do, and the bandit screamed for mercy. Shengjie's wife screamed that he was just a child, and Xiaoyang replied, No longer so. He is the only man who can protect his mother, so he must muster all his strength and kill the animals that injured her. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes, and he swung his sword and ran, killing 2 bandits. He looked at the dead bodies and cried out in horror, and his mother uttered his name in fear. Shuai turned and asked Xiaoyong, "Did they kill his father?" Xiaoyong replied, "Yes," at which point the boy dropped the bloody knife and began sobbing, running into his mother's arms. The girl asked him to please take at least this. She would give him anything. Shuai exclaimed, "No, he won't go, because he needs to protect her." Shall leave together because he had promised him they would be safe. After a while, the 3 of them emerged from the house, and there were many dead people around. Shuai looked around and asked, "Who's so strong that they can kill so many zombies?" Xiaoyong replied that it was him, and the boy was surprised. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his hand and motioned for everyone to stop, then looked to the side and asked if she knew the way to the 8th building of the Rongshan Garden. The girl asked again, "The 8th? He's looking that way, so what?" Meanwhile, the guys who looked up at the tall building shouted not to worry, because they were distributing their supplies fairly, and women under 40 would go with them. The people appeared inside, and one of them asked what they were going to do, surrender. But the policeman said no, these creatures don't keep promises, and no one would survive except Yuan and Fang. Lao Li turned around and was told he had 10 minutes. Failure to cooperate would result in everyone's death. The girl asked if perhaps the 2 of them should go out and beg for mercy. The other screamed that she didn't want to and had no intention of becoming their plaything. Lao Li told everyone to be quiet and not to worry, because this wouldn't happen. They'd be right here, and they wouldn't be able to get past the other side. The angry men with daggers near the entrance were saying they were good weapons, but their leader had a gun. If these cowards didn't come out, they were unlikely to be stormed. The guy chuckled and said he didn't need to do that. They should shut off the water on the lower floors and see how long they lasted. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched them from the side and hid around the corner of another building. Shuai asked, "Are these people bad too?" Xiaoyong confidently answered, "Yes, just like the ones who had bullied him and his mother." He pointed his gun in their direction. At that moment, Lao Li told everyone to hold the ladder, not to give away their position, and he'd check what they were doing downstairs for now. The people told him to be careful, and when Lao Li approached the window, he looked out and realized everything. 3 people still had guns. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared, and Lao Li grabbed his head, not understanding what it was. The people were stunned by what was happening and began screaming. What was going on? One of the bandits was destroyed, shot straight in the head. Several others also fell and screamed in fear. Who was there? Lao Li realized it was Xiaoyong, who was walking straight towards them with only a gun in his hands. When Xiaoyong took aim and shot several bandits, they were destroyed and fell screaming in pain and fear. The other guys, still alive, started shooting at Xiaoyong, but they failed to hit him. Xiaoyong sneered at them for being amateurs, and one of the guys got angry and shouted, "Where did this psycho come from?" He repeatedly struck the impenetrable iron box, and the bandit exclaimed, "What are they doing? They must kill him while he's still shooting at it." At that moment, one of the bandits suddenly jumped out and yelled for him to die. But Xiaoyong immediately saw this and managed to fire a bullet into his heart and forehead. The only bandit left alive asked, "Are you out of bullets, idiot?" He suddenly jumped out right in front of Xiaoyong, who stood confidently next to him, and yelled for him to go to hell. But Xiaoyong simply dodged slightly, preventing the bandit from hitting him in the head. Xiaoyong immediately grabbed his arm and brought the gun barrel to his head, and a moment later, he shot him right in the neck. When the last bandit was dead, Xiaoyong walked over to the dead body and moved it. Afterwards, he entered the building, where several trained bandits began attacking him with sharp weapons. Xiaoyong easily dispatched them all and ordered the rest of the men to leave immediately. When the men exited and descended to the first floor, Shuai exclaimed how tough he was. At that moment, a system quest appeared before Xiaoyong. It was a reinforcement quest, requiring recruiting survivors from the garden. The reward was 25 points. Xiaoyong turned around and asked who these people were. The policeman said they were freaks from the Bikushani villas, located in the south of the city. Lao Li called his partners and said they had fled from the south and needed to explain everything to Xiaoyong. The guys explained that they were a well-armed and resourceful gang, holed up in the villas, and had rounded up almost all the survivors from the south. Xiaoyong closed his eyes and wondered if in his past life there had been a settlement in the south from which Shuxiong and Jing had come. Was this really the only settlement in the south? The guys replied, not quite. There had been others before, smaller ones, but they had little chance against an armed gang. They had been captured. Another guy shouted that they were animals and had killed half the people indiscriminately. They were only taking beautiful women, children, and anyone who wanted to join them. Xiaoyong realized that in that case, it was definitely them, and Lao Li asked again, what? He said the three had guns, and he should search them in case he found spare magazines or anything useful. They should also take the rifle, since they had 5 magazines. Lao Li asked again, really? And Xiaoyong replied that the gang wouldn't ignore that. They could fight off a dozen people with that. They should hold out for a few days, and he would return home, prepare, and deal with them. The guys shouted, what? Them? It's useless. They can't be defeated. They have dozens of people, maybe more. Lao Li confirmed that it was true, since the risk wasn't worth it. They'd better find another place and if they retreated a few kilometers, they wouldn't have to comb the entire city. Xiaoyang told them not to worry, as he had a personal score to settle with them. In a few days, he'd return with a large car and take them east. The policeman asked again, "East?" Xiaoyang replied that they needed men near an old tea plantation and its fortress. He replied that everything was clear, and the guys told them to take care of themselves and were leaving now. The guys shouted back that they were leaving too. After some time, a zombie's head, severed from its body, was visible on the fence. A male guard sitting outside the Bikushana watched the hanging zombies. When the group gathered for a meeting, Wen, holding cigarettes in his hands, asked if they still hadn't sorted out the supplies from Jinyu's mansion. A subordinate replied that people had already been dispatched and would return soon. Another interlocutor, Kai, also reported that all sorts of rich people lived there, and they could find expensive items. Perhaps there would be something interesting. They better not worry so much about supplies, right? Xiaoli replied that he and brother Kai were on the same wavelength. He asked them to bring all the survivors. Wen asked if he understood, Xiaoli, that he hadn't completed a single one of his tasks yet. Xiaoli became frightened and shouted at him not to worry, because he would do everything right, he promised. When night fell, he went outside and his interlocutor asked how he was feeling. He threateningly asked, "Have the guys returned?" The guy replied that an hour ago he sent someone on reconnaissance and had bad news. He exclaimed, "Everyone's dead, but there were ordinary people in Rongshan Garden. Why did they die even with 3 guns? Let him tell Taozi to gather everyone who can hold a gun. He can't lose this time." When an expensive car pulled up to the building, Shanshan exclaimed, "That's the sound of a car. It must be brother Xiaoyang." Everyone was surprised, and the system reported that the responsibility for wife and son task had been completed, adding 25 system points for a total of 36. Shanshan shouted at him and waved that he was back. And when Xiaoyang got out of the car, he chuckled at the fact that it was Eamon. Shanshan asked, "So he knew this all along?" He replied that Chi had taken them to a room and that they would gather near the infirmary. Chai replied that he understood everything and had completed the task. Sometime later, when they had gathered near the infirmary, Bo asked, did he know all along that Eamon was up to no good? Frankly, he wasn't sure it was him. But he knew one thing for sure. There was a traitor among Chi's friends. Chai was dumbfounded when he saw the gun in his hands and asked, "Are those rubber bullets?" Bo said, "Then that guy in the infirmary," and Xiaoyang asked him, what was his name? "That's right, he's Chong, a rather rare mutant. If he understands what he's saying, then have him slowly blink 3 times. At that moment, Chong did as he was told. And Xiaoyang asked again, "Let him blink back." Everything worked, and he realized that those infected with the alien virus have a tiny chance of becoming a rare mutant. They usually have higher intelligence and potential than ordinary zombies. Some can retain fragments of memories, and Chong was lucky to become one of the rare ones. At that moment, he hit him on the head, and Chong turned and waved. All the guys were standing above the line. Xiaoyang said, "Okay, enough. Let him stop holding him and finish him off already." Chong walked out, dragging the dead man with him, and Chi asked, "Brother, does he remember him?" Chong stopped and growled, looking into his eyes. Chi's mouth dropped open in shock and was very surprised. When suddenly he tried to grab him with his hand, but Chi pulled back and asked, "What's going on?" He really does remember everything. He became a zombie but still can't control his hands. Chong chuckled at what had happened, and after a while, Xiaoyang lay down to rest, and the system reported that the hidden achievement, Mutant Companion, had been earned. System points increased by 10, bringing the total to 46. He asked, "Is this really a hidden achievement? What a pleasant surprise. Now they'll check the store." The system reported a level 1 life-saving supply crate, 5 points, a level 1 armed resistance supply crate, 5 points, and also a supply box of dark technologies level 2, 50 points. Refresh, -4 points. Xiaoyang stood up abruptly and asked, "Level 2? He'd never seen one like that before. It was a bit pricey, 50 points, so he'd unlock the other 2 so they wouldn't take up space. A level 1 life-saving supply box was received, 5 points spent, total 41. A level 1 armed resistance supply box was received, 5 points spent, total 36. Xiaoyang pointed to the side, and the system announced that the level 1 life-saving supply box had been opened, rewarding an alien infection blocker. A chance to block the effect of an alien infection cannot reverse a completed mutation. A level 1 armed resistance supply box was opened, rewarding a special purpose rifle. Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Wow, that's such a powerful weapon in a level 1 box. What about the second and third ones? A tank or a blocker? So it can heal someone even if they haven't fully transformed." The system reported the current mission, reinforcements. The conditions are to pick up survivors from Rongshan Garden. 0 out of 5 survivors, reward 25 points. He couldn't wait for the level 2 box. He needed to complete the task tomorrow. After a while, everyone gathered outside, and from that day on, Xiaoyang announced that everyone would have at least an hour of shooting practice every day. All the guys grabbed their weapons and started shooting at the nearby cans. Xiaoyang turned to Bo and asked Qi and the others to prepare several rooms. He would bring a group of survivors today. Bo replied, "Okay, don't worry about them." And at that moment, Xiaoyang turned to Chong, who growled at him and said he would go with them. Sometime later, when the protagonist found himself near the bus, they killed many zombies. The zombies were still on the bus, one of them being the driver. When Chong pulled the last zombie out of the bus, Xiaoyong told him to hold the key, and Chong took it in his own hands. Xiaoyong told him not to worry because he could shoot when only he was around. He paused for thought, and Xiaoyong said that in the Rongshan garden, he would need to put it back on so as not to frighten the others. The guys who had gathered in the garden were confused, wondering why they weren't there yet. Someone shouted that everything was ready, and Xiaoli exclaimed in anger that he couldn't believe they had to take so many people. Now they had to go. All the guys got into a huge car and drove off in the right direction. The zombies crowded around the bus, and when suddenly another bus knocked them down, causing a commotion on the road. In one of the multi-story buildings, ordinary people sat in a circle and discussed the news. Suddenly, Shuai heard the sound of a car and realized that Xiaoyong had returned for them. Lao Li decided that they should all be quiet because they needed to check everything first. He grabbed his weapon and looked out the window, and suddenly saw a gang of scoundrels who started shouting that they needed to get their weapons ready. What building were they in? Xiao Li announced that it was the 8th building behind them and that they were moving immediately. Suddenly, Lao Li realized it wasn't him, but those bandits again. He got angry, and one of the men said that idiots don't learn anything from this life, and they were offering to take them out because they had a lot of weapons. Lao Li shouted at him not to be so brazen, because this time there were more of them and everyone was armed. They should stick to the ambush plan, and he would go to the roof for now. The bandits crowded around the house, discussed how this was a good distance, and that the bastards would be within striking distance if they approached any closer. They all aimed their guns at their target, and the guys looked fearfully through the window to see what was going on, and started shouting that they needed to be careful and run for cover, because at that moment, gunfire started right at their windows. The man flew away in fear, and Xiao Li told him to give him a loudspeaker. They should shoot off any heads that popped out. When he took the loudspeaker, he tried to express his thoughts when suddenly a man near him was shot. It was one of the snipers who was immediately killed, and suddenly gunfire began hitting all the other guys. He shouted for everyone to run for cover, quickly. They should protect themselves because he had a rifle or an automatic rifle. It was Lao Li who shot several of the gang, and Xiao Li shouted that intelligence reported 1 pistol missing. There must be 4 pistols. Where did they dig up that automatic rifle? Xiao Li's subordinate shouted, "What are they going to do?" Xiao Li asked again, "What are their options?" It seemed they could only retreat. He suddenly started running in fear, screaming that he was an idiot, saying they should have waited for the signal and run together. A moment later, he was killed by several bullets and fell to the ground. Xiao Li screamed in anger. His signal is 3, 2, 1, go. All the guys ran toward the car, and Axio moved and smiled as he watched all the guys gradually die from bullets. And when this situation distracted his enemies, he also ran to the side and said he must have run out of ammunition. The policeman looked at them in bewilderment, and Xiao Li, who was getting into the car, shouted that they needed to leave and tell them to start the car. One of the guys had almost reached the car and shouted to wait, saying they had forgotten him. But at that moment, he took a bullet to the head and fell. Lao Li tried to hit the car, but it didn't work, and they managed to slip past and drive away. When the road was full of overturned cars, Xiaoyong got on the bus and looked around. Suddenly, at an intersection, he saw those same bandits and wondered who they were. Well, he didn't care. The point assignment was more important. When he got to that very place, he went out with Chonggu and suggested that it looked like the machine gun had come in handy. The car there could have belonged to the fleeing bandit. Chong started drooling, and Xiaoyong asked again, "What, is he hungry?" Chong growled in response, and Xiaoyong smiled and replied, "Okay, he can eat. It's better not to leave food for other zombies." At that moment, Chong became happy and immediately ran to the dead man. Xiaoyong told him to find him near house number 8 when he was done here. A moment later, he began to devour all of the man's organs with incredible relish and growled. As the protagonist walked past the murdered bodies, he realized these bandits weren't even considered victims. Shuai, who was looking out the window, asked if it was Xiaoyong. This time, it really was him. He exclaimed and started waving, and when the guys ran out of the building, they turned to him with smiles on their faces. Xiaoyong asked again, "Were they able to fight them off this time?" Lao Li answered, "Of course, thanks to his rifle. He served as an infantry sniper." At that moment, everyone heard a loud roar and turned around, wondering what the sound was. Chong, roaring loudly, approached them, and a policeman shouted at them to be careful because it was a zombie. Xiaoyong told them to calm down because the zombie was with him. They asked in confusion, "What?" Xiaoyong told Chong that there were more people there and he could eat them. Lao Li didn't understand what was happening. Could he really talk to them? Xiaoyong replied that this was a special case. Everything was quite complicated and they should get on the bus. He would explain everything along the way. They should act quickly, then move to the bus, and he would wait for Chong there. After a while, Chong grabbed his mask, put it on, and approached the bus with people. One of the guys asked if he really had put the muzzle on himself. Xiaoyong told him not to say that in front of him, or he would hit him. The guy, his eyes wide with fear, said that was cool, and Xiaoyong said that he could talk. When Chong got on the bus with them, Lao Li asked if he was imagining things or if the bus had tilted. The zombie said that he had the key in his hand, and Xiaoyong asked again, can he really talk? He tried to pronounce the key's name awkwardly, and Xiaoyong thought that Chong had begun to evolve after eating 6 corpses. He needed to quickly return and invest points to remain the strongest in the fortress. He shouted for everyone to hold on as they were heading back. Now it was hard to believe it was a zombie. At that moment, Xiaoli was under his command. Kai pointed at him and shouted, what was he talking about? This idiot couldn't complete a single task. Xiaoli exclaimed that it wasn't his fault. They had a machine gun. Wen said that was nonsense. How could a mere cop have a rifle? Did he think he was stupid? He exclaimed that it was true. Let them send someone to check it out. At that moment, Kai kicked him in the stomach, causing Xiaoli to fall to the floor. When he got up, he silently walked out of the office and shouted that he was just an idiot, and that he had been annoying him for a long time. Since he had caused so many losses, maybe they would kill him? A nearby partner told him to simply say he wanted to take his woman. Kai asked his boss not to say such nonsense, as they couldn't divide her up like ordinary property. Wen told him not to rush, as he would first go and find a suitable opportunity. Xiaoli overheard this entire conversation, clenching his fist in anger. When he returned home, he started screaming and smashing everything around him. His wife approached him and asked what had happened. He shouted to pack his things quickly, as they were getting out of here. The girl asked again, where to? He replied that this place wouldn't be safe and that they needed to think ahead. He called his subordinate, Xinzi, who approached and asked, did he call him? Did he need something? Xiaoli shouted to gather the remaining men as they would be leaving at midnight. His wife scowled at him with hatred. When Xiaoyang arrived at his territory, the guys got off the bus and were surprised to find it a veritable doomsday fortress. The system reported that the survivor recruitment mission had been completed. 8 out of 5 garden survivors. The goal exceeded. The reward 25 points and a bonus reward of 5 points. The total was 66. He chuckled, claiming it was a bonus for exceeding the goal, and turning to Chong, he said he would go with him to the Southern District tomorrow night. He confirmed his agreement, and Lao Li asked, the Southern District, but why would they need that? He replied that there was an unresolved issue. They needed to visit the people from the Bikushans. The system reported a supply crate for level 2 dark technology minus 50 points, an empty slot. Xiaoyang clicked on the first level 2 crate, and the system reported that dark technology had been acquired, 50 points spent, and the total was 60 points. A magical wave of bright light appeared around him, and he asked not to disappoint him. His physical enhancement potion also increased by 20 points, and he exclaimed that the second level box was quite impressive. Suddenly, a bright light erupted in his room, and he exclaimed in surprise, 33 points of physical strength, 6 times stronger than ordinary people. That feeling, when suddenly an insect appeared next to him, and he grabbed it by the legs. The mosquito began buzzing loudly when Xiaoyang released it. Sometime later, when the sun was already below the horizon, the boys went outside, and a policeman asked the protagonist if he was going into town. Xiaoyang asked again, is that right? Does he need something? Lao Li asked again, will there be instructions? Xiaoyang replied that he thought he had the best shooting skills among them. Maybe he could get the rest? He replied that he knew about it, so he shouldn't worry. Xiaoyang waved to the others and told Chong that they were on their way. A moment later, they left on a bus. When night fell, there was a commotion in Xiaoli's house. No one understood what was happening to Qinzi, but everyone asked him to relax, as he should be waiting for them there. They were leaving here. As they left the room, a bright light from the headlights of a car appeared right next to them. Xiaoli tried to close his eyes to see something, but suddenly saw his wife inside the car and Kai, who was driving. No one understood what was going on here, and their boss asked, are you guys going somewhere? He was frightened, realizing it was Shu, and suddenly began to laugh, saying that they planned to take advantage of the darkness and deal with the Rongshan garden. Shu asked mockingly, the garden? A moment later, his subordinate Qinzi was killed and fell to the ground, and the guys screamed his name in fear. But Xiaoli hit his subordinate in the cheek with his elbow and shouted, who is Qinzi? He rubbed the back of his head and asked, who is this? He was seeing him for the first time. At this moment, the boss and his subordinates decided to start shooting, and a moment later, everyone around was killed, and Xiaoli's body was trembling and he was still standing on his feet. When he turned around, he said he really didn't know anything. What was he doing? Shu replied, how stubborn he is. He should just look in the car. When the headlights were turned off, he realized his wife was inside with Wen and Kai, whom she was hugging. She screamed that he didn't need to make excuses since she had told him about his betrayal. He exclaimed that she was a damn scumbag. How could she have abandoned him? Kai turned to Wen and asked, what are they going to do? He ordered, kill. A moment later, Xiaoli was hanging near a store with a rope around his neck. He screamed in pain and terror, coughing, and a moment later, he suffocated. The protagonist rode a bus to this building, and when he got closer, he saw Xiaoli hanging. He silently raised his hand and, grinning, said that he deserved it, and it was a shame that he wasn't the one who dealt with him. He's just a pathetic dog. At that moment, he struck the rope with a rock, causing Xiaoli's body to fall to the ground, and Xiaoyang said he would help him avenge this worthless end. He lifted his blue head to examine it closely. After a while, Jing appeared in the room with the perverts, wearing only her underwear, screaming in fear and embarrassment. She had helped them, so why were they treating her like this? Let them let her go quickly. Wen approached her face and asked, doesn't she like this reward? Now it was his turn. She cried out in pain and horror, and Kai, who had put on his pants, asked, what was that sound? He looked out the window silently, perplexed for a moment, then suddenly his mouth dropped open in shock when he saw that all their subordinates had been killed. At that moment, he heard a loud knock on the door and didn't understand what was happening. When he turned away, Xiaoyang climbed right through the window and attacked him with a dagger. When he turned around, he saw the sharp blade right next to his neck, and a moment later, he was killed. Xiaoyang saw the horror unfolding in this room, and Wen began screaming that he was a freak. Who was he? Jing found out about Xiaoyang, and he defended her by throwing the knife straight at Wen's throat. He also fell naked onto the floor. She asked what he wanted. He grinned. Were they really having fun here? He wanted to see how that idiot Shuxiang would react to her like this. At that moment, he opened the door, and Jing, with tears in her eyes, called him by name, when suddenly Xiaoyang released her zombie husband, who ran up to her face and screamed that she was wrong, that he should forgive her and leave her alone. She cried loudly, but Xiao Li killed her and gnawed through her neck. She bled to death, and he rejoiced as he destroyed her body. When Xiaoyang went outside, he told Chong that he could eat these corpses. He said, eat at least one, and when Xiaoyang heard this, he was surprised. An unknown sound reached his ears. Some people were in a boarded-up room and did not move. Among them was a cook, holding a dagger in his hand. One of the bandits grabbed a little girl and shouted that he wanted to see her thin skin and tender meat. The cook replied that she was too thin and would not do. Then he pointed to the fat boy and said that they would eat this fat man. His mother screamed, let her son go, but the cook yelled at her to get lost, scum, and threw her aside, hitting her head on the floor. The girl screamed with tears in her eyes, begging them to put her son in jail. She screamed at the other people to please save him, but no one came to their aid. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the door, and they couldn't tell who was there. The cook realized it looked like a shotgun. Did anyone still have one? The other gangsters replied, no, only the boss has one. The boy returned to his mother in an embrace and screamed, Mom? And his mother was asking, is he okay? The door opened and the cook told one of his subordinates to check it out. He asked again, why him? The cook yelled at him to act faster, and when the boy approached the door, he suddenly cried out in horror when he saw a zombie right in front of him. This zombie grabbed him and dragged him along. The guys were terrified when they realized it was a zombie, and they all needed to shoot right there. They fired unsuccessfully under the door for some time, but suddenly, zombies appeared outside their windows. When Chong burst through their window, he began growling loudly and attacked the cook, covering his ears and nose, before throwing him aside and breaking his neck. He then proceeded to destroy the remaining bandits who had shouted for help. When Chong had dealt with all the enemies, the ordinary people realized he had stopped. Was he really not going to kill them? What kind of zombie was this? Chong turned away, and at that moment, Xiaoyang entered their office. He thanked Chong and said that the mask didn't hinder his movement. He replied that he was tougher this way. And at that moment, the people were stunned, realizing what the zombie was saying. They hadn't expected such a turn of events. When Chong found himself surrounded by people, everyone looked at him in surprise and trembled with fear. Xiaoyang waved and told the people not to be afraid. Everything was fine, and he wouldn't attack them. She replied that it was a super monster that would kill in a second, and Xiaoyang asked, what? Had she seen one like that before? The girl's mother replied fearfully, yes. And Xiaoyang asked, but where did they see it? She replied that it was the jewelry market to the east, and Xiaoyang was surprised. So quickly? He thought it would take a month or two, especially since it was not far from the old tea town. When Chong heard this, he asked, what? Xiaoyang replied that he was talking about another rare phenomenon. Its level of rationality and hunting efficiency differed from ordinary zombies, but they are often unstable, so monsters can become strange and dangerous. Chong bowed and realized that it was him, but before he could finish speaking, he became upset, and Xiaoyang patted him on the shoulder and told him not to worry, because he was lucky, he wouldn't let him go crazy. Are these all the survivors from the villas? The men replied that many people were trapped in the sales office and that there might be survivors in the basement as well. The protagonist followed their advice and went down to the basement, but saw blood near the basement and, horrified, realized they were capturing and killing survivors every day. Was that why there were no other camps left in the south of the city? But how were they planning to kill so many people? The man replied that they regularly took away meat and didn't know how many there were. Xiaoyang wondered if he could estimate the number, but they wouldn't have eaten that much. Maybe they were feeding the zombies? He asked about it, and the man replied that it was near the south gate, about a kilometer away. Initially, people were taken there. They were only gathered here for slaughter. Xiaoyang asked again, what? Suddenly the system reported a series of tasks, dystopia. The goal was to expand the community. The conditions were to maximize the number of people in your community. The current score was 2, the reward was 20 points, and the current score was 36. After a while, they found themselves in the sales office, and one of the guys with a bat asked another if he'd heard gunshots at the north gate. The man replied that they were using people as targets there, and suddenly Chong appeared behind them, landing and, a second later, easily killing them. 4 girls were sitting in a confined room in only their underwear, trembling with fear. When they heard the scream, who turned their attention toward the window and began discussing the noise. One of the girls clutched her head and screamed at it. Anything but, "Don't let anyone in here." At that moment, the door to their room began to open, and they shouted in fear not to come in, but Xiaoyang appeared there, looking at them in bewilderment. He told them to get out, and the girls in their underwear followed everyone else. One of them asked, "Will he take them to safety?" Xiaoyang replied, "Yes, but they'll have to work." They shouted, "No problem, they're ready for it right now." All the guys confirmed their readiness. Xiaoyang raised his hand and said that then they wouldn't waste time and it was time to leave. They boarded the bus and followed Xiaoyang. When Xiaoyang brought them to his base, she shouted in surprise that Xiaoyang had returned and that she would open the gate for him. Qi asked her to wait, as he wasn't trying to get inside. First, they'd see what he was up to. Xiaoyang explained that this was their fortress, but he couldn't let them in. He replied that they understood the world was dangerous, but then where would they live? Xiaoyang said there were temporary houses behind a fence near the fortress. They weren't as safe there, but the conditions were better than elsewhere. There were many unfinished buildings and vacant lots there, and with time they would rebuild everything, and life would become easier. They shouted the word of gratitude and called him their savior, then bowed. The next day, a truck carrying cargo arrived at the fortress. One of the girls sitting in the car asked angrily, "Why isn't anyone answering? Where did that idiot Qingwen go?" She suddenly turned around and realized something was wrong. When she opened the door to the room, she saw a lot of blood and frowned because there were many zombies inside. The zombies noticed her and immediately began running towards her, but she easily struck one after another with just one hand, and within a moment, all of them were destroyed. Her subordinates asked, "He's a corpse. Where will they get meat?" She replied that there was no choice and they would search for it themselves. But first they needed to deal with those interfering with them. She would kill them all. Rui went outside with a dagger in her hand, and her subordinate said that there were no survivors left here. She asked again, "What about the meat?" He replied that it was there, and she asked them to bring a truck and load it in. When they brought the truck closer, Rui watched everything unfolding from a distance, when suddenly she was surprised and turned around to look inside. Her subordinate asked, "Did she find anything?" She replied that she would like to see who could have pulled such a thing off. She noticed large wheel tracks on their territory and couldn't figure it out. At that moment, the system informed Xiaoyang that the goal was to expand the community. The conditions were to maximize the number of people in their community, and the current count was 2. He asked, "Community count? And how could it be increased?" He thought numbers were the most important indicator. The land here was decent, thanks to that snob. By the way, a rare mutant, when he remembered this, entered the fortress, and ordinary people, seeing him, shouted that a savior had come to them. Everyone started reaching for him and running, but Xiaoyang asked them not to thank him. He asked one of the girls to clarify where they had seen that super monster. She reported that it was in the Huaran shop in the jewelry market, and the group was heading for supplies but encountered it. Several people were killed, everyone scattered in the chaos. They were running away with their daughter and came across a group of villas, and they thought they were saved, but they turned out to be a horde of animals. Xiaoyang realized this and said the name out loud, after which Shanshan called him over and said they had enough supplies and there was no point in provoking that monster. Qi also intervened, saying they couldn't just sit there and use up their supplies until they ran out. They should take more while they could. Xiaoyang turned around and said that just 2 kilometers away, that trash would be a security threat. The girl dropped the basin of things and yelled at him not to go there, as he would kill without looking back. Xiaoyang said not to worry, as they didn't know what they were doing. He asked Qi to call Chong, as they wanted to meet that guy. After some time, a group of people approached an old supermarket, and one of them remarked that he had already mentioned that there was a large supermarket here. Another guy replied that he was celebrating too soon, as everything could have been robbed. One of the girls advised them not to be pessimistic, as they had been to many stores where food remained. He answered, "Sure, she thinks there are plenty of people around who are brave enough to wander through the apocalypse." At that moment, they entered and realized they had taken a lot of things, but not very thoroughly. There was a saucepan, and the girl grabbed one and screamed, "Is anyone here?" They heard rustling and growling sounds, which made them tense. Suddenly, zombies began emerging from the supermarket, and people cried out in fear to be careful, because these monsters were attacking. A moment later, they destroyed several zombies, and one of the guys said that it looked like the entire horde had been carried off by those who had been here before them. The guy said it was a lucky day, but the other told them not to relax, because they had to go deeper. When suddenly an unknown monster with a terrifying appearance and huge hands appeared in the stairwell near them. The zombie said that it was fresh prey right in front of him. The guys went inside the store and realized they'd hit the jackpot. There was a lot of food there, and they had to grab it all quickly, as it would last them for years. One of the girls pointed to the side and yelled at them to look, because there was a bed there. She didn't care. She wanted to stay there. She lay down there, and the guys started cheering and discussing whether they should stay. It was a great idea, and one of them wanted to smoke. When one of them lit a lighter, they went outside and decided to smoke together. One of the guys asked if he thought they'd stay. His friend replied that it was a big shopping center with many entrances and exits, making it hard to defend, and that amount of supplies would attract others. But there was a 2-story building nearby, which wasn't bad, but before he could finish his sentence, he was stabbed through and through, just like his friend. It was a zombie who killed them with a single blow, saying that the tender meat would be delicious. His friend ran off, screaming for help because there was a ghost here. All the guys inside the room didn't understand what was happening and turned to look at him questioningly, when suddenly the monster pierced him with several sharp dagger-like claws. The monster lifted the guy high and pulled him apart. The girl asked fearfully, "What is this?" They needed to get out of here quickly, but they realized they couldn't escape. They instantly rushed to escape, but the zombie screamed that it wouldn't let anyone go and laughed at them. He caught up with one person after another, stabbing them with his daggers. One of the girls ran ahead of everyone, screaming that she didn't want to die, but the passage was already closing, and she screamed that they were almost there when she suddenly fell to the ground and silently watched as this terrifying creature approached her. Wanwan screamed in fear. She doesn't want to die. The guy passed by her and she looked after him questioningly. MC told her not to be afraid. She turned around in surprise and said, "Isn't that the guy who bought the land?" He extended his hand to her and said, "She's a real estate saleswoman. Her name was Ning Wanwan." She suddenly grabbed her head and screamed, "A ghost! A monster! There's a monster in the mall. Let everyone run." Xiaoyong calmly said, "It's fine. They'll deal with him." She turned around and saw a monster who laughed and asked, "Does he want to take everything for himself?" MC asked, "Brother Chong, can he handle it himself?" He replied, "He'll try." He hit the man and threw him aside. He landed and stuck out his tongue and screamed. This is the first time he's seen one like him. How funny. He rushed to attack and pushed Chong aside. He laughed and asked, "Does he wonder if his evolution will speed up if he eats him?" At that moment, Chong clenched his fist and punched him in the face. The monster screamed, "Idiot. He's strong." Chong swung his leg and was about to hit the monster in the head. He looked around and saw it crawling along the wall. The monster said, "Finally, he'll need the strength he's been saving up." Chong's eyes widened in surprise, and the monster rushed to attack and laughed. He started to attack, and Chi screamed, "Brother Xiaoyong, he's losing. Why is that monster so strong?" MC replied, "They came for a reason. He would have become unstoppable if they had waited a little longer." Wanwan screamed, "What's going on?" The machine gun appeared out of thin air. Xiaoyong took aim and said, "Brother Chong, he won't tease him anymore if he holds on to it for a second." Chong was grabbed by the monster, who ordered him to let go. MC shot the monster in the head, but it backed away slightly and laughed out loud. He screamed, "It hurt, idiot. He wounded him. He will kill him. Tear him to pieces." She asked in surprise, "A shot to the head didn't kill him?" MC fired again and the monster laughed. After a while, his body was riddled with holes and he continued making sounds. She asked, "Was he dead?" Xiaoyong asked, "Brother Chong, does he want to eat him? He can make him stronger." The system window reported, "A beggar's utopia. Goal, expand the community. Conditions, maximize your community score. Current points, 46 points." MC said, "It counted. Okay." He suggested not leaving empty-handed and robbing this supermarket. Wanwan asked again, "Will they rob it?" Xiaoyong waved his hand and began quickly packing. She said, "This is amazing. What kind of magic is this?" MC turned around and said, "They will turn into zombies if they leave the bodies here." "Brother Chong, is he still hungry?" After a while, the car stopped on the road and Rui said, "Stop. Let him slow down here." "What will he say?" The man examined everything through binoculars and said, "A large number of people poorly armed. The only advantage is a sturdy building." Qing asked, "How did they manage to get rid of Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai?" Rui asked, "Isn't it obvious? Cautious tactics. They drove a horde of zombies there." She had long said that the villa was unsafe as a base. She laughed and said, "It seems God saw the suffering, so he sent loot and a new home." The man laughed and answered, "Exactly. He even felt sorry for them." Qing asked, "What's the plan? Are they attacking now?" Rui replied, "No, they're going back. They will gather more people and weapons before the attack." The car made a sharp U-turn on the road. At that moment, another car was driving quickly along the road. Wanwan happily asked, "Really?" She answered, "Of course. There are not only mattresses there but also hot water for showers." Wanwan cried out joyfully, and MC looked ahead and said, "Someone's approaching. We need to get our weapons ready." She took out his weapon and put his finger on the trigger. A car stopped next to them, and Xiaoyong looked out the window and saw Rui in the car next to him. They exchanged glances, and at that moment MC received a new task. The system window announced a new task, Villain Hunter, Part 1. The conditions were to repel the attack, and the reward would be 50 points. Xiaoyong asked again, "Repel the attack?" He looked at Rui and wondered, "Is this about those people?" After a while, they arrived at the house, and he asked if any strangers had appeared nearby. Shanshan pointed to the side and said that a car had driven by in the distance, but it wasn't getting any closer. She thought it was him coming back. "Did something happen, Brother Xiaoyong?" MC ordered her to tell Old Man Sheng and Lao Li to gather everyone. There was an important announcement. After some time, the southern suburbs, a coal plant. Some sounds were coming from the radio, and then a voice rang out. "They are waiting for survivors." At the coal plant in the southern suburbs, a gathering place. Not enough people. The guy looked around and said, "It's somewhere around here." A car stopped in front of them and he shouted, "Car. Other survivors. That's great. The bandits got out of the car and Rui asked, did they hear the recording and decide to join? The guy answered, yes. Everyone looked closely at Rui's figure, and she smirked and said, just in time. After her. The guy thanked her, and Rui said, it's nearby. Not everyone will fit in the car. They are going on foot. The guys exchanged glances and said, that's great. After a while, they approached a huge room, and the guy said in surprise, so much space. Cool. Finally, they found shelter. The guy said he needs to go to the toilet. He'll go outside in a second. Rui said, there's a restroom inside. They need to go. The guy replied, okay. After a while, he reached the toilet and turned around with a slight grin. Rui stood next to him, watching. He started pulling up his pants and said, okay girl, no need to be shy. He knows what she wants. Her brother is very strong. At that moment, Rui attacked him, and he quickly fell to the floor. Rui said, it's a pity. She expected a good catch, but it turned out to be nothing. After a while, she returned, and Qing said, everything is ready. Rui said, okay. They also need to be dragged to the toilet. Let him call second and third. At that moment, a lot of people gathered in the room. The man asked who was targeting them. Xiaoyang replied, they don't know anything about the enemy. They can attack at any moment. Jiang Qi, Brother Chong, they are coming with him. They will clear out the unfinished building in the southeast. The survivors will temporarily take refuge there. In their current location, they will become cannon fodder. Shanshan clenched her fist and said, Brother Xiaoyang, let him take her. Xiao Kai said, and him too. The guys said they want it too. Shuai raised his hand and cried out, he will help. Xiao Li frowned and said, the only thing missing is a child. Wan raised her hand and asked, should she help too? MC said, it shouldn't be that dangerous there. Old Man Sheng and Lao Li will stay to guard the fortress. The rest can go with them. After a while, they armed themselves and went outside. MC saw monsters and started shooting at them quickly. After a while, they dealt with the monsters, and Xiaoyang looked around and asked, is everyone okay? Check. They answered, yes. MC said, there will be an attack in the next few days. Let them sit out here. The girl said, they can fight. The guy frowned and said, yes, they are ready to help. MC answered thoughtfully, okay. First, let them restore order here. He will give pistols and ammunition. During the attack, they will keep in touch by radio. Let them listen to his commands. The guy replied, no problem. At that moment, Rui watched as the men unloaded various goods from the cars. A shout sounded behind her. How are you, boss? She turned around and saw Third asking, everything okay? Two screamed, meat man, we have it. Rui said, okay. Someone took out the Bikashani villa. They'll have to get food themselves. Third asked, who? Two screamed irritably, no meat, he's angry. Rui replied, a group from the eastern suburbs. Tomorrow morning she'll take two and the team, they'll kill everyone. After a while, MC sat in the room and said, 46 points. He better check the new boxes. The system window reported, system store. A box of the Force Awakens level 2 supplies for 25 points. A level 2. Apocalypse Cultivator, supply box for 15 points. A level 1, meat, sugar, and protein supply box for 5 points. Xiaoyang said, this is something new. 2 level 2 boxes. Together, they're worth 40 points. He'll see what's good about them. The system window reported, level 1 physical overload has the property of increasing personal attributes by 25%. A weakened state after the effect wears off. Xiaoyang asked, 25%? He currently has 33 strength points. The increase will raise it to 40. That's 8 times stronger than an ordinary person. He clenched his hand and said, he can't wait to test this new ability. After a while, cars and motorcycles drove along the road. The man asked, Sister Rui, what's the plan? She ordered to tell everyone. They will first drive up and kill all the survivors outside. The other will start breaking through the gate. They will hide behind the modified cars and suppress them with fire. The other shouted, excellent. He's hungry. Kill. Yes. At this point, Lali said that this place is hidden, but the view here is much worse than from the tower. There are many blind spots near the wall. MC said not to worry. He won't need the view. Lali asked again, then why is he here? Xiaoyang asked. He'd been working as a sniper for a couple of years, hadn't he? Lali replied, no, just a few months. He'd temporarily closed the position. MC asked, could he hit from 100 or 200 meters? Laoli grinned and hitting his chest said, don't underestimate him. He could hit from 500 meters, as long as there's no strong wind. MC said, that's enough. A voice rang out, Brother Xiaoyang, he brought it. What's in there? It's heavy. Chi put the box on the floor, and Lao Li said, that's it. MC opened the box, and Lao Li cried out, Barrett? Horrible. Where did he get that? Xiaoyang replied, they only have 2 magazines, 10 rounds. Let him conserve. Lao Li picked up the weapon and said, I understand. MC asked, are the others ready? She replied, ready. Xiaoyang said, okay, let him tell everyone to be on guard. The enemy will appear any minute. Shanshan said she sees something strange. Over. Lao Li looked through the scope and said he sees it too. Enemy attack. We need to get ready. The man said, strange, there's no one left outside. Have they already been slaughtered? Qing asked. Will they stop and watch? Rui said, no, forward. They're too close. Next time it will be harder to attack if they're spotted. The order rang out to move forward and hide under the wall. Shanshan screamed, we're within firing range. We need to shoot. People started shooting at the cars, but the people behind the wheel didn't have time to react. One car skidded and the radio reported, horror, they've been spotted. Rui screamed, what? This is impossible. What now? Forward, we need to hide under the wall. The cars drove up to the wall, and the other one got out of the car. He screamed loudly, kill, kill. He started to break down the gate, and Shanshan screamed, horror. They're breaking down the gate. We need to shoot. Rui screamed, suppressing fire. We need to cover the other one. Bullets flew towards the people, and Chi cried out in fear. Xiao Kai. He caught him and said, they have a lot of machine guns, weapons no worse than theirs. The man turned around and ordered them not to be afraid and hold their position. They have enough bullets. Bo said, they are breaking through the main gate. Lao Li said, they will have problems. MC said, calm down, everything is according to plan. He left the room and ran towards the tower. Qing said, half of the bullets remain. Rui screamed, second, not all yet? Second answered, almost a little. He opened the gate and Shanshan turned and screamed, the gate opened. We need to provide supporting fire and not let them pass. Rui smirked and said, they will see how the newbies cope with the nightmare of evolution. Behind her. They are hiding behind second. We need to capture the perimeter when they enter. The second continued to break down the gate and Xiaoyang said, Lao Li at his command, the biggest guy. Lao Li aimed his sights at him and said, he sees. The second screamed and the man asked, is this even a human? They started shooting at him but the second's skin was impenetrable. The bullets stuck in his skin and Bo asked, does he regenerate? Rui asked, are they shocked, right? Is this their first time meeting an evolver? MC said, this guy is healing. A weak weapon won't do anything. Lao Li aimed and said, they will try. He shot and killed the second. The people screamed, what happened? How is this possible? Rui asked, where did they get such a caliber? MC went around them from behind and started shooting at the bandits. Rui screamed, the enemy is from behind. They are surrounded. Nightmare. They miscalculated. They underestimated their strength. They are leaving. Back to the cars. She frowned and said, it's the guy they crossed paths with on the road. She grabbed Qing and held him in front of her as a shield. Xiaoyang said, she reacts too fast. Is she an evolutionist too? Rui threw Qing toward MC and he screamed, she's about to run away. Lao Li took aim and asked, she's running away? She forgot to ask his gun's permission. He shot her in the leg and said, oh my god, he missed. The man grabbed her arm and screamed, boss. Rui ordered him to drive quickly. They started to drive away and Lao Li screamed, she's run away. He said, if they come back for revenge. Xiaoyang said, that's no problem. The system window reported, Villain Hunter, Part 1, quest completed. Current points, 76 units. He said, he knows where they're going. The system window reported, new quest, Villain Hunter, Part 2. The conditions are to attack the enemy base and exterminate the cannibals. Reward, 50 points. Shanshan cried out joyfully, victory. MC asked, what were their losses? Qi reported, everyone alive, a few wounded. Xiaoyang ordered them to be sent to the infirmary. They need quick disinfection. Put the corpses in the refrigerator. They'll leave them with Chen Chong. After that, we need to pick up the survivors from the abandoned building. It's safe here for now. He smiled and said, 76 points for the wave. He's going to go wild today. After a while, the car stopped near the open gate. The guys helped Rui out and the third stepped forward and asked, what happened? Rui replied, what a nightmare. They were too careless. She didn't think they'd have heavy weapons. She screamed, what are they staring at? Let them drag human flesh. The third looked at her with a smirk and remained silent, and Rui ordered them to move. Useless idiots. They are not worth a finger of the second. The third said, fool, she can't keep her mouth shut even in this state? Rui asked, puzzled, is he not going to obey? She ordered to grab him, but the guys did not even move. The third said, she is wounded. The second is dead. Now he is the strongest among them. The guys have already suffered through everything from her. He screamed, is he speaking correctly? Rui ordered them to go away. Have they decided to rebel against her? Let them not even think that she cannot handle them. The guys surrounded her, and she asked to wait. The third grabbed a pipe and laughed loudly. The guys started hitting her with pipes and Rui screamed. The guy said, the third. He turned around and screamed in irritation. What did he call him? The guy bowed and shouted, boss, let him forgive him. He misspoke. The third one waved his hand and said, yes. Let him tell us, but quickly. The guy stood up and said, that woman is dead. The second one too. A lot of their people died. Their combat power has dropped greatly. If they meet that guy. The third one said, the tentacle one. He waved his hand and told him to forget it. They will just go to the guys from Sigan. After a while, the MC team drove up to their base and they got out of the car. Qi said, Xiaoyang, he was right. This is their base. MC said, quiet. They need to go carefully, not make noise. Qi asked, is there no one? Have they abandoned the base? Maybe they were afraid that they would pursue? Lao Li pointed his finger at Rui's corpse and said, this is the woman he shot. They even killed their own. Xiaoyang smirked and said, he is not surprised at all. Qi said, by the way, Xiaoyang, that huge guy didn't look like Chen Chong. Lao Li replied, yeah, he heard them shouting about evolvers. What does that mean? How do you become one? MC frowned and replied, eating people. The guys turned around and asked, puzzled people? MC said, right, the easiest way to get zombie abilities is by eating people. She said, but he has to. Lao Li frowned and asked, so if they want to survive, they need to eat others? Xiaoyang smiled and said not to worry. This is the most obvious way, not the only one. He took something out of his pocket and the guys shouted, what is this? MC replied, evolvers and zombies can be generalized to mutants. A mutant needs to absorb alien energy to evolve. In ordinary people, it is scattered throughout the blood and flesh. A small thing, but better than nothing. setting. In rare mutants and evolvers, everything is concentrated in the core. The longer the disaster lasts, the greater the chance for zombies to accumulate energy in their core. Lao Li asked thoughtfully, so they have it too? If you eat zombie flesh? Chi shouted, let him do it himself, he won't. MC said, ordinary people will just get infected. Only mutants like Chen Chong can become stronger by absorbing zombies. The system window reported, Villain Hunter Part 2 quest completed. He earned 50 points. The current number of points is 126. Xiaoyang thought, completed? It looks like the base without people ceases to be a threat. A cry rang out, let him be careful. MC turned around and saw a zombie running next to him. He attacked the monster and said he was able to sneak up on him unnoticed. He saw a glowing stone in the zombie's body and said, interesting skill. He thinks the hunt wasn't in vain. He handed the guys the stones, and Chi waved his hand and said, he won't. Let him give this to Lao. Lao Li picked it up and looked at it carefully. He frowned and said, what a nightmare. Okay. He ate it and widened his eyes in surprise. He cried out and said happily, it feels so good. MC said, he's only on the path to evolution now. This power won't be enough to rule the apocalypse, so there's no need to rush. He got it. No need to worry. MC said, okay, the problem is solved. They're going back. At this time, bandits arrived at the Sedung steel factory. The man ordered them to stop. Who are they? The third spread his arms and said, it's him, the third from the coal factory. The man asked again, the third? Let him wait. He'll tell the boss. They entered the factory. Dapin laughed and asked why he came this time. Huang asked, where are Jin Rui and the second? The third replied, they were attacked. The sister and the second tried to protect them, but they were not saved. Dapin smirked and ordered the guys to be taken to a safe place. He approached Huang, and she replied, yes, she thought so too. After a while, the guy said, the third. He yelled, what did he call him? The guy asked for forgiveness. He had a bad feeling. The third said, he's paranoid. What is he talking about? The guy said, look, there are steel windows and doors. It looks more like a prison. A man entered the room and ordered the guys to get out. They left, and the third asked, boss, did something happen? Huang asked, what do you think they should do with the man who killed their leader? The third asked fearfully, what is she talking about? Brother Dapin, Sister Lin, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Huang asked. A misunderstanding? She chuckled and ordered Li Chen to explain himself before he died. Li Chen spoke. He was at the coal factory. Jinrui's bludgeoned body lay in the courtyard. The second was not there. He had disappeared. There were no signs of a battle. He pointed his finger forward and shouted. A reasonable explanation would be betrayal. They took advantage of the wound and killed her. The third shouted in displeasure. No. Where is the evidence? This is just guesswork. Dapin asked again. Evidence? He laughed and asked what world he lived in. Why did they need evidence? Honestly, they would have killed them long ago if not for the strength of the second and Rui. He smiled and ordered them to be finished off. The guy folded his hands in prayer and asked for mercy. He has information. Huang asked thoughtfully, what kind? The guy hit himself in the chest with his hand and shouted, a large group of people has gathered to the east of the city. They have a lot of supplies. The second and Rui have won. They have won. He asked not to kill him. He will take him there. Huang looked at him and asked, how strong are they compared to them? The guy answered, they are about the same. Huang looked towards Dapin and thoughtfully said, this is a serious threat. The guy frowned and said, they don't know how to become evolutionists. He didn't see a single one among them. Li Chen thought, evolutionists? Dapin asked, why did they lose? The guy answered fearfully, they had heavy weapons. Regular bullets won't take the second one. They killed him with one shot. Huang answered, this is good information. The guy pointed at himself and said, then. Huang smiled and ordered to kill them. Everyone's eyes widened in fear, and then began to beg for time and mercy. After a while, the guys' corpses were lying on the floor of the room. Dapin looked at them and asked, what will they do? Such a problem needs to be dealt with quickly. Huang asked, heavy weapons? Attacking is too risky. They need to become even stronger to win for sure. She ordered reconnaissance. They need to make sure they don't know about evolution. At that moment, MC was sitting on the couch and asking, 126 points, what can I buy? The system window reported the current number of points, 126. A system store, which costs 4 points to upgrade. Xiaoyang said, another level 2 crate. Luck is clearly on his side. He pressed the button, after which the system window reported, the supply crate, oil, sugar, protein received. The level 2 dark technologies, supply crate received. Points have been deducted. The current number of points is 71. From the crate was obtained 500 kilograms of high-quality lotus root starch, 200 kilograms of Good Friend bars with cocoa butter, and 150 liters of edible oil. From the Dark Technologies crate was obtained a strength-enhancing potion that increases strength by 20 points. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and the MC said to come in. Shanshan entered the room and said, Brother Xiaoyang. He asked what? Shanshan replied, they caught a suspicious person. The MC got up from the couch and said, he'll check. He went outside and saw the guys holding the man by the shoulders, and he ordered to call his leader. He's not an enemy. Xiaoyang asked, was he looking for him? Asin shouted happily, leader? The MC answered, right. He ordered to speak, and Asin asked how to address him. The MC answered, Zhang Xiaoyang. Asin said, yeah, Brother Xiaoyang. He'll introduce himself. He's Xu Asin. He came from the Shigan steel factory. Son frowned and asked again, Shigan? Asin answered, yes. The MC looked at him and asked, Uncle Son, does this place sound familiar? Sion replied, It's a factory in the southwest, the largest in the area. It looks like it's become a settlement like the coal factory. Xiaoyang asked, is it far from them? Son replied, 3 kilometers beyond the coal factory. MC approached Asen and asked why he'd come so far. Asen asked, there's complete chaos all around. Shouldn't the survivors huddle together? Xiaoyang said, okay, let him continue. Asen said, their leader sent him to search for other settlements to take the survivors to them. Xiaokai turned around and told MC not to trust him. Asen was circling the base, drawing a map. He handed it to MC, who thoughtfully examined the map and activated his mind's eye. He asked, Shuasin, right? I see. He pulled out a gun and pointed it at Asen's head. Xiaoyang said with displeasure, they're living in the same apocalypse as they are. There's no need to take him for a fool. He ordered to tell the truth before he shot him in the head. Asen gulped in fear and then began to shake and say, Xiaoyang, it's true. They're just acting cautiously. They can't be blamed. MC turned around and asked, had he seen Chen Chong? Zhang Qi put his hand to his lips and answered, no, he didn't come out. MC waved his hand and ordered to let him go. Son frowned and asked, what, that simple? Asen asked fearfully, really? Xiaoyang handed over the map and said he could take it. Asen fell to his knees and bowed, thanking brother Xiaoyang. He started to run away, and MC smirked and thought, the steel factory. He wondered how many points they'd give for this. 5 months later, at the Shigan steel factory, the man said he heard that they'd had people disappear again. Xiao Chen frowned and asked, is that monster attacking again? They suddenly heard a strange sound off to the side and cried out in fear. What was that sound? The man told Xiao Chen not to go himself. It would be better to let the guards check it out. At that moment, sharp arrows slammed into Xiao Chen's body, piercing it. At this time, Li Chen was standing by the wall, smoking a cigarette, when he suddenly heard a cry for help. He looked towards the running worker and asked, what? The guy replied, a monster. A monster killed Xiao Chen. Li Chen frowned and asked again, a monster? A tentacle one? The worker shouted back, probably. Who else? Li Chen asked, where? The guy replied, by the large garbage pit. Li Chen spoke irritably. Horror. This time it attacked unexpectedly. He ordered everyone to hide. Of Wolverines with escape skills, they are coming with him. After a while, they approached the garbage pit, weapons at the ready. Li Chen pushed aside the trash can and ordered them not to try to fight if they encountered the monster. They must flee immediately. He looked around and asked, puzzled, is it gone? He crouched on the ground where he saw tracks. The man asked, did the tentacle thing get away? The worker wondered if it had caught its prey and left. People started disappearing more frequently after the destruction of the coal factory and villas. Apparently, it used to attack 3 places, and now only these. Li Chen frowned and thought, no, it's someone else. After a while, MC stood on the balcony and looked at the road. He said he had lasted longer than in his past life. If nothing changes, the restoration of civilization will not be a fairy tale. The system window reported, Beggar Utopia. Goal, expand community. Conditions, you need to maximize your community score. Current score, 38 points. Xiaoyang said, by the way, several months have passed and the quest for the steel factory still hasn't appeared. At that moment, a shout rang out. Brother Xiaoyang. Shanshan waved her hand and screamed, they're back. MC jumped down and asked, has anyone seen them hunting? Zhangqi told him not to worry. They were already strong enough to notice the surveillance. Xiaoyang looked at Shuai and asked, how is Xiao Shuai doing? Is he used to it? Shuai replied, yes. He swung his fist and told him not to worry. He's doing great. Xiao Li ruffled his hair and said, yeah, he dealt with the zombies himself today. MC smiled and said, great. He ordered them to take the mutant cores to the warehouse. The system window announced a new task, Villain Hunter Part 3. The conditions are, eliminate the threat and help potential allies. Reward, 80 points. Xiaoyang asked again, allies? Is this about the people from the factory? After a while, Lao Li asked, what? He wants to go in alone? It's too dangerous. Xian said, yes, they've already sent scouts. What if they have bad intentions? They won't be able to help if something goes wrong. MC told them to relax. With his current strength, even Brother Chong couldn't harm him, much less them. That's why he wants to go. That way they'll know whether they're friends or foes. Old man Sheng, Li and the others. He's entrusting them with the protection of the fortress and the town. Shengbo nodded and said not to worry and be careful. They couldn't do it without him. After a while, Li Chen ordered them to let them in. He had urgent information. The guard waved his hand and said, he told you, you can only enter with the permission of the 2 leaders. Li Chen grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. The guy screamed in fear. Li Chen, is he crazy? Li Chen calmed down and let him go. He apologized and thought about what happened. He had lost control of his emotions, which had been happening more and more often lately. The guard grabbed his neck and screamed, what's wrong with him? The leader values him, but that doesn't mean they won't touch him. Huang asked, Li Chen, let them let him in. The guard replied, okay. Huang told him to come in, after which a surprised Li Chen opened the door. She smiled and asked, what? Li Chen replied, he's talking about the tentacle attacks. There's another theory. Huang asked again, a theory? Li Chen replied, he checked the scene. There were female footprints. The victim was a man, not his. Huang frowned and then asked, so another killer? Li Chen answered, exactly. Huang understood him and said, that's useful information. Just don't blab about it. The tentacle one was enough to scare everyone. They will refuse to go outside. Li Chen tried to object, but Huang didn't give him a chance to say a word. She said, "Enough, she guarantees it won't get any worse." Li Chen looked at her with displeasure, and she moved closer to him and, embarrassing him, asked, "What, he wants to chat some more?" Li Chen rushed to the door in fear and screamed, "No." He asked to be forgiven and ran out, slamming the door. He embarrassedly ruffled his hair and said, "Horror." He forgot to ask again. At that moment, laughter and a question came from behind the other door. "Women's footprints? She's too careless." Huang looked away and said he can take this job on himself since he's so careful. Dapen stood near the bloody table and said, "Okay." After a while, MC stood and looked at the corpses, holding a blade in his hands. He said, "He's almost there. It's time for him to change his appearance." Xiaoyong took out a pair of scissors and cut his hair, then picked up some dirt from the ground and smeared it on his face. A moment later, he changed his appearance and walked toward the factory. The guy ordered him to stop and asked who he was. The MC smiled and said, he noticed some people living nearby. "Great, there are survivors left here." The guy smiled and asked, "Is he alone?" "Guy, how did he manage to last so long?" Xiaoyong frowned and said, "There were about 10 of them, but recently a horde of zombies attacked. The rest died, only he escaped." The guy smiled and said, "It seems he isn't very strong." The MC asked again, "Strong?" He spread his arms and shouted, "Not really. Although he has some experience in fighting zombies, he will try." The guy looked at him carefully and said, "That's not what he meant. Let him forget about it." He waved his hand to the side and told him to go if he wants to join. He needs to pass the test first. Xiaoyong looked at his hands and thought, it will be hard to find good people in this factory. Suddenly a voice rang out, "What happened?" Li Chen frowned and said, "An unfamiliar face." The guy smiled and said, "Brother Li, this is a loner. He was taking him to be searched." Li Chen thought about it. "A search?" He asked, "Why take him away? Let him do it here." MC thought, that guy was definitely going to take him to a deserted place and finish him off. Li Chen looked at him and ordered him to hand over his weapon, then he could pass. Xiaoyong asked again, "Hand him over? He must trust that they won't kill him inside?" Li Chen frowned and replied, "There's an apocalypse going on. This is a precaution against evil people." He ordered him to get lost if he doesn't want to hand it over. MC handed over the blade and said, "Okay, let them take it." Li Chen checked him, feeling his clothes. Xiaoyong looked at him and wondered if he still had any moral principles left. He thinks the people from the factory are a little different from the savages in the villas and coal plant. Li Chen frowned and asked, "To survive with just one knife? Is he an evolutionist?" MC clenched his fists and asked again, "An evolutionist? Perhaps. He feels a little stronger than usual." Li Chen waved his hand and told him to go. They have a rule to report such people to the authorities. He led MC into a room and told him to sit in the reception area. Xiaoyong asked, "Is the reception area with a reinforced door?" It looked more like a prison cell. After a while, Dapen entered the room and apologized for the wait. He asked what his name was. MC answered, "Jiang Ye." He cleared his throat and said, "Jiang Ye." Dapen looked at him and asked, he was told that he had evolved, is that right? MC said, he could hear from his tone that he already knew the answer. Suddenly an axe flew towards him, which he dodged, and it crashed into the wall. Xiaoyong frowned and thought, an attack? No, he was testing it. He pointed his finger at the axe and shouted, "That was dangerous." Dapen smiled and said, "So he understood everything correctly." MC shouted in irritation, "What if he was wrong? Would he have just killed?" Dapen spread his hands and said, "Well, such losses are acceptable. They both know the method of becoming evolved." MC replied, "Yes, he knows." Dapen frowned and asked to be allowed to warn. Others should not know the evolution method. Only a couple of people know. If he tells anyone, Dapen jumped up and rushed towards MC, saying that he would kill him. Xiaoyong thought, close. He was lucky that he attacked with his bare hands. He would have responded reflexively if he had a weapon. Killing this guy does not guarantee getting 80 system points. Dapen removed his hand from MC's neck and said, he has excellent reflexes. He even took out a weapon. No need to be arrogant. He has some experience, but his strength is beyond imagination. Did he get it? MC replied, of course. Dapen put his hand on his shoulder and said, he'll turn a blind eye to the fact that he brought the blade inside. He left the room and said, Zhang Ye needs to wash up and change clothes, and then we need to take him to the meeting hall. The guy replied, he understood. After a while, Dapen ordered him to pass, and the guard said that he had brought him. Dapen asked to allow him to introduce the new team member, Zhang Ye. He turned around and said, Huang Lin is also a leader. The other two are the settlement leaders, Li Chen and Huang Bin. Huang looked away and said, Huang Bin? He's new to it. Objections? Huang Bin frowned and replied, no problem. Huang approached MC and said, the guy was lucky to have found the strongest settlement in this area. He guaranteed his survival, but only the useful ones will get food. Xiaoyong nodded his head and said, he obeyed. Huang Bin approached him and putting his hand on his shoulder said, he's right on time. It's his turn to patrol today, so they'll go. After a while he said, Atzian, Asen, they're leaving for patrol. Atzian frowned and asked, Uncle, did they assign this guy to him? Huang Bin frowned and asked, what could he have done? He knew the secret. He could only have been assigned to this group. Asen walked next to MC, wondering why he seemed familiar. Huang Bin turned around and asked if Dapen had told him details about their settlement. Xiaoyong replied, no, he only warned him to keep quiet about evolution. Huang Bin said that the secret of eating human flesh was known to his sister, Dapen, and the four of them. Asen was Dapen's cousin. Atzian was his and Huang's nephew. They were family, so only he could leak the secret. Did he get it? MC replied, yes, he'll keep quiet. Xiaoyong turned around and thought, Shuasen, it was he who was caught by Jiang Qi's group. he asked, and the other leader? Huang Bin asked. Li Chen? He laughed and said that he was an outsider but talented and strong. He must not know the secret under any circumstances. Otherwise, they both will not live to see the next day. MC frowned and thought, Li Chen seems to have enormous potential. They are limiting his resources and information so that he does not surpass the two leaders. Suddenly, Huang Bin said, so, they are there. Xiaoyong asked again, are they there? Huang Bin replied, it's a small settlement, about 7 people. They have been observing them for 3 or 4 days, have not seen any evolutionists. MC asked, what's the plan, hunting? Huang Bin laughed and said, they are not barbarians, cultivation. Atxian threw his arm around MC's neck and said, boy, he is also an evolutionist. It's time for him to change his thinking. No need to be as stubborn as Li Chen. Roughly speaking, they are not the same species as ordinary humans, the top of the food chain. Xiaoyong asked, do they want to take them and raise them in the settlement to finish them off later? Huang Bin turned around and replied, not all of them are necessary. 5 or 6 will be enough, and they will deal with the rest on the spot. MC asked again, how will they deal with it? Huang Bin laughed and ordered to watch and learn. After some time, the guys were plastering the wall. One of them threw the spatula over his shoulder and said, finally, he's almost done. This work is so tiring. Suddenly the man pointed forward and asked, what is this? The zombies quickly rushed towards them, and the workers screamed in fear. Horror. Where did this horde come from? We need to prepare for battle, quickly. The monsters pounced on the guys, and they took out their pistols and ordered them to stay back. The guy clutched the stake in fear and said, there are too many of them. MC asked, is this his brilliant plan, to set the zombies on them? Huang Bin spread his hands and said, their resources are limited. They can't take a large number of people. If they bring more than 10 at a time, they could form a group that would be difficult to manage. Now it's their turn. The boys advanced, quickly attacking the monsters attacking the girl. Atxian extended his hand, and she asked, is she safe? The boy asked in surprise, who are they? Huang Bin pointed his thumb at himself and said, they are evolutionists from the Shigang steel factory. The workers asked, evolutionists, who are these? They were saved. MC looked at them and thought, guys in their early 20s, physical strength comparable to Zhang Qi's group. Suddenly he heard a noise and turned around, seeing a light coming from a house window. He asked, is it his imagination? At that moment, Huang Bin shouted, Jiang Ye, stop standing there and watching. Let him help clean up the mess. He turned around and replied, yes. At that moment, there was a tentacle-like creature in the window where Xiaoyong had seen the suspicious light. The guy said there were some supplies left in the warehouse. Huang Bin turned around and said, Jiang Ye, let him stay here and drag everything to the entrance. You'll make arrangements. A small truck will come here. The bodies of the dead people are piled up. They'll take them too. MC replied, okay. Huang Bin pointed his thumb at himself and said, the rest of you follow him. They started to leave, and Xiaoyong took out his blade and smiled. He said, it's lucky. After a while, the guy thanked the evolutionists for their help. They saved their lives. The girl happily asked, is there water in their settlement? Will they be able to wash? Atxian hugged the girl and said, not just water, but hot water. There's even shower gel. She'll be clean. The girl asked sheepishly, really? Suddenly, Asin stopped and turned around fearfully. Huang Bin asked displeasedly, is there a problem? Asin replied, there's something there. Huang Bin stopped and shouted loudly, attention. At that moment, Atxian hugged the girl and told her to stay behind. He would protect her. The guys looked around and asked, where is he? They couldn't understand. Atxian smiled and asked, Asin, when did he become paranoid? Asin turned around and tensely answered, it's not a mistake, it's definitely here. Suddenly, a tentacle pierced his neck and someone screamed in fear. Asin! Huang Bin screamed. Tentacle. Someone asked, did he dodge? He's too fast. A scream rang out from behind. Huang Bin turned around and saw the face of a monster next to him. At that moment, MC was gutting the zombie bodies from which he extracted stones. He said, there are 2 whole cores from these zombies. This is not bad. He heard a loud cry for help. After a while, Huang Bin said he's finished. The tentacle was squeezing his body, breaking everything inside. The survivors looked at him in fear, and blood splashed on them. Atxian's eyes widened in fear and began to cry from what he saw. The tentacle turned to him, and Atxian said in fear, anything but that. He grabbed the girl by the hand and threw it towards the monster, which quickly squeezed her body. She started to lose consciousness when she suddenly fell to the ground, and the monster's tentacles flew everywhere. Atxian screamed, Jiang Ye? MC asked, is this the tentacle one they were talking about? Atxian pointed his hand towards the monster and said, no, it's his son. MC asked again, son? Atxian replied, yes, that's what they call them. That monster keeps muttering something about a son. He has the ability to turn ordinary zombies into ones like himself. That's why he's the tentacle one's son. He frowned and thought, even Auntie and Dapin will have a hard time facing the son alone. He's definitely no match for Jiang Ye. It's time to run. Atxian rushed to run and shouted, Jiang Ye, let him hold him off, he'll bring reinforcements. The remaining survivors began to scatter and MC asked, reinforcements? He's just trying to buy time to escape. The monster extended its long tentacles and tied Xiaoyong's hands. He smiled and said, son of the tentacle, that's a funny idea. He swung his hand and pulled the monster towards him. MC said he was able to interest him. Suddenly, the monster stopped abruptly, and Yi attempted to destroy it with his own powers. Smiling, he said he had no reason to test his awakened abilities, so he would test everything. Suddenly, the ground began to crunch under his feet, and he shouted a physical overload spell. A bright bolt of lightning appeared around him, and the monster was thrown aside. When the creature hit the ground, Yi stepped closer and kicked it in the head, and the monster simply roared, unable to do anything. The girl covered her face with her hands in horror when she realized Yi was simply tearing off the monster's tentacles with his bare hands. When the monster was completely disassembled, Ye, covered in blood, approached the girl and asked if she was okay. She answered yes when suddenly he reached out to her, and she cried out in fear. He told her to be calm, because he was a man, not a monster. Sometime later, people ran to the fortress, shouting that they were finally there. Everyone was wondering what had happened. Where were Xiaobing and Asen? The guy blurted out that they had been killed by the tentacle monster's son. He asked again, what about the newcomer? He told him not to even ask, because he was definitely dead, and the three of them couldn't handle it. Suddenly, the man became extremely angry, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He then said that it was all for the sake of useless people. Dappen swung his axe and destroyed the guy who had told him all this, and his subordinate asked him to calm down. When he saw the severed tentacle of the monster nearby, everyone turned to Ye, who had brought it to them. He looked confidently ahead, and the guys couldn't understand. Could he really have survived? They began to wonder what was going on, and Ye replied that the son, or whatever his name was, had been killed by him. He had avenged their relatives. The guys bowed their heads, and he realized how strong this guy was. He asked to prepare the men and that they should take the loot. Dappen asked if Atzian was sure the tentacle-like son was stronger than Cheng. He replied, he killed Uncle and Asen instantly. Could Li Chen do the same? He highly doubted it. Frankly, even they would have had problems, right? Dappen replied that Ye had reacted when he threatened, but only managed to draw his weapon and didn't take a stance. How could he be so strong? Huang replied that he, the tentacle-like son, relied on ambushes. Perhaps they had exaggerated his strength. Dappen replied that that was logical, but he couldn't leave such a guy around, and if he colluded with Li Chen, things would be bad. Suddenly, Huang told him to be quiet, and a guy they had allowed in entered. He said, Chief, let him accept his condolences. Dappen replied that they had been in the apocalypse for a long time, so he should forget about these formalities and get straight to the point. He replied that he thought Yi's strength was comparable to his, and proposed appointing him as another leader of the settlement. Dappen said no, they didn't know the past. But at that moment, Huang waved her hand, and he looked at her questioningly. She suddenly blurted out that he had the strength to become a leader based on achievements, but no contribution. They didn't trust him. He asked again, but wasn't killing the tentacle man's son enough? She replied that if he could kill the tentacle man himself, it would solve two problems at once. Even they couldn't handle it. How could he? That sounded completely unfair. Huang told him not to worry, because they weren't sending him to his death. The entire settlement's strength would be deployed, and they would put an end to this monster once and for all. After a while, Ye asked again, would the plan revolve around him? He hadn't lived here long, but he was already receiving an important role. Were they sure about that? Huang smiled and said of course, he was stronger than both her and Dappen. Dappen also said that he would become the third leader if the mission was successful. He also asked Li if Ye had surpassed him in strength, and was he against his appointment? He replied no, and Dappen said fine, then they would leave in 2 days. Yi realized how generous the offer was, and he was so touched, but he had a keen eye and could see through all their intentions. When night fell, one of the guys ran out into the street, having realized Xiaoyong was calling them on the radio. Lao Li took the radio and asked how everything was going. He told them to listen carefully. The day after tomorrow morning, there would be a suburban park in the south. They should bring Chong and other strong fighters there, and they would get rid of the threat in the southern part of the city, once and for all. When they began discussing this among themselves, the policeman turned to Bo and asked if he was too old. They wouldn't take him on such a risky mission. They needed him here, and he replied, okay, but let them be careful, because the task was clearly more difficult than the previous ones. Lao Li answered, of course, and then named the other guys who would be going with him. There would be 7 of them. They answered when suddenly Shuai shouted that he would also go with them. His mother asked, why should he interfere? This fight was for adults. Shuai shouted that he was no longer a child but a man, when suddenly a guy approached them and asked them to relax. You're strong enough, not just against zombies. Even on the main team, he couldn't be called a weakling. And the policeman replied, yes, he'd better gain experience, and he would keep an eye on him. When night fell, they drove out in cars and turned on the dim headlights. Dappen got out of the car and announced that they were there, and Yi asked again, how will they lure out the monsters? He asked him not to rush, since they had a plan. Yi turned around and noticed something off to the side. It was a bright light on the roof, and Lao Li was watching them through Xiaobing. They discussed whether they could see everything, or whether they needed to get closer. The policeman replied that Xiaoyong had said not to approach the park ahead of time, that they should prepare the ropes for now, and that they would strike from the flank when everything started. At that moment, Huang called over a small guy and told him to come here. He asked again, what did she want? She smiled and told him to go to the park, and he asked in a trembling voice, weren't they hired him to carry things? One of her subordinates asked, what's going on? Huang replied that this thing keeps muttering about a son, and that they'll give him a son. They shouldn't worry, because they'll finish off the monster when they show up, and the guy won't be hurt. The guy screamed that he didn't want to be bait, but she ignored him, and Dapin, who had come closer, grabbed him by the shirt, lifted him above himself, and shouted at him to shut up and follow orders before he finished him off himself. After these words, he threw the boy aside, right into the center of the park. He landed on the ground in incredible pain and tried to get up. Lao Li announced that movement had begun, and the guys began to climb down the ropes from the roof. The boy grabbed his hand and asked for help, when suddenly a terrifying monster appeared right behind him, and he screamed that he didn't want to die. The zombie looked straight at him and was ready to attack, and at that moment one of the guys shouted, "It's good that the monster took the bait. They need to save the boy." As he began to do so, Huang stopped him and said that he promised not to steal Ye's merits. Ye grinned and replied, "Yes," when he suddenly kicked off the ground and ran to save the boy. He managed to grab him by the shirt and throw him away from the monster, and the boy was caught right in his hands. His glasses flew off and broke. The zombie shouted, "Ye, give me your son back," and he asked again, "What?" At that moment, his partner shouted at him to hold on, but Dapin twisted his arms and he asked again, "What are they doing?" He was going to die. Huang grinned and replied, "Yes, exactly." She thought the guy could fight equally, and he would be just another worthless victim. The guy realized they had set this up but didn't understand why, and Ye turned around and said he would explain. Everyone was stunned, and he announced that he knew the secret of eating people. The guy didn't understand what that meant, and at that moment the people decided to open fire on them. Dapin screamed, "What kind of ambush is this?" Huang wondered, "Who is this?" Lao Li and his partner started firing machine guns straight at them, and Shuai, holding a fiery bottle in his hand, shouted to Xiaoyong that they had come to help him. When he threw the bottle aside, it broke into 2 pieces. The monster looked at the child in bewilderment and asked in a trembling voice, "Is this his son?" When the zombie said this, he was stunned, and Shuai cursed and shouted that this monster was too strong. The monster cursed angrily at him, and she didn't understand. "Be careful. This is not a simple zombie." At that moment, Chong jumped ahead of everyone, and the guys shouted at him to be careful. He approached the monster closely, and the bandit teams were confused. What was it? Was it some other mutant? Huang saw that he was fighting on the human side and was surprised. Chong confidently walked towards his target and was enveloped in tentacles when he suddenly blew the monster into several small pieces. They shouted at him to watch out, as one of the tentacles was approaching him, but Chong managed it and was slightly thrown aside. He chuckled at having found a worthy opponent, and Dapin asked, "This idiot manages to joke even in such a situation?" At that moment, Yi began to free himself from the tentacles, tearing them apart with his hands, and Dapin realized he'd torn them apart. These were the tentacles of the main body. He had no idea how he was doing it, and suddenly Atzian shouted for everyone to wait. That little guy had called Ye by the name Xiaoyong. Dapin asked again, "So what?" Atzian said that Asinu had mentioned that the leader of the fortress in Chen City was called exactly that. Huang asked again, "Is that so?" Atzian confirmed it, and Dapin realized he'd outsmarted them, and that was very bad. Huang was angry, saying that it seemed like these were the main forces of that fortress, and the guys there were already strong enough to match Li Chen, but their weapons were much more powerful. The main problem was Ye, or more precisely, Xiaoyong, and that mutant, which was on par with the tentacle-like monster. They had no guarantee of victory, and the losses would be terrible no matter what. Atzian screamed in fear, "So what will they do?" Huang exclaimed that she'd thought of it all and shouted at Dapin to distract them, to let them cover her. Dapin shouted that he understood and picked up the axe, then threw it aside. A moment later, people were shouting to watch out because a huge explosion appeared behind the tree. Columns of dust rose from the multiple blows, and a policeman asked, "They've wreaked havoc, but what are they planning?" Huang found herself right next to the child, Shuai, who was looking at her in fear when one of the men shouted to be careful because they were aiming for him. Huang kicked the man in the head and sent him flying. They realized the girl was strong and an evolutionist. Huang reached out to Shuai and picked him up, then asked, "Is he caught now?" Shuai exclaimed that she shouldn't even think about taking him hostage, and Huang realized he had power too. At that moment, she punched him in the face, and the monster screamed in fear. Son. Chong, sitting on it, froze and realized something was wrong, when Xiaoyong suddenly told him to calm down and let go of the monster. Chong was surprised and let go of the monster, after which, Xiaoyong said he was ready to risk his life now. Not getting in its way would be the right decision. Huang shouted to lower their weapons if they didn't want to see a headless child, and the people screamed in fear for her not to touch him. Lao Li shouted at her to let go of him too, as he would become a hostage in his place. Huang chuckled and said how worried they were. She picked a good target. Lao Li exclaimed, "How will he explain this to his mother if something happens to him?" Huang shouted for everyone to put down their weapons and retreat 100 meters. Lao Li shouted to obey, and Huang shouted to order her monster to finish off the tentacles, when suddenly Dapin shouted at her to watch out. At that moment, the tentacles pounced on her and she was thrown aside. Atzian was destroyed, and Dapin screamed his name in fear. When Huang landed to the side, she asked, "What happened? Wasn't the monster busy?" She looked at Ye, who was smiling, and realized they were simply standing there watching. Lao Li shouted at Shuai to get out of here, but he was grabbed by the monster, and Xiaoyong said that everything was fine, he was in no danger. Lao Li didn't understand. What did he mean? And at that moment, the monster lifted him above itself and said, "Son, Shuai." Shuai looked at the creature in surprise, and Xiaoyang said, "Shengje, he kept his word, his wife and son are fine." Shuai exclaimed, "Seriously, is this dad in front of him now?" Xiaoyang replied, "Yes, it is his father. He wasn't mistaken. He has become just like Chong." Shuai hugged his father and began to sob loudly, when Dabin suddenly shouted, "What kind of drama are they causing?" He didn't care. They had to retreat immediately. When he shouted this, Shengje, hearing this, immediately released his son and rushed towards Dabin to destroy him. He wrapped his tentacles around him, and Dabin shouted to quickly cut him off, and turned to Huang, asking what she was waiting for. She abruptly ran in the other direction, and Dabin shouted, "You idiot, how could she abandon him?" Huang, meanwhile, ran away and realized they were unlikely to defeat this monster, even together, not to mention the others. The only thing left to do was give up Dabin. But before she could escape, the monster grabbed her leg and dragged her toward him. She hit her head and was covered in blood, muttering in a trembling voice that this monster was a freak. Shengje dragged her along, and Dabin also shouted, "You scum, are you thinking of running away on your own? Serves her right." At that moment, he shouted at Li Chen that they were the only ones left, and he realized he had no choice. At that moment, Xiaoyang approached him from behind and patted him on the shoulder. Li Chen turned around and asked, "When did he sneak up on him?" Xiaoyang begged him not to move, because he would help him get out of this alive. Dabin screamed, "Li Chen, you freak, is he a traitor too?" He was lifted up by the tentacles and a moment later hit the ground so hard that blood splattered his face. Shengje then struck him several more times, and she begged him to let her go, terrified but unable to escape. Her eyes rolled back in her head from the horrific pain she was experiencing. While she screamed loudly in incredible pain, the monster's tentacles crushed her to death, and body parts fell to the ground. The system reported that the Villain Hunter mission in Part 3 had been completed. The conditions were, eliminate the threat and help the potential ally. The reward was 80 points. Current points were 151. The guys stared at her body in bewilderment, after which Xiaoyang grinned and asked, "Is this potential ally Shengje?" He turned to Li Chen and asked, "Does he have any questions?" He asked again, "Did he come from the eastern suburbs?" Ye answered, "Right." And Li Chen asked, "What did he mean by eating people?" He asked again, "Does he think revolutionaries become revolutionaries by chance?" At that moment, Li Chen realized that this was what they had to do for evolution to begin. He recalled the situation when he looked at his device and a child next to him asked his mother that he was really hungry. The mother replied, "Stop being naughty, uncle needs strength to protect them." She apologized to him for her daughter's lack of understanding, and Li Chen replied, "Never mind, let her eat a little." Her mother screamed, "No, this isn't necessary." And at that moment, people suddenly started shouting that the monster had returned, and several people were missing. They ran out of the hallway in a panic, screaming, "Did anyone see that?" Another guy answered, "No, otherwise they wouldn't have escaped alive." The girl didn't understand where her daughter was. Had anyone seen her? And at that moment, Li Chen's realization was shattered by the stress he'd experienced, and he began to get very angry. He ran to the dead man's body and screamed, "Dapeng, you bastard." He began beating him until he was completely covered in blood, and when he was finally able to exhale, Li Chen turned around and shouted, "Ye, has he also obtained the power of humans?" Lao Li replied, "Who did he take them for?" Ye asked him to relax, because he didn't know any more than he did. There were other ways to gain power. Let them use this. At that moment he tossed a magic stone into Li Chen's hand and said that these were mutant cores, and they could be obtained from zombies or revolutionaries. This was harder to find than humankind's, and it was more effective and dense, without any side effects. Li Chen asked again, "What are these side effects?" Yi replied that he thought he'd already noticed that after evolution, it had become harder to control emotions. Violence and murder were starting to stimulate him. Li Chen realized this and responded then too, but before he could finish, Yi replied that there was no turning back, but the symptoms wouldn't get worse if he didn't eat flesh. Then he turned and addressed Shengje, saying, "Now, Shengje, can he speak?" Shengje waved his hand and thanked him in fragments for saving him, and at that moment, Ye screamed. Why did he start pressuring his emotions? Shengje shook his head and tried to explain that it wasn't so, when suddenly Yi chuckled and told him not to think about it, because he understood everything. It reminded him of Chong. His speech center was damaged, but his mind was intact. He looked terrible, and returning to his previous state would be difficult, and Shengje said that was unnecessary because he had seen his son and it was a relief. Yi asked again, had he gotten used to this place and was glad his son was safe? Shengje smiled and said, "High intelligence, smart." The protagonist sadly said that's what they call smart, after which he turned to Li Chen and announced that all threats had been eliminated, but he would have to take the remaining people from the factory with him. He shook his head sharply and said no. He had eaten human flesh, and they would be in danger if he became leader. Yi pondered silently, then suddenly turned to Lao Li and asked, "Will he take control of the factory?" He answered without thinking, "Okay," and Ye announced that Li Chen would go with him. He patted him on the shoulder and whispered in his ear that he would look after the demon in his heart. Sometime later, they found themselves in a neighboring town, on the outskirts of the city. People screamed for help and came to their aid, while zombies attacked them. One guy held another and screamed that their friend could no longer be saved, but he continued to reach for his loved one, who was surrounded by monsters, and a moment later was destroyed. And he screamed with tears in his eyes and ran away. The guy was shocked that no one came to his aid, and moments later, the monsters destroyed and beat him. When there was nothing left, they simply laughed and collected the remaining blood, then ate it. One of the girls leaned against a tree, trying to catch her breath because she couldn't run any longer. Her friend told her to run anyway because they would be torn to pieces if they were caught. Suddenly, one of the guys asked everyone to stop, and another guy asked again, "What?" He told them to be quiet and listen. He felt the wind. It was the sound of the wind, and all the guys rejoiced and realized that they were approaching the edge of this jungle. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound and decided that the monsters had caught up with them, so they didn't have time and had to run faster. Everyone rushed to run, and the girl's friend shouted to her that they were almost there and couldn't die like this. He pulled her along with him to make her run faster, and up ahead, the guys saw a light and realized that they were at the edge of the jungle. The girl said that everything worked out and it was now safe, when suddenly she was shouted to watch out, and she was grabbed by the monster's claw, which opened its mouth and tried to swallow her. A moment later, she was destroyed. Half of her body fell to the ground, and the guys looked on in shock, causing them to cry and scream in grief. When they heard more sounds of monsters approaching, the guy said that the plants were already here. He punched his friend, who couldn't calm down over the death of his girlfriend, in the face and shouted that she was already dead, and he should pull himself together if he wanted to live. He shouted words of apology, saying he couldn't save her. After this conversation, all the guys fled again, but the monsters began approaching them from different directions of the forest, and when one of them broke a stick along the way, it made a loud sound that could be heard throughout the area. A moment later, there were even more of them, approaching the residential building. The guys walked in, and a guy said he knew this place. It's a suburban park near the city of M, which means they've made it. Another guy said it was weird, but why is there no one here? He said it looked pretty abandoned and thought they have to oversee the neighboring cities after what happened in the city of S. One of the guys pointed and asked, "What is that?" Right behind a pole near them stood a zombie, peering out, but they didn't realize it was a monster in human form. The guy waved and shouted that it was a survivor. It seemed some people had escaped earlier. "Guy, where's the extraction point?" It was Shengjae, who hid behind the pole again, and they realized it was the same terrifying plant and began to run away in fear. Shengjae silently watched them go and continued to stand there, when suddenly the guys ran to the side, turned around, and realized the monster wasn't chasing them. They didn't understand what was happening. Are they outside the jungle? So all is lost here too? But why isn't the jungle spreading further? What will they do now? The monster started making noises near the guys again, causing them to become terrified and realize the plants were right next to them. They were surrounded, and this was the end. The guy clutched his head with tears in his eyes, repeating that they shouldn't have run. They could have hidden in the jungle for another couple of months, and his girlfriend would still be alive. He fell to the ground in despair as the monsters approached them, and at that moment, his friend, with tears in his eyes, pulled out a dagger and screamed in a trembling voice that he wouldn't let them tear him to pieces and die like that. As he tried to kill himself, Shengjae decided to intercede for them and destroyed the plants, leaving all the guys alive. None of them understood what had just happened. Sometime later, at the base, the protagonist watched from the balcony, remarking that it was windy today. The system reported the task. Utopia in progress. The goal is to expand society. Progress has been made. A branch and a factory have been established, and the remaining Saigons have been added. The reward has increased by 20. The current rating is 62. Bonus points have increased by 80, and the current score is 231. Xiaoyong realized that another 80 were still available. He didn't think he could get that much. Now he wanted to look at the new goods and clicked the button with the description of each. When he saw that it was level 3, he realized he had unlocked physical overload on level 2. And now he would see what he got this time. The system reported that armed resistance, awakening of the force, and dark technologies had been purchased. A level 2 armed resistance supply crate had been opened, receiving an armored jeep, and a level 3 awakening of the force supply crate had been opened, receiving a mark of slavery. The description stated that he could mark a target with a mark of slavery to make them his slave. The number of targets was 1. A supply box of this level 2 dark technology was opened, and the resulting physical enhancement potion was increased by 30. Xiaoyong realized this was really just one target. Zhongye, Shengjae, and Li Chen were relatively safe, so he'd hold them for now. By completing the Utopia thread quests, the target would expand the community. The conditions were to repel attacks in any settlement with a reward of 10 points. The new quest was Weed Killer, Part 1. The conditions were to eliminate the threat posed by weeds with a reward of 100 points. Xiaoyong was surprised. A threat from weeds? Did he need to weed the garden beds? Suddenly, he heard on the radio that his friends were in trouble, and turning around, he tensed. Meanwhile, the guys Shengjae had saved were starting to wonder. Are they zombies? What's going on? Is he also in Xiaoyong's leader's group? Shengjae was dragging one of the dead plants behind him and silently looked at the people, when suddenly Shuai saw him and started shouting. Shengji's dad. He was delighted and smiled when he saw his son and wife, who were also running toward him. Shengbo looked at the scene in surprise and asked, "A wedding?" Xiaoyong replied that he thought he meant wife, since the mutation had damaged his speech center and he could consider him a patient with aphasia. The whole family hugged and smiled when they met, and at that moment Xiaoyong picked up a piece of the plant and asked, "Is this it?" Shengbo replied, "A large dish, a stew with vegetables, a mess." Xiaoyong asked again, "Meat with vegetables?" One of the guys on the team decided to explain everything. They came from a city with a jungle that had engulfed many people and mutated them into plants. They looked like these things. Xiaoyong thought about it. Plant mutants. It seemed that City M wasn't very safe either. They had seen it themselves along the way. The residents had turned into zombies. The guy confirmed that this was true, after which Xiaoyong turned to Shengbo and said that there was an armored jeep walking near the ruined wall 2 streets away, and that he should ask someone to bring it. Shengbo replied, "Yes," after which he turned and invited the others to follow him and check the border between the cities. When the guys arrived near the forest, one of the guys said fearfully that the vines had grown even more strongly. Xiaoyong touched the ground and confidently said, "Okay, then they're going into the jungle." All the guys looked at him in shock, not understanding what this meant. It was very dangerous there, and they hadn't fled there to return. Xiaoyong replied that if they ignored it, the jungle would soon engulf the steel factory, which would disrupt daily life and production. But first they would deal with one more problem. Zhang Qi asked, "What did he mean?" Xiaoyong replied that they needed a force to handle the crisis themselves, so they should bring the steel factory team while they focused on hunting. The monsters continued to devour each other, when suddenly, one of them turned around and saw something strange behind them. It was Xiaoyong, who was attacking him from behind, and, a moment later, cut him in half. All the guys began attacking these monsters with firearms and armored vehicles, and within moments, many of them were killed. Shanshan also contributed to this, fighting alongside everyone and collecting magic stones. Xiaoyong also cut these monsters out of the monsters, after which they saw zombies again. One of them asked, "Where are the living people?" The guy saw the zombies attacking him, and immediately dealt with the creature. Afterwards, he clutched his head and said that he was tired of roasting zombie meat. Why aren't there even a couple here? Suddenly, he looked to the side and smelled an incredible odor, realizing there were survivors here. One of the guys ran up to another and asked, "Is he tired of living?" The leader had told them not to open the doors at this hour without permission. The guy asked again, gun in hand. "So what?" Chief Xiaoyong and his team had killed almost all the zombies in the area anyway. His friend waved his hand and yelled at him to stop talking nonsense and let him come in right now. At that moment, the monster was around the corner of the neighboring building and, smiling, said that they were alive and that he had never eaten anything like them. They were pure people, but they had powerful weapons and it would be dangerous, so he'd have to wait a couple of days. Suddenly, tears appeared in his eyes, and he started shouting that this was annoying him. The system reported that the update had been successful, the purchase completed, and his current score was 3. The protagonist asked to gather everyone in the meeting room and informed the guys that the hunter team had worked hard and collected quite a bit in 3 days. He named the guys and said that they should divide the mutant cores between them. And Lao Li asked if he was sure. After all, he deserved it the most. Zhangqi also answered yes, it would be unfair to give everything to them alone. Xiaoyong told them not to refuse. They had enough weapons and ammunition, and they needed elite hunters. This was much better than immature ones, and he replied, "Come on, let him just take it. Has Xiaoyong ever been wrong?" Lao Li answered okay, he has no doubt about it, and Xiaoyong turned to Shanshan, who asked, "What's wrong?" He told her to follow him, after which they locked themselves in the room. Shanshan turned around and asked what she should do. One of the guys replied, "Be quiet, be patient, it will hurt a little." The rest of the guys followed them and eavesdropped on their conversation from the door. Suddenly the door opened, and Zhang Qi blushed with embarrassment, and Xiaoyong silently looked at the guys. Zhang Qi didn't understand, so quickly, Xiaoyong grabbed him by the ear and called him a little brat, and Zhang Qi asked him to please cool down, after which Xiaoyong kicked him into the room and said he was just in time. Shanshan was surprised and asked again, "What?" Zhang Qi scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Was she vaccinated or something?" He replied that he absorbed many cores and became one of these best fighters, and he grinned and said that it was all thanks to him. After that, he told Shanshan to show him a couple of moves, and Zhang Qi didn't understand, because he doesn't hit girls. Xiaoyong grinned and asked, "He doesn't hit?" He asked Shanshan to give him a little punch in the face, and she asked again, "She?" Xiaoyong said he could handle it and let her hit him with all her might. Zhang Qi grinned and said he was damn strong, so she shouldn't hold back. At that moment, she slapped him across the cheek, sending him flying and hitting the guys standing in the hallway. Shanshan was surprised and looked at her hand, after which Xiaoyong announced that she had received a power-up potion, and that no one but him and Chong would lead her now. Zhang Qi clutched his head with tears in his eyes and realized he'd thought he and the old man were much closer. At that moment, he screamed, "Of course not." He doesn't like men, so why would he get close to him? The protagonist said, Chong, Shenjie, Li Chen, and one of the ordinary guys he pointed at, they're going to the city. He was scared and asked again, really? No, he just ran away and doesn't want to go back there. Li Cheng said they were going to save his friends and family, and he wanted to sit it out here? The guy replies that he has no one else and asks to just leave him here as a worker and not take him anywhere. At that moment, Xiaoyong turned to the guy who shouted confidently that he would go with them. It was the young man who had lost his girlfriend. Sometime later, they found themselves in the western suburbs of City M, and the monster entered alone and said that it was somewhere around here. His brain was working more and more slowly, and he was afraid to imagine how much worse it would be if he didn't find human flesh. At that moment, he heard the monster's sounds, saying that he knew it was somewhere around here. As he approached one of the doors, he abruptly opened it and saw the naked bodies of men and women engaged in indecent activities. He grunted, and everyone silently turned to look at him, and one of the guys asked, did he dare to return to them? The guy told them not to rush, because this time he didn't come to steal, and he had information. One of the girls asked, does he want to share it? How generous. Another girl said there was no point in lying. Everyone here was a monster. The guy shouted that there were a bunch of pure people there. True, but they had weapons, and he himself wasn't improving, so he needed their help. The guys and girls looked at him silently, after which one of them smiled and said, okay. They'll believe him this time, but he'll become their dinner if it's a lie. The guy nodded and said no, it's all fair. And the girls stood up and said that since he was now one of them, she suggested they enjoy each other. He reached his hands to her naked body and shouted thanks for the treat. After a while, the new member of the group told the others as they entered the jungle to be careful, because danger could lurk behind every tree. Xiaoyong asked him again, by the way, what's his name? The guy replied that his name was Xingkai, and Xiaoyong asked again, a real man? His friend chickened out, coming back here. Xingkai replied that he needed revenge on the mutant who killed his girlfriend, and that his parents were still somewhere in the jungle, so he'd take any chance to help. Xiaoyong responded, okay, he'll lead the way, with Li Chen at his back. Chong and Shengjie should be on either side and encircle him. He was their only guide. Without him, the mission was doomed. Thanks for his help. Don't misunderstand, but they simply wanted to stop the jungle's expansion. Suddenly, one of the tentacles appeared above Xiaoyong's head, and he wondered what that sticky stuff was. Xingkai realized what it was and shouted, go back now, when suddenly the protagonist was enveloped by those tentacles right around the neck and panicked. He started screaming in fear, and Xingkai realized that no one had ever escaped from that mouth. But at that moment, Xiaoyong grabbed the tentacles with his hand. He landed lightly and pulled the tentacles toward himself, after which something strange jumped out of the creature's mouth, and Xingkai said in surprise, wow. When Xiaoyong pulled the unknown substance from the monster, it began to spread across the ground, and the monster rose into the air. Xiaoyong was surprised. Is it trying to escape? So this thing can move so quickly. Don't let him miss this, Shenjie. It dared to wave its tentacles before his eyes. At that moment, Shenjie ran toward the new plant and enveloped it in its tentacles, then threw it straight to the ground and destroyed it. When the dust cleared, Xiaoyong smelled a pleasant aroma and was surprised, then realized that this smoke smelled strange and was hardly safe, so they should be more careful. Suddenly, he turned around and didn't understand where everyone was. The guys found themselves in an unknown space and didn't understand how strange it felt. Xingkai was shouting for his savior, confused about what was happening to the guys, when he suddenly heard a rustling in the bushes and didn't understand what it was. It was his girlfriend, shouting his name. He looked at her in shock and asked, Xiaotong, is she alive? She waved and said it was dangerous, so he should quickly come here while the others waited. He obeyed her and replied, okay. Meanwhile, the same evil monster pointed at his teammates. Can they see it? They arrived. One of them laughed and said that human flesh was excellent. Pure meat. The guy asked him to calm down, but he didn't listen and started running toward the people, screaming that he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to swallow them. The people who saw the approaching monster were dumbfounded with fear and asked who it was. The monster grabbed the first person they saw and bit through his shoulder, after which the people realized what it was and started shooting at it. Lao Li heard a rustling sound and cried out in fear, and while the boy lay there with a bloody shoulder, the others didn't know what to do. They fired bullets at the creature, but nothing worked, and the monster attacked the others. Suddenly, Lao Li stepped in and kicked it in the stomach, sending it flying off and landing. Lao Li wasted no time and started shooting at the monster, but it began dodging the bullets in all directions, and Lao Li shouted to quickly take the boy to the infirmary and stop the bleeding. The monster clutched its chest and began groaning, then fell face first to the ground. One of the girls approached it and said she'd warned it. Where was it going? Was it wounded? It replied, enough jokes. Let me get it some meat. It needs to recover. Its friend asked, who was he ordering? He shouted that now was not the time for this nonsense, that they had to do it quickly, when suddenly the girl put her heel on his neck and said that fewer mouths to feed meant easier feeding. He called her names, and she crushed him with her heel, spilling his blood. After that, the guys started discussing their plan. Their lunch was closed at the factory, and they had weapons. One of them replied that it was easy, and the guy asked again, What is she talking about? She replied that they had forgotten that they were people, that they were zombies, and that they would enter through the front door. Meanwhile, Shinkai, in the forest, couldn't understand why he felt like he was flying. Xiaotong told him to stop slowing down and go quickly, and come here. He replied that he was coming, but at that moment someone threw a dagger, killing Xiaotong again and cutting off her head. He began to shout her name with tears in his eyes, and Xiaoyong said that it had a surprising effect even on him. After which Shinkai asked again, why did he kill her? Xiaotong? Xiaoyong asked again, who? Let him look carefully, does he see that thing? Shinkai turned around in fear and realized it was actually a monster, and his hands began to shake. Xiaoyong approached Chong and tapped him on the head to wake him up. Li Chen asked what was going on. He felt like several years had passed. Sheng Jie said historical films, fast cars, his son returning to Earth, and he dreamed of picking him up from school. Xiaoyong replied that the flower had released some kind of hallucinogen and hypnotized them, and Li Chen asked what he was doing. Xiaoyong approached the monster and began poking at it with a knife, saying that he was checking its internal structure and searching for the mutant's core. It seemed he'd overthought it, and that it was just a doll, not the main body. The vine was sinking underground, and it seemed the real body wasn't nearby, when suddenly he looked ahead and became frightened. He didn't understand what was happening, but suddenly pulled out the creature's heart and wondered, was it a potato or a container? It resembled a nutrient storage device, so they would take it, since it could be edible. He turned to Shinkai and asked if he knew anything about these plants. He replied that he only knew that they were dangerous and ate everything living. He knew much more about this. Xiaoyong asked again, where was he? Was he still alive? Shinkai replied that yes, a specialist from the Academy of Agricultural and Forest Research had been hiding in the high-rise buildings with them before his escape, and now he didn't know what had happened to him. Xiaoyong replied, okay, let him take him to him. When night fell, the same girl in her underwear began breathing heavily and pretending to be in danger. She tripped on a stone in her heels and fell straight to the ground. A guard was watching all this, and when he saw her, he realized she was a survivor. They started shouting for the girl to wait and ran to her aid. She was waiting for them to come to her aid as a sacrifice, and the guys started discussing it. Maybe they should report it just in case? Another guy yelled, what? She's barely hanging on. They need to help drag her inside first. The zombies will eat her in a second if they leave her here. When the guys ran up to her, they asked if she was okay. She told them she was asking for help, and the guy told her not to worry because she was safe. They let her inside, and her watching friends laughed at the situation as they hid behind a car. They realized she was good at acting, when suddenly another girl from their group put her heel on his shoulder and said she was even better. At that moment, they were slightly distracted while the girl followed the others. When the guys entered the depths of the forest, Li Chen said that it seemed to him that they had just arrived and it was already dark here. Shinkai said that it was late evening in the jungle. It was difficult to keep track of time because the plants blocked the light. Xiaoyong asked again, is it far? Shinkai pointed to the side and said they were almost there, when suddenly they all froze, looking at what was happening. They heard someone calling them, and it was Aunt Ian. But suddenly he realized, no, wait. All the guys rubbed their eyes, and Xiaoyong told him to relax, because they hadn't inhaled hallucinogens, and these people were real. The people around the corner shouted that they shouldn't have taken such risks, and they argued about what was happening. One of them shouted, is he suggesting we just watch those monsters swallow Shinkai? He can't be saved anymore, and so much time has passed, he's no longer human. Aunt Ian shouted, stop chatting and get ready to fight. 1, 2, 3, forward. They all rushed to attack the guys. Hua and Xiaoyong told everyone to stay calm and hold still. Their arrows flew at the guys, but Xiaoyong cleared them with one quick swipe and shouted for them to stop panicking. They were stunned, and Shinkai jumped out and shouted for her to calm down, because they weren't enemies. He tried to calm everyone down. Ian started screaming, cease fire, don't shoot. Shinkai shouted that these were the survivors who had saved them beyond the border and the jungle. He exclaimed, what about the rest of them? And where is his girlfriend, Xiaotong? He replied that half were killed or wounded. Xiaotong had died and he had escaped with the rest. Ian asked what the situation was outside. He replied that it wasn't the best place for such conversations. They exchanged glances when they saw Chong and Shengjie standing nearby, and Xiaoyong told them not to worry, because they were with them. Turning to her, he said, do something to relieve the tension. They started laughing and saying they were very ugly but tender. Shengjie exclaimed that he was smooth naked marble. Let them tighten his beautiful body. Xiaoyong asked again, what are they doing? Shinkai asked them not to worry, because those guys saved them. They were alive. Just thank you. They told them fine, let them pass. At that moment, Shanshan parked near their fortress and said that she was at the gate and they should open it. When suddenly she noticed the people sitting behind the car. Lao Li opened the door for her, and the guys realized they were close and almost got caught. One girl asked, have they seen her? She was an evolutionist and pure. After all, they didn't understand how this was possible, but it looked very tasty. She would definitely make them stronger. When Shanshan entered the room, Lao Li asked if he had taken care of the wounded. He replied that they were all in the infirmary, and those guys had come there. Shanshan said she had an infection blocker in her hand. Xiaoyong said to use it if someone was bitten by a zombie. Lao Li said the clock had come and he had no symptoms, so it must have been a zombie. She didn't understand. Who else could have bitten a person? And at that moment, the girl exclaimed that she knew it. There were many mutants in the western suburbs, and they weren't infectious, but they attacked and bit people. Lao Li asked again, who was she? She replied that a member of the settlement had recently escaped from there. He asked again, what did she know about these mutants? The girl replied with tears in her eyes that they were more terrible than zombies, that they ate people but retained their intelligence. Some chased her. If she hadn't known how to ride a bike, she would have died. He understood, so she led them to them. She exclaimed that she was apologizing because she hadn't meant to do this and she needed to somehow survive, so she was asking for forgiveness. The guys stood up for her and told her not to blame her, and Lao Li replied that he hadn't meant that. Information about the enemy would help them prepare. She replied that they definitely wouldn't leave them alone, and that they should expect an attack soon. Lao Li waved his hand dismissively and said that this was useful advice, and that she could rest for now. She replied, yes, and at that moment, Shanshan turned her attention to her. Lao Li told her to bring the wounded food and watch them for another night, and also to ask them to forgive the trouble they had caused. Shanshan sensed something was wrong, and Lao Li asked again, what's wrong? Shanshan replied that the woman was very suspicious, and he asked again, what was she talking about? She replied that she couldn't explain it. Perhaps she was overthinking things? He suggested that perhaps she was overly nervous. Xiaoyang entrusted such a difficult task to such a young girl. After some time, the guys arrived at the desired high-rise building, and Xiaoyang asked why the base was here. They passed several warehouses and factories, which were sturdier and had fewer windows. Shinkai remarked that the disaster in City C was different from theirs, and Ian exclaimed that if they stayed there, they wouldn't have lasted even a week. Shinkai asked again, do they see that fog? The lower you are, the denser it is, and you can become a plant if you inhale too much. It's only manageable above the 10th floor. Ian pointed toward the stairs and told them to hurry up as they wanted to talk there. They entered Mr. K's office and announced that it was Xiaoyang, their savior. He greeted them and said he would begin by explaining the situation in City M. It was like this. The situation was no better than the jungle. Old man K clutched his head and cold sweat dripped from his face. Xiaoyang turned around and said they could come in. He needed to explain his situation. Shenjie and Chong entered, and the old man asked what was happening with TNB City and other countries. Xiaoyang replied that they hadn't encountered any organized rescue efforts and that everyone was working for themselves. By the way, Professor, he'd been told he was studying mutated plants. Would he recognize this? Qi replied that it was an edible tuber. Aunt Ian and the others had gone to collect them. Xiaoyang was delighted, as he thought so, and the professor replied that they'd only just found out about it themselves. If it weren't for the supply shortage, no one would have dared to eat them. The taste was reminiscent of taro, high in calories, good survival food. One of the guys exclaimed that something was happening and they needed to pay attention to it urgently. He asked again, what was he talking about? He pointed toward the window and shouted that the plants were trying to surround them. The guys asked again, what's going on? There were a huge number of them near their building. It was a flower platform. Xiaoyang asked again, is it something dangerous? He replied that it wasn't just dangerous. Everyone could die today. He exclaimed to everyone to listen carefully, and that women and young people should go to the upper floors and search in the bathroom or storage room. The elders should stay with him. Shinkai was surprised and spoke up, but the professor and Kei shouted at them to move, as it was better to save at least a few people. All the boys rushed to obey the order, and Kei said that he too was young and should leave, as there was no point in dying here. Xiaoyang told him not to worry, as he was now curious. What monster were they so afraid of? A magical light glowed in his hand, and he was ready for battle. When Kei approached the window, he said that if they didn't reach the main body of the platform in time, the other plants would finish them off. Xiaoyang asked if the platform could control them. He answered yes. It used something like pheromones, and such a large group meant the platform was nearby and targeting them. When Xiaoyang decided to look out the window, Kei asked what he was doing. He replied that he wanted to test their strength, and Kei wondered where the weapon had come from. Xiaoyang started shooting at that moment, and the monsters were completely pierced. These creatures roared so loudly that Xiaoyang said they were dissatisfied with their durability and wanted to see their regeneration rate. He continued shooting, and the monster was pierced through and began to fall to the ground, collapsing a moment later. Xiaoyang scratched his head and realized that 2 magazines per one was quite a lot, and he wondered why they were so afraid of them. He turned to the guys, who shouted, what is that? Xiaoyang began to open a special box, and one of the guys realized he had ripped the lid off with his bare hands. It was a Molotov cocktail, which was pretty cool. Xiaoyang told them to defend themselves with this if anyone got past them. He was surprised and asked again, get past? What was he talking about? Xiaoyang jumped out of the window at that very moment, exclaiming, this is the 16th floor. But Chong and Shengjie followed him. They landed easily and deftly on the ground and found themselves near the monsters, immediately beginning the battle. Xiaoyang struck one of the creatures with his claws and tossed it aside, and the rest of the guys also began to do the same. They destroyed them with ease. Shengjie looked confidently ahead. The guys watching from a high floor didn't understand what was happening. He was surprised that this trio was incredibly strong. Who were they? Li Chen told everyone to stop staring and prepare to meet the escapees. They should grab the bottles if they were confident they could handle it and defend the stairs. The rest should drag flammable items away from the entrance. The guys set to work and shouted that they were coming. The monsters continued to die one after another, and Xiaoyang said with relief that they were finally finished. The rest should search the bodies for cores. He decided to check that platform, and turning around, realized that it was improving much better, but all thanks to Zhang and Li. He shouted to tell the others that the danger had passed and how things were down there. He was told they were finished there too, but the plants began to approach them again, and Xiaoyang realized it was a creepy thing. Could this really be the exact platform? And what about the main body? When the plant began to unfurl petals with sharp tentacles, Xiaoyang became frightened and realized what was happening, instantly jumping aside. He landed and realized he was on the Shengzhe level, after which the monster was again right next to his face. He realized that he had recently fought tentacle monsters, so he pulled the creature and began to pull it toward himself. This trick wouldn't work on him twice, and he exclaimed and cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and pulled the monster toward himself. The creature rose up on its tentacles, and Xiaoyang rushed to attack it. He used the slave mark spell and struck the monster. Xiaoyang pounced on it from the side and leaped high into the air, then cast the slavery mark spell. Bright magical rays began to emanate from the plant, and everything around it began to glow. One of the guys shouted that the flower platform was the main body and that it was approaching. He shouted that it was real. He would never forget that terrifying form. But where was Xiaoyang? Had the platform really swallowed him? At that moment, he returned to them and asked how things were. Had they found the cores of the monsters below? Shengzhe replied that centipedes didn't have them, while spiders had double cores. Not all of them, but some. Chong stated that he had them all, many. Xiaoyang shook his head and replied that one was talking incoherently, the other was talking nonsense. Kei said, flower platform, and Xiaoyang asked again, what? Now it's with them. None of the people understood what he meant and were horrified by his power. Xiaoyang pulled everyone outside and told them to relax, as it wouldn't harm them. People looked around in horror, and suddenly Kei touched the creature and asked, is it really tamed? How did he do it? He asked the old man, a botanist after all. What could he say about it? He replied that even though it was a mutated monster, it should retain its old characteristics and habits. Competition among plants is very high, comparable to the law of survival of the fittest in animals. There's a constant struggle for sunlight. Trees didn't exist from the very beginning. They evolved and became larger to absorb light. These plants became weakened, which is why the grass in the forests is cut down. He thinks the flower platform repeated this process. Having lost the ability to receive light after the mutation began, it became more aggressive. It also developed the ability to hunt animals. A silence fell between the guys, and suddenly, Li Chen noticed something was wrong and shouted, be careful. Tentacles began to sprout from the monster, and Xiaoyang looked at them questioningly, then turned to the guys and told them to stop and not attack, as this couldn't disobey his orders. He suggested they watch it. When the monster's tentacles reached the protagonist's neck, he didn't resist, and when it touched him, he suddenly froze. He began breathing heavily, and Li Chen asked, what will he say? Xiaoyang replied that Kei had hit the nail on the head. The city had become a field for plants. Those who couldn't get sunlight now rely on consuming animals. The servant's survival was his responsibility, so he offered the monster an exit. At that moment, the creature began to open up, and a green core erupted. The protagonist grabbed it by the vines and examined it carefully, after which it landed right on his hand. Li Chen asked, what is this? It replied that it had become a part of him. He abruptly threw it aside, and new vines emerged from his hand, attaching themselves to the tree and enveloping it. The protagonist jerked his hand sharply, pulling out a tree. Shengzhe exclaimed in surprise, an easy year of noodles, which meant it was stronger than his tentacles. The system reported the gardener achievement. Bonus points 150, current points 153. Xiaoyang was surprised. This was a first. After this, the guys left the place and everyone returned. The same girl in the fortress grinned and said, it seemed another fish had gotten caught in the net. She opened the window and asked who was there. The man said he'd brought her a small snack, a cherry pie. She asked who asked. He replied, no one. He decided on his own. The girl realized he liked it and stroking his neck said thank you. At that moment, the guy became very excited and began breathing heavily. Suddenly, he reached out to her and she asked in a trembling voice, what is he doing? He apologized and said he was thinking about something else, and the girl replied that there were a lot of people around and the walls were thin. Maybe they would go outside the factory and play an exciting game? He said, of course, after which the guys went outside. When they went outside, they made love, and the guy was delighted with this girl. He said she was so beautiful, by the way. What was her name? He felt something was wrong, and the girl asked again, Any problems? He looked at the trash can and realized that the sleeve resembled his friend's vest. Why was it there? When he opened the can, he was dumbfounded by the horror he experienced and realized what it was. The girl hugged him around the neck and grabbed him in her arms. After some time, the guy sitting in the car fell asleep, and his friends hit him and told him to stop sleeping. He replied that he was watching, and the guys yelled that he came right up to him and he didn't even notice. How long was he going to see the signal? How long had he been sleeping? The guy yelled that he hadn't slept. He had just dozed off for 10 minutes. The guys were discussing how useless he was and why they needed him. The girl tried to avoid a fight and said they'd been on duty for so long and still hadn't received a signal. She thought she was going to take everything for herself, so she suggested checking the factory's surroundings and looking for the creature's people. When they got closer, one of the guys said he'd smelled fresh meat. The other guy replied that she was right because she wanted to steal everything. The girl told him not to worry because she could seduce them and get inside too. He grabbed her by the throat and screamed, "Is she gonna take all the meat?" He knew perfectly well that she was the same way. The girl didn't know what to say and suddenly screamed to calm down, because they wouldn't get inside if he finished her off. He threw the girl to the ground and she fell to her knees. The guy yelled at her that he swears he'll fly in there and take her with him, even if it costs him his life, if she does what the other girl did. She says she understands, and after a while, she knocks on the fence, asking for help. The gate opens for her, and the guys ask who she is. She says zombies were chasing her and she barely escaped. The guys realize they've been having a good time with women lately and are laughing at this one for being a better character, when suddenly the first girl yells at them not to believe her, saying she was a mutant in human form. A fight breaks out between them, and the girl screams that she's a bastard, but she asks them to shoot faster. The guys listen to her, start using their guns, and stab the girl through and through several times. She falls into a pool of blood and dies, and the guys yell that they're going to get gas. When they run to the spot where there's a lot of her blood, they ask where she is. Did she really escape with such wounds? They needed to leave someone behind, and they entrusted Shanshan and Lao Lei with the task. When the girl ran up to the guys, she tripped and fell to the ground at their feet, begging them, in a trembling voice, not to kill her and to sit down. She would follow all orders. They replied that they were birds of a feather, and she knew perfectly well what that meant. At that moment, he grabbed a huge rock and said that they would have to find another plan to seize the food from the factory. The girl was dumbfounded when she saw the rock approaching her body, and he tried to kill her with it, but another team member stepped in and destroyed the body and the enemy. The girl was delighted and thanked him for this. He said she had enough to heal, and the rest would be his. She smiled and replied, "Okay," and thought that the bald man was right. No one understood their species better than they did. He wouldn't have gotten anything from her corpse. The bald man would have taken everything. That's why he attacked unexpectedly when she was wounded to gain an advantage. Sometime later, discussions were taking place at the factory, and Lao Li asked what was going on. Yang Hai still hadn't been found, and they were seeing more disappearances. He turned to Shan Shan and asked what she was planning. She replied, "Nothing. Just going to look for clues around the factory." When she left the factory, she looked questioningly at the trash can, where there was a lot of blood. She brought everyone else, and the guys figured out that it was definitely their guy's jacket, and the shoes were Yang Hai's. He was the only one who wore that brand. The girl realized that Baldy and Gao Wen had dug up the bones she'd hidden in the barrel. Shan Shan mentioned that there were no signs of a struggle in the surrounding settlement. What did that mean? The girl trembled and asked again, "Why is she looking at me?" Shan Shan decided to attack her with a sharp dagger at that very moment. The girl backed away and dodged, and the blow struck a tree, causing an explosion. The girl clenched her teeth in anger, and Shan Shan adjusted her hand, causing everyone to stare at her. She realized she'd been exposed, turned sharply, and lunged at the first guy she saw with a gun. She held a dagger to his throat, telling everyone not to move or she'd kill him. Shan Shan replied that she wouldn't leave alive, and the girl asked again, did this brat really threaten her? If she didn't leave, she'd take a couple of them with her. After a while, she moved away, yelling for the guy to give her the gun and for everyone else to hold still, lest she sever his carotid artery. A moment later, he handed her the gun, and she kicked it aside and shot him in the leg. The guy cried out in terrible pain and lay motionless, and at that moment, Shanshan pointed her gun at her, stabbing her in the back and side. Blood began to flow from the girl's mouth, but she continued running, and Lao Li asked where Shanshan was running. She replied that she would give chase and went for the tank. Lao Li asked her to forget about it, as they didn't know how many such monsters were nearby, and it would be better to lock themselves in the factory for now. Shanshan confirmed that he was right. All new survivors would be quarantined, but she would leave that to him. The old man and Zhang Qi didn't yet know what had happened, so she would go and sort it out. Lao Li replied that he understood and wished her to take care of herself. He hadn't thought such a young girl would be so decisive and reliable. After some time, new monsters and plants appeared in the forest, and the fight continued, and Xiaoyong easily caught them with his vines. He destroyed several monsters in a row in an instant, and all the guys watched his actions. After the monsters were destroyed, the guys set them on fire with a lighter, and Kay said he couldn't tell whether he felt safe or not. The system reported that this quest was a utopia in progress, with the goal of expanding society and progress. One settlement must independently repel the invasion. Completed. Reward, plus 10, current rating 72, bonus point 40, current score 193. Xiaoyang smiled when he saw these results and said that he hadn't been let down. When he returned to the factory, the people cheered enthusiastically. Finally, Xiaoyang asked where Shanshan was. Old man Shengbo replied that there had been an incident at the factory and she had gone to help. He asked again, was it something serious? Shengbo replied no. A couple of people had been bitten, and she had taken a suppressant to help. He noticed the new people, and Xiaoyang informed them that they were survivors from the city of Mr. Qi, a botany expert from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and Sheng Bo introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Welcome aboard. Qi thanked him for this and said that they were so grateful for having them, and Xiaoyang replied that it was temporary, and in a few days he would lead them to the edge of the jungle of the city of Qi asked again, why? He replied that they would establish a third settlement, but at that moment Shanshan rode up on a bike. She waved to everyone with a smile and asked, Xiaoyang, when did he get back? After that, she told them a new story and said that newcomers can't be trusted. Kay asked again, and them too? He told them to relax, because he already trusted them. They were no longer considered newcomers. This was good news, and Shanshan asked again, why? He replied that more quests would give better rewards. The system announced a new quest, Villain Hunter Part 4. Requiring him to eliminate a threat in the western part of the city and its suburbs. The reward was 120 points. After a while, the girl groaned loudly from fatigue and leaned against the wall, when suddenly she heard the sound of a blade scraping across the asphalt. Turning around, she saw her old friend, who asked what had happened. Had her new friends abandoned her? She replied that it was a misunderstanding and that she had a plan. The girl asked again. Her plan had almost killed her. She was screaming at her friend to finish her off because everything had gone wrong, but they could have a feast on the corpses of the bald guy and that idiot. Let them take at least something, when suddenly the girl started coughing up blood because she had been stabbed. She screamed, "What a freak! The same trick twice?" The guy told her not to be offended because she had lived longer than she should have anyway. The girl screamed not to believe him because he had attacked the bald guy in the same way when she was wounded. He always wants to stay in an advantageous position and would easily betray her too. The girl looked at him silently and said nothing, and then she began screaming that now she was also wounded and he was already stronger, and that he shouldn't kill her, but rather let him stab their friend because she had ruined everything. The girl asked again, who was she calling scum? She herself was no better. The guy hugged her face and said, stop blaming others. They understand each other perfectly well, and her idea wasn't so bad. She answered accurately. They've been together for so long, and they have some feelings, right? She's no worse than her. She's already done everything she can. The guy responded that it was a shame he preferred the redheads and killed her completely, causing her to fall to the ground. He said an arm and a leg would be used to treat the wounds, and the rest would be his. The girl replied, okay. After some time, Li Chen discussed whether they were cannibals from the western suburbs. One of the guys answered yes. One of them, a red-haired woman, pretended to be a commoner and killed several of their people. Xiaoyang asked Li Chen if he knew anything about cannibals. He replied that he himself was one, although he hadn't mutated that much, but he had a general idea. Cannibalism removes human limitations and returns us to a primal nature. Extreme selfishness, short-sightedness, anger, gluttony, and bloodlust. Simply put, this group of dangerous psychos will have to go there sooner or later, but right now there's more important matters. He turned to Lao Li and told him to keep a close eye on the steel factory and immediately report by radio if the situation gets out of control. He replied that he understood everything, and by the end, 2 months had already passed. The guys gathered on the roof and didn't know what to do. Should they move? They heard strange sounds that appeared every night to get closer. Who knows what kind of monster it is? They needed to decide quickly. Otherwise they would definitely die if they lingered. One of the team members told them to pack the rest of their things and food, and that they were leaving. When they set off, they began to discuss whether they had to leave at night. If this thing finds them then? But before he could finish speaking, the main one replied that the plants weren't so objective now, and would it make him feel any better if they tore him apart? At that moment, plant monsters began running toward them, screaming for them to be careful, and the loud sounds drowned out their approach. The plants began devouring these people, and they realized they were trapped. One of them said he had already told them not to walk at night, and that there was only one way left. They had to follow the sound. The guys looked in that direction and shouted that they were dead, but they had to take the risk anyway. What if it wasn't a monster but soldiers? After a while, they grew tired of running and began to tremble and gasp for breath. When they saw a bright glow in front of them, they didn't understand what it was. They needed to be more careful, and suddenly a huge tree began to fall straight to the ground. The guys hid behind the nearest trees and discussed what kind of monster had knocked down this tree with such a huge trunk. They needed to be quiet because it turned out they were people, the ones who loved these trees. They were wearing masks and carrying chainsaws, and one of the guys shouted Shinkai's name. and another asked, "What is he doing?" Shinkai turned around and saw Long and asked, "Is he still alive?" Long asked, "What's going on?" Shinkai replied that they had been rescued and were living in City M. Suddenly they heard the sound of approaching monsters, and Liang shouted that they needed to run from the plant, and they were caught. Shinkai chuckled and said that it was a pile of vegetables and they had nothing to fear, and Liang, perplexed, asked, "What is he?" Shinkai picked up the radio and said, "The second squad has encountered plants." He repeated that the second squad had encountered plants. They replied that this was accepted, and Shinkai asked the rest of the guys to follow them. A moment later, they changed into the appropriate uniforms and took up special weapons. Much to Liang and his other companions' surprise, the guys began shooting fire and killing the plants. Li Chen remarked that it looked like they didn't need to lift a finger to deal with this. Liang asked again. He'd gathered such strength, but how? Shinkai replied that it was all thanks to their leader, Xiaoyang. When suddenly, Liang turned around and realized there were new monsters there. He saw Shenzhe and Chong, and Shinkai grinned and told him not to worry because they were protecting them. They just needed more hands, so they'd go to Xiaoyang. When the guys reached the clearing where the plants were planted, Liang asked, "Do you mean they're growing food in a jungle filled with monsters?" Shinkai pulled out his hand and told him to look at this. It was a potato in his hand that looked like the remains of a monster, and he abruptly dropped it in fear, and Shinkai told him to calm down. Liang didn't understand what this was, and Shinkai said that these were the same plants as the monsters they burned. He was surprised, so they were able to tame them. Shinkai said that the thing produces a large harvest that is easy to harvest. Was this some kind of deal with the heavens? They discussed how it was all thanks to Xiaoyang, who was standing nearby. Meanwhile, he was talking with Kei, who was saying that plants can change their properties at will. He couldn't even dream of such a thing. Xiaoyang suggested that he tell the platform if he had any requests, and Kei said no, everything is perfectly suitable for harvesting. Xiaoyang looked at the sky and thought, good. Reclamation is going smoothly. His team will be able to deal with an attack by plants. He should deal with the stupid cannibals in the western suburbs. After some time, they reached City M, the western suburbs. Chong said that someone strong was following them. Xiaoyang replied that it was comparable to Li Chen's team, and Chong wondered what they would do. Xiaoyang asked again, what options do they have? They're feeding him everything. At that moment, the same naked girl said that this is the perfect moment, when suddenly the guy stopped her, and she asked again, but why? They'll miss their chance. He replied that it was too late. There were others. Around them, there were many of the same cannibals, who looked at them with pleasure and said that they had never seen better prey. They discussed, is this a pure evolutionary? This is the first time they've seen this. Who knows how much stronger they will become if they eat this? Wait, what's wrong with him? Does this guy really know how to control zombies? This is simply perfect. What if they get this ability too? With this power, they will be invincible, even against the guys from the northern outskirts. At that moment, the girl asked, great, now he will go to others. The guy told her to see if this is good or bad, and they began to watch from the roof as Chong began to pounce on these people and destroy them one after another, along with Xiaoyang. They didn't understand where such a strong monster came from. They should run from here. Xiaoyang was covered in blood, while everyone around him was crawling and running in different directions and buildings. The guys hid on the roof and saw one of the cannibals climbing up to them, and the girl told him not to come here because he'd kill them and to get out of here. When the guy climbed up to them, Xiaoyang grabbed a huge pole and threw it in his direction, destroying it in one hit. The guys were completely covered in his blood, and the protagonist said that they were strong and could have special cores. The guy looked out from the roof in horror and said, wow. The girl asked again, are they gone? He answered, yes, they can go down. They only ate 3 bodies, and the rest will be theirs. He licked his mouth with saliva. Meanwhile, the protagonist was walking on the other side of the building, saying that his appetite was so weak. Why did he only eat 3? He replied that he couldn't take it anymore with a body like that, when suddenly they noticed something nearby and turned sharply. The protagonist grabbed his weapon and was ready to attack, when suddenly the man shouted at him to back off or he would shoot them if they took a single step. Xiaoyang realized it was an ordinary person and was surprised, while the man bit his lip, not knowing what he was doing. Xiaoyang begged him to stay still, and the man shouted again that he had already told him to stop. But Xiaoyang caught the arrow with his fingers, and the man was surprised. He really caught the bolt with his bare hands. Xiaoyang appeared right in front of the man and took his weapon, then told everyone to come out because they weren't cannibals. The people inside asked in fear, but who were they? So they'd found a way to fight zombies without eating people? That was simply astounding. Xiaoyang asked them again where they were going. The main one answered that there was a steel factory in the southern suburbs, and that there was a radio broadcast from there, indicating that they were receiving survivors. They were planning to go there, but then decided it was better not to go to the common people, since they couldn't fight off the cannibals. Xiaoyang asked again, so he meant there was a place safer than the factory? The man replied that there was a settlement in the northern suburbs where cannibals were being hunted, and they wanted to join them. The protagonist showed up, serious. Did such groups still exist? He replied that they'd heard from the cannibals, otherwise they wouldn't have even tried to go there. They said there was a strong leader there who wouldn't break a sweat in a fight with 6 or 5 cannibals, and that's how they survived. Xiaoyong asked again, one person? But there are at least 1,000 cannibals in the western suburbs. How could he protect himself from them all? The man replied that they usually worked alone and rarely formed groups. Another guy shouted that it wasn't true, since he'd seen them meeting 2 days ago, and they were definitely plotting something. The man turned around and said he was having trouble with his head, that he was probably confusing reality with dreams again, and that he was only still alive because cannibals couldn't cooperate. The man asked Xiaoyong to listen, saying he wanted to go to the factory because his brother might be there. How many times did he have to tell him? He had no chance of surviving. They would all die if they went there. He thought the factory had held up against the cannibals. They could be cannibals themselves. Xiaoyong chuckled and replied that he was right. The former leaders there had eaten people. The boys turned around and asked again, what? Xiaoyong replied that he had killed them. What was his brother's name? Maybe he knew him. The boy replied that his name was Li Chen, and that he was a deputy officer in the southern suburbs. He'd heard of such a thing. Was he still alive? Xiaoyong chuckled and remarked on how coincidental that was. He and Li Chen were quite close. The boy asked, surprised and hopeful. Really? Xiaoyong replied that he was helping monitor the harvest at the steel factory. His brother was very surprised and asked, have they started growing anything? That's amazing. He told him they needed to go to the factory. At that moment, Chief Ren shouted, who is he? They couldn't believe such convenient words. He might as well say he was trying to trap them and eat them. Xiaoyong clutched his head and asked, why would he lie to kill them? A bright light flashed between them, and the protagonist dodged the bullet. One of the boys turned around and shouted, what are you doing? The other boy, holding a gun, exclaimed that he was apologizing, saying it was an accident, since it had gone off by itself. Suddenly, a loud growl erupted, and the people turned around in alarm, realizing the sound had attracted the cannibals. They needed to hide quickly. All the guys rushed to hide, and Ren, seeing Xiaoyong and Chong standing motionless, asked, do they want to die? Strong or not, they couldn't handle a group of cannibals. Xiaoyong turned to the guy and said that he'd said they'd fight among themselves if they gathered in one place. He confirmed that yes, when he finished him off and they started dividing the meat, he shouldn't blame him. The man ran last into the room and shouted that everyone should run inside and lock all the doors. There was a second floor, and they decided to go there. The deeper the better. They had no time at all. When the whole group hid and sat under the window, the man hoped they wouldn't give them away. At that moment, the same cannibals arrived at the protagonist's place and surrounded them. They started discussing among themselves. Why was there only one? Maybe he ate the others himself? One of the cannibals replied that this was nonsense, since he had just arrived. The girl asked, have they noticed this? This was unusual prey. He would be no worse than 10 ordinary survivors. The guys who were watching from the window asked, so what's going on? Ren told them that there were already about 10, and the cannibals continued to gather. He knew they were finished, and there wouldn't even be bones left, when suddenly one of the cannibals pounced on the protagonist, shouting that he couldn't stand it. The first piece would be his. Xiaoyong easily cut his neck in that instant and confidently looked ahead. All the cannibals realized how fast he was and were dumbfounded. Xiaoyong replied that he didn't have time, so let them attack together. They asked, is he really looking down on them? Then they would all attack him and kill him first. Xiaoyong turned to Chong and told him to take care of them, to expend some energy to eat more. He nodded, yes, and Xiaoyong grabbed his sword when one of the cannibals attacked him from behind and suddenly leaped into the air, leaving the cannibal confused. Ren didn't understand what was happening and how he jumped so high. Was this guy a monster too? The cannibals realized he was far stronger than them and they couldn't defeat such a monster. Because of this, the cannibals decided to scatter, but at that moment, Xiaoyong struck each of them with his enormous weapon and shouted that he wouldn't let them go alive until they defeated him. He pointed a finger at Chong, who looked up questioningly and declared that they were strong, very strong, just as the cannibals pounced on him. Chong frowned and decided to remain silent, then began piercing their bodies one by one with his sharp hands. He performed surprisingly dexterous movements, managing to dispatch each of the cannibals, and the remaining ones screamed that it was impossible, that they couldn't even defeat that. At that moment, their heads were also pierced by a bright beam of light, and the guys watching from the side argued in trembling voices that those guys had seriously slaughtered a group of cannibals without even breaking a sweat. Xiaoyong turned to them and told them they could go. When the group emerged, they cursed in horror, and Ren said they had decided to join the settlement at the factory. Would they allow it? Xiaoyong replied yes, but first, he needed to visit the settlement in the north they had mentioned. Ren asked again why they needed to go there. He replied that he wanted to see if they would have to kill them all. After a while, people at the factory began shouting that it was an attack. 7 cannibals wanted to breach their fortress. What should they do? Fan came to their aid, and the men started screaming, and his daughter turned to him and said that this was too much, even for him. He asked them to lock the gate and not let anyone in or out. The guard told him, okay, and at that moment he lunged, and his daughter screamed to be careful. Fan landed nimbly, and the cannibals realized it was him. They needed to kill him, and then the entire meat supply would be theirs. Fan became enraged, and blood clots appeared on his body, transforming him into a huge, terrifying monster with sharp fangs. He was so enormous that the cannibals were so frightened that they didn't even understand. Could this really be his strength? Let them just look at him. He was more terrifying than they. They should attack together. And at that moment, the cannibals pounced on Fan. They were confident and screaming loudly. But a moment later, their entire bodies were cut into tiny pieces. Fan roared at the end of their battle, and a moment later, they finally won, and the cannibals were dead. But Fan was on the verge, lying in a pool of his own blood, groaning. The guys who were in the fortress discussed. Should they leave him like this? Another answered that there was no choice, and now he couldn't control himself, so he said not to help. His daughter watched with tears in her eyes, and they began shouting that he couldn't move. How could he eat the cannibals without their help? It was simply a death sentence. They needed to open the gate, and they were willing to risk it. When they opened the gate, the girl turned to them with tears in her eyes and hope for her father's salvation, and the guard shouted that if they wanted to, then they should go forward. The guys went out to the monster, and Fan shouted, "What are they doing?" They answered that they couldn't leave him. They wouldn't last long on their own. At that moment, the guys shouted, "Don't come closer and leave them now." Fan, watching the scene, was devouring one of the cannibals, and the boy exclaimed what a horrific sight it was. Suddenly, Fan rose to his feet, and they began discussing whether he was going to get closer. Was he crazy? He said to throw it in there and not expose their own. The cannibals discussed from afar why the monster was so battered. It seemed he was attracted to one of their own. Their cannibal friends paved the way for them. They were lucky. When the boys turned around, they realized there were more cannibals there. And what should they do now? They shouted that Fan hadn't recovered and might not cope, so it was their turn to protect him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was strolling with his new acquaintances, remarking that they apparently had some unusual group, and that there were fewer cannibals here. Ren was surprised and said he recognized the place and that they were almost there. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of them, and he wondered if that was gunfire. Xiaoyong replied that it was less than a kilometer away, and they were just a step away. The cannibals were killing people who tried to fight them, and Fan's daughter fired and screamed that she would fight to the end. When one of the cannibals approached her, he said that her meat looked quite tender, causing her to tense up. At that moment, the monster took her weapon and threw it aside, saying that they would now see what she could do. When suddenly her father defended her and struck the guy. The girl fell to the ground, having been caught, and blood spilled from her hand. The cannibals realized that the monster was still snarling, and they needed to finish it off. They pounced on Fan, who began to defend himself, and his daughter, for her father, began screaming, "Daddy!" Her partner shouted at her that they couldn't stay here. They had to run away. Fan was on edge and tried to get rid of the creatures when suddenly a huge rock appeared above them and began falling, eventually landing, killing several cannibals in one fell swoop. The remaining cannibals retreated in fear, and no one understood what had happened. It turned out to be the protagonist who had saved them all with a single movement. He approached with Chong. A group of new acquaintances stood to the side, and in front of them were cannibals. The guys realized, could this really be another group of cannibals? But then they realized, no, this monster didn't look like a cannibal. What if all cannibals become this scary over time? The protagonist had gone crazy over what they'd said about Chong, and at that moment the cannibals couldn't understand. Was it theirs? Or wait, this guy smelled different. Was he a pure evolutionist? Was that even possible? Xiaoyong asked Chong to look into it, and he asked again, why is it always him who does the dirty work? At that moment, he suddenly jumped to the side and rushed at the cannibal, who said he'd killed countless zombies and would kill him right now. But before he could recover, Chong kicked him in the back and pinned him face down. The people around him realized this monster was insanely strong. Could it really be stronger than Fan? Ren told the others not to worry, because these were tough guys from the southern suburbs. Another guy asked again, southern suburbs? And they thought Fan was considered the strongest in the new world. But what about this zombie? The cannibals simply couldn't believe it. They were discussing how everything was fine, and there was no need to be afraid, since they could handle it together, when suddenly they froze and silently began waving their arms, then couldn't decide who would go first to kill Chong. One of them finally moved toward him and decided he would no longer pretend. Since everyone was against everyone, this pure evolutionary would belong to him. Xiaoyong looked at him in surprise, then raised a single hand and completely destroyed it. The cannibal began coughing up blood, and the other cannibal was surprised by his strength and realized he was even stronger. They had no chance and needed to flee. The protagonist pulled out his hand and created sharp points that pierced all the fleeing cannibals. A moment later, they lay dead in pools of their own blood, and the people couldn't understand whether it was a demon. Ren asked them not to be afraid, because he was there for them. Fan also turned and looked at him in surprise, then tried to pierce him, cutting his hand. Suddenly, Xiaoyong turned to him and asked, "What's going on?" He extended his sharp claws toward the monster and bound it with vines. Fan was surprised and couldn't move, and Xiaoyong shouted that it was an abomination. They would see if it could withstand falling. He swung his arm and was about to slam Fan into the ground when his daughter screamed, "Daddy, no." Xiaoyong heard her voice and paused, then looked at her questioningly, and she begged him to let him go. Xiaoyong asked again, Who should I let go of? This strange piece of meat? The girl screamed. Yes, it was her father, and he attacked them because he lost control. Let him not kill him, Xiaoyang asked again. Does she think this monster can return to human form? When he released the monster, he asked again. Is that all? At that moment, a terrible smell emanated from the monster, causing them to wave it off, and Xiaoyang said, turning to Chong, who's talking? His lunch smells just as bad. A young man approached them and suggested they go to the base. Fan could be left there. When they arrived at the new base, the people inside knelt down and cried out, Savior! They wouldn't have survived this day without them. Xiaoyang replied that it was nothing and that he was just helping them. How long has this settlement existed, and what's with this fan of theirs? The girl replied that it was her father, infected with mimic flesh. He asked, puzzled, what that meant. It was a magical, but extremely dangerous organism. It was found in wild animals and mistaken for a simple disease, but after cultivation they were surprised to discover that it could take the form of any tissue. This organism is capable of mimicking the cells it absorbed, not just repeating them, but improving their functions and properties. Although this violates ethics, her mentor decided to ignore the rules and conduct experiments on humans. They were delighted. Less than a week had passed, the cancer cells were almost destroyed, and they had discovered the God cell. By then, the catastrophe had already begun. Cities were plunged into chaos. Refugees were flocking from the surrounding areas, but they believed that the God cell would be the key to salvation. They could not have imagined that this itself would turn out to be a catastrophe. MC asked, is everything out of control? She confirmed it. The mimic flesh devours all the cells of the host's body until it replaces every one of them. The infected loses their humanity and gains the instincts of the mimic flesh. They develop an uncontrollable urge to infect others. Over time, the flesh forgets the structure of the host's body, turning into an irreversible mass. It loses coordination and mobility, withering after depleting nutrients. Therefore, the mimic flesh tries to gather itself together while it can maintain a human form. This instinct determines its final destination, the sea of flesh. Xiaoyang thought about it, and Zhaofeng said that he was now one of them. He noticed his shoulder and asked if this was a wound from his attack. He confirmed it, and he sighed heavily, regretfully saying that his days were already numbered. He told him not to worry. He had already extracted the dangerous flesh, and he asked in surprise how he did it. He answered with a smile that he was many times stronger than an ordinary person. This also applies to his immune system, and besides, a more amazing and deadly life form was hidden within him. He spread his arms out to the sides and plants immediately grew around him, and everyone's mouths dropped open at the sight. He asked if flesh could mimic. Would it be possible to use it intentionally? He extended his hand to the man, asking him to infect him again. He would try to tame this thing. He didn't argue, squeezed a piece of flesh from his fist and threw it to him. The mimic flesh bit into his palm, and he said that nothing was working. The creature immediately attacked when it tried to merge. All he could do was kill it. And how did he control it? He answered that he didn't control it. He was this flesh. All the cells of this body had become mimic flesh. From a biological point of view, he was no longer human. He asked, but did he still retain humanity? He answered that there was nothing left of humanity. Only a sense of responsibility based on reason supported him. The structure of the neurons in the brain had not yet completely degraded. He thinks like Zhou Zhaofeng and tries to fight the instincts of the flesh, but he feels the remnants of common sense disappearing. So soon he will not be able to maintain human form. Let him protect Xiaoping and the others. He will do anything as long as he can. His daughter burst into tears, and the system informed Xiaoyang that more than 2 types of disasters have been studied. The Disaster Collector Quest series has been unlocked. The goal is to study more types of disasters. Progress. Super Devourer Virus studied, Adaptive Spore studied, Mimic Protozoa Colony not studied. He will receive 300 points as a reward. He thought that the Super Devourer refers to the zombies in City M. Adaptive Spores were in the jungle of City S. Then Mimic Protozoa is the mimic flesh they are talking about. He asked the man, so does that mean he will join the Sea of Flesh? He told him that this day was not far off, and MC volunteered to go with him. He was just curious about something. The man asked what would happen to his people then, and he answered that it was not a problem. He took out a radio and contacted Qi, asking who was free now. Very soon, Shengji came to the base with his son. Shuai immediately happily greeted Xiaoyang, and he asked his father in surprise why he brought him. His mother didn't mind. Shuai said that he was not the same child he used to be. Now he would show him his strength. He didn't understand what he was talking about, and he turned around, loudly telling the people who had been following them all the way to get out. Otherwise, they would come to them themselves. At first, no one answered him, but after a few seconds, the people emerged from their hiding places, asking if they had noticed them. They approached him, and their leader said that he looked like he was. This was the famous meeting place. He wanted to see who they should unite against. He pointed his finger at Shengji and said that they were talking about him. He heard that he could deal with several of them, the new people, on his own. Shengji shook his head, saying that he didn't understand anything, that he had just arrived. Meanwhile, the boy asked Zhaofeng what was going on, and he replied that they had confused him with him. The new man, said that they were destined to fight, Why not do it when the numbers are on their side? Shuai stepped forward, confidently telling his father that he would deal with them himself, and he told him to be careful. After that, the men rushed into battle. The boy pulled out a pistol and opened fire on them, but their leader easily dodged every bullet and called him an insolent boy. He's not even afraid of a tiger. An ordinary person couldn't handle that speed. But suddenly a bullet hit him in the shoulder, which he clearly did not expect, and Shuai quickly reloaded the gun, asking, who said he was an ordinary boy? He continued shooting. The man managed to get close to him and pounced on him in a jump. But before he struck, he quickly dodged and jumped behind him, then shot him in the head. The people were surprised by his strength. Meanwhile, a larger man attacked the boy and he cursed, since this time he could not dodge. Then his father came to his aid. He pierced the bodies of his opponents with tentacles. The people were afraid of his strength, and the opponents exclaimed that the rumors were lying. These guys are stronger. They decided to attack him simultaneously to test how many tentacles he uses at once, but they did not expect that he would grow even more tentacles and deal with them. Finally, all the opponents were finished. The boy ran up to Xiaoyong and asked how he felt about him. He patted him on the head and told him with a smile that his training had not been in vain. Shuai happily said that it was all thanks to the harvest from his field. People become stronger when they eat it. MC thought that it seemed that the plants from the field remained the same creatures. Although their strength could not be compared with the wild monsters in the city, they still contained the energy of evolution, which was a pleasant surprise. The boy pointed at Zhaofeng and asked, "What the hell is this?" He said that now he understood the big picture. Zombies, plants, and here is a creature called mimic flesh. Each territory contains something unique, its own type of disaster, and he wonders what enemy will be next. Meanwhile, a fortress in the middle of a wasteland encountered a whole horde of huge insects. The military couldn't hold them off for long, as there were too many of them, and then they decided to escape. Getting into armored cars, they drove away, abandoning the civilians, and were devoured by the insects. At this time, Xiaoyong and the others entered the building. He said that the guys could easily defend this place from 20 or 30 cannibals. He noticed a man locked in a separate room and asked if he was also a cannibal. Zhaofeng told him that he used it to find people infected with mimic flesh. He accidentally discovered that cannibals do not feel the urge to eat the infected. Not all infected can control the flesh instinct as he can, but they are more dangerous than cannibals because they do not act openly, but quietly infect others. And he helped them find such people. Seeing them, the cannibal gritted his teeth in rage, and then with a smirk said that today they will do without unnecessary words. He will immediately tell you who is infected. Zhaofeng became worried, and the man said that he was curious whether a creature that has lost humanity would feel even a drop of sadness from the death of its daughter. Zhaofeng became wary, and the cannibal said that his daughter, whom he so desperately protected, was already infected with mimic flesh. He didn't think he needed to explain who did it. Xiaoping touched the wound on her shoulder and remembered that her father had accidentally hit her during the fight. The man's face immediately darkened, and MC patted him on the shoulder and told him not to worry so much. He replied that the worst part was that he was already calm. His heart should be breaking apart, but it wasn't reacting. It seemed he had reached his limit. It was time for him to surrender to the sea of flesh. He turned to Xiaoyong and said that, although he couldn't remain the same person, he believed in finishing what he started. Would he be able to cleanse Xiaoping's body like he cleansed his own? He replied that it was a bad idea. His immune system wouldn't help others. Zhaofeng told him to forget about it then, and the guy approached Xiaoping, asking if she would also become that thing. She told him that she didn't care anymore. There was nothing left in this world for her to hold on to. She hoped they would deal with her when she lost control. MC told her not to give up so quickly. He didn't say he had no other methods. He handed her a syringe and told her to inject herself with it. It was an infection blocker. It worked against the M-City virus. It might help this time too. Without further ado, she injected herself above the wound, and the cannibal grinned and asked, "Do they really have no common sense? Mimic flesh and a virus are different types of organisms. Even a child would understand that it wouldn't work." But immediately after that, his face changed. He was very surprised, wondering how this was possible, and Xiaoyong looked at him with a smile and said that judging by his face, it worked. The guy was very happy, and Xiaoping asked if they could give one dose to her father, then he would become human again. MC told her that it was unlikely to help. She had only recently been infected, so they had time, but her father's human part had already been absorbed. Zhaofeng demonstrated this to her and said that now he was just a flesh mimic who maintained human form. This made her uneasy, and her father asked Xiaoyong if he had changed his mind about going to the Sea of Flesh. He didn't have much time. After that, they set off. In the morning they reached City K, and Zhaofeng warned him that they were close, so it would be dangerous. Suddenly, someone called out to them. A whole group of children caught up with them and asked if they had food. Zhaofeng immediately suspected something was wrong and took out his weapon, saying that there couldn't be people in this place. And he was right. They were also infected with flesh. Time passed, and in the meantime, an insect came to the base. Shuai quickly got rid of it, checked the creature, and asked, Where did these bugs come from? They are fast and big. He has already killed several since last night. Xiaoping said that she has never seen such a thing before. It seems that their numbers are only growing. Shuai suggested that their bugs might be drawn to his father, and suddenly, the roar of an engine was heard. They immediately became wary. The boy prepared a pistol and told the girl to be careful. They had uninvited guests. The others also armed themselves and went out to greet these guests. The soldiers stopped at the gate. They were very happy to see people, and Shuai sternly ordered them to get out of the cars. A soldier emerged from this with his hands raised, telling them not to shoot. They are not enemies. He asked suspiciously, "Are they neither cannibals nor evolutionists, but ordinary people?" He asked the men to calm down. They do not intend to harm them. He ordered his soldiers to put away their weapons so as not to frighten them, but Xiaoping and the others were still on guard. Shuai told her not to worry. They do not look like bad people or cannibals. A soldier approached him and scratched his head in confusion, asking, "He's not the leader of the settlement, is he?" He replied that he was only protecting them temporarily, and one of the soldiers chuckled and asked, "Does the boy protect everyone?" Shuai didn't like this and asked them to show respect to someone who wanted to receive them, and the soldier's commander immediately apologized to him and introduced himself. His name is Yang Bin. They are from City B, where there was a settlement, but it was overrun by hordes of insects, and they were forced to flee south. They only have 5 cars, and along the way they split up. Their leader took 2 and went to City K. Shuai thought for a second, then threw a beetle at their feet, and the soldier asked in surprise, "Are there only those here?" They were very happy because the insects here were much smaller, but their commander said that they were celebrating too soon, and the swarm would soon reach here. But they migrate more slowly than they thought. The boy said that the beetles appeared yesterday. There weren't any before, and now they have other problems. Yang Bin asked if they had Walking Dead. Shuai said he knew they couldn't miss them, and the man said they thought they were being controlled by parasites, but didn't see anything on their heads. He decided not to dwell on it and waved his hand at his soldiers, telling them to look at their power instead. He showed them his weapons and said it was enough even against a swarm. Zombies were no problem. And then Xiaoping told them to go inside the base. It was dangerous outside. They wouldn't be able to protect them from cannibals. Yang Bin was overjoyed and told them to leave the defense to them. The threat here was kindergarten level. They'd been through worse. They went into the base, but the boy found the whole thing suspicious. Meanwhile, MC quickly dealt with the mimics, and Zhao Feng thought he had impressive strength. Xiaoyong said there were at least 20 of these within a kilometer, and the man noticed they were almost completely out of shape. One could only imagine the tragic fate of someone lost here. He pointed to the side and suggested they move on. He could already sense they were there. To explore the city, they climbed onto the roof of a building. All the streets were awash in a sea of flesh. The mimic inside Zhao Feng's body began to struggle to get out. He jumped onto the roof railing and was about to merge with the sea, but MC stopped him and asked, "Will he just give in? Without resistance?" He replied that it was futile. His will would crumble completely. One day, he would lose to his instincts anyway. He reached toward his head and thin threads grew from his fingers. One of them pierced the man's forehead and his eyes rolled back. Xiaoyong did something to him and said that since he lacked structure, he would give him this. He entered his brain, closed his eyes, concentrating, and then stepped back, and the man caught his breath, asking what he had done to him. He answered that he had implanted adaptive spores in him that could maintain the brain structure, and at the same time studied the mimic protozoa. Zhao Feng didn't understand what he was talking about, and he explained to him that they called it mimic flesh. The loss of the host body's structure is not an instinct, but a mistake. The sea of flesh is a desperate attempt to continue existence through a constant influx of new life forms, but eventually it will consume everything in its path and begin to devour itself. The lack of diversity will lead to collapse. The man asked, dumbfounded, if these spores would help him regain his humanity. He answered that this was not true, but they would maintain their current form. The adaptive spores constantly divide and restore their structure, while the mimic absorbs it. It is a kind of balance. This way, it will not forget itself. He asked, so he could still be Zhou Zhaofeng? He told him that he would remain so, unless, of course, something unexpected happened. Zhaofeng thoughtfully lowered his gaze, thanked him, and said that this was simply the status quo. A daily struggle with his nature. He could not last like this for long. MC jumped on the fence and said that there was another thing he wanted to try. Let him jump into the sea, and he would follow him. Meanwhile, the military reached the city, and they stopped at a gas station, and their boss told them to move. No one knows what danger awaits them here. He wanted to light a cigarette, but the soldier said that fire is not allowed at the gas station, and he immediately hid the lighter, saying that they should have already left the zone of City B. He answered him that they did that a long time ago. Now they are in City K. The boss asked, "What's going on with Yang Bin's group? Did they fix the radio?" He told him that the radio had been shot through in the chaos. Everything inside had been blown to pieces. The man said angrily that they should have taken a spare, and the soldier said that everything would be fine. They must have slowed down, they would refuel and catch up with them. A group of survivors approached them. A woman called out to them and asked if they could take them with them. They had supplies. The soldier approached them, asking if they were local survivors. The woman confirmed this, mentioning supplies again, and he asked if there was an insect nearby. She told him that there was no one here and they had supplies. The soldier touched his head in confusion, saying that he understood everything about the supplies, then turned to the boss and offered him to go with them and get the food. But he suddenly worriedly warned him of the danger. As soon as the soldier turned around, the mimics attacked him. Meanwhile, Zhao looked at the sea and asked Xiaoyong if he seriously wanted to do this. He answered with a smile that he was going to jump in there anyway, so he should trust him. They both jumped into the sea of flesh, and as soon as they landed, the creature grabbed them and pulled them inside. After a few seconds, vines burst out of the flesh. They spread throughout the area, and MC got out of the sea of flesh and landed next to Zhao. He told him not to stand still, it was his turn now. He stared at him in shock, not understanding what he wanted from him, and then he felt something and screamed loudly. Vines grew out of his back. They connected with those created by Xiaoyong, and then the man screamed again, and plants rushed upward. After a while, a huge tree grew in this place, and Zhao, who became a part of it, looked around in surprise, and MC asked how it felt to satisfy instincts. He didn't know what to answer, tried to do something, and another tree grew from the flesh. Looking at it, he asked in surprise, does it obey him? He himself became a sea of flesh. Xiaoyong told him that wasn't entirely true. He currently controlled only a fifth of the area. Capturing it all would take half a month. Another tree had grown nearby, he said, the main trunk. The growth of a new tree meant that another part of the sea had come under his control. He would become it when this zone was filled with such trees. Let him remember, he controlled all the adaptive spores. He shouldn't even think of going against him or the residents of City M. He could take this power from him at any time. He replied that he understood everything. He wasn't foolish enough to betray someone he was grateful to. They heard a noise from the side and realized something had happened. A group of soldiers ran toward them, followed by a mimic. A soldier shouted that he'd rather be killed by insects than by this thing. And then he suddenly froze, seeing something astonishing. A huge tree blocked out the sky. They were stunned by the sight, but the mimics were already close. The boss asked what they would do. Would they run further? A soldier warned the boss that the same flesh those monsters were made of lay ahead, and he said that they should run to the side, but he objected, saying they didn't have time. A shadow covered them. They raised their heads, and seeing a huge mouth above them, they realized that they were finished. But Zhao came to the rescue in time. He killed one of the monsters. The others started to flee. Then it split up and headed towards them. As soon as it caught up with them, it devoured them all, and then returned to the sea. The soldiers remained in place, and the guy nervously asked, are they saved? The boss told him to shut up, not to make a sound. It hadn't noticed them. Zhao said it was all nonsense. He could see and hear their every move. The voice was coming from literally everywhere. They started looking around for its owner, and then Zhao emerged from the sea of flesh, and a soldier pointed at him in shock, asking who he was. MC approached them and told them it was the embodiment of the sea of flesh. They were frightened by his appearance, because they couldn't even notice him, and he asked where they came from. After that, the military told them all about insects. Ferocious crawlers, agile flyers, giant beetles spitting poison for tens of meters, and brain parasites that turn everyone into slaves. Sometimes they coordinate better than humans. Xiaoping received the same information in the camp. She thought for a second and said that it looked like a eusocial species. These are insects, ants, bees, termites. They have no individual desires, only the will of the collective. They can be frightening with their unimaginable cohesion. Yang Bin shook his head and asked, so now they understand how dangerous these creatures are? Suddenly, they heard some sounds, and they turned around to see cannibals on the roofs of the buildings. Yang Bin asked, so they eat people? Shuai replied that now they would understand what kind of enemies they were facing. One of the cannibals said that their people saw their leader leave for City K, and now they were defenseless. It would be a shame for them to simply kill them on the spot. There was no benefit for either side. Therefore, they wanted to offer them their protection. It was enough for them to give up one person every few days. Shuai smirked and asked, are they going to tame them? The girl remarked that this was rude. She was giving them half an hour, after which the massacre would begin. Yang Bin cursed, saying that they had completely lost their conscience. Then he and his soldiers took out their weapons and asked, do they know what this is? The woman asked, are they new here? Otherwise, they wouldn't have decided to scare them with these things. They jumped off the roof, which surprised the soldiers greatly, and when they landed in front of them without any problems, they became nervous because they were unharmed after such a fall. They immediately realized that these were not ordinary people and opened fire on them, but the bullets did not bother them at all. They continued to shoot at them anyway, not knowing what to do, and their commander ordered them to hold the line and retreat only on command. Thus, the cannibals got very close to them. But Shengzhe came to their aid. The cannibal who attacked the commander was pierced by a tentacle. and the soldier's face was splattered with blood. The cannibals immediately retreated, not understanding what happened, and looked at the monster, asking where it came from. They turned to the guy who told them about the soldiers and exclaimed that they were supposed to go to City K, but he deceived them. He told them it was a completely different monster. And before Shengji attacked, they decided to flee. Then Chenggu gave chase, and the soldiers thought it was another monster, but he stopped the cannibals and immediately rushed to the attack. He swung his sharp claws, striking, and finally they were finished. Yang Bin looked at these monsters in shock, and Shuai called out to him, smiling, asking, "Don't you think humans are more frightening than some insects?" The man immediately agreed, while Xiaoyang noted that, judging by their story, another disaster had occurred, this time in City B. His mission had been updated. He needed to study the swarm of octoploid insects and eliminate the threat. He turned to the soldier and asked, "Didn't he say the others had gone southwest?" He confirmed this. They were planning to bypass the city and head south along the main road, and Zhao Fen clarified, towards their base. The soldier asked if they needed this base, and MC replied that there were still things there that needed attention, and looked at Zhao Feng, asking, "He's right? He replied that he had already merged with the Sea of Flesh. There was no turning back. So let him help his daughter." He smiled and told him not to worry. He would bring her and the others here. He immediately objected, saying he was too dangerous. But Xiaoyang reassured him. His nature had already begun to change. From these words, Zhao Feng realized that he no longer felt the urge to infect and kill. MC explained to him that adaptive spores provide a more efficient and simple energy source for the Sea of Flesh, and he could easily suppress its hunger with willpower. He said goodbye to him, saying that he would help the soldiers return to the others, after which he led them to the base. Shuai immediately rushed to him, joyfully saying that they had defeated powerful enemies. Seeing the leader, Yang Bin was very happy, and he said with a smile that Xiaoyang had not lied after all. They really were here. Yang Bin asked where the others were, and he told him the sad news. They had died after encountering monsters. The soldiers fell silent, trying to comprehend the fact that their comrades were no longer there. But Yang Bin decided not to lose heart and said with a smile that they needed to see the people from this base. They were strong to the point of insanity. The boss said that they also needed to show them something, then they would talk about insanity. While they were chatting, Xiaoping approached Xiaoyang and asked if her father had become part of the Sea of Flesh. He confirmed this, but he told her not to be upset. He had retained his sanity. He found a way to harness his power. It's much safer there now, so let them pack their things. They're immediately moving to a better place that they found with Zhao Feng. Having finished their preparations, a huge group of people moved towards the Sea of Flesh, and very soon they encountered monsters, but decided to go around them. Suddenly, a human voice was heard from the side. They immediately became wary, and Yang Bin, seeing a woman and child walking towards them, said that they didn't look like cannibals. And why were they so tense? The boss immediately opened fire, shouting that it was those monsters again, and Yang Bin anxiously rushed towards him and exclaimed, "What is he doing? These are ordinary civilians." He responded by telling him to take a closer look. These are not just civilians. And then, Yang Bin saw that it was just a monster disguised as humans. But they were not alone. Similar mimics began to approach them from all sides. They were surrounded. The boss called out to Xiaoyang and told him and the others to run to the Sea of Flesh. They had better weapons. They would cover them. Yang Bin told him not to panic so much. They were quite strong themselves, and he exclaimed that this was all nonsense. These things were terrifying, so let them run from here. They would hold them off. The soldier told the others to listen to their leader. Monsters were different from cannibals. This is where their guns would shine. MC patted the soldier on the shoulder and said that he realized they were tough. They could be relied on. He stepped forward, telling them to stay back so as not to be accidentally hit, and then fired a flare into the sky. Shuai looked at the bright light and asked, "What was that? Did he call Shanshan?" He told him that he called another strong group. He turned to Chonggu and Shengji, telling them to move forward. Just don't overdo it. They must protect their people and leave the cleanup to others. After that, the mimics rushed to attack. Chonggu and the others rushed towards them. Seeing them fighting, the boss asked in surprise, "Are they monsters too?" Yang Bin smiled and replied that he had told him so. A scream came from somewhere off to the side. The people turned around, thinking more monsters had arrived, and saw a crowd of mimics rushing towards them. The people called out to Xiaoyang, warning him of the danger, and the boy cursed, exclaiming that his group was already locked in battle, and that he wouldn't have time to help. The soldier ordered them to grab their weapons so they could defend themselves, but the monsters continued to advance, causing them to become terrified and even flee, causing the entire formation to collapse. To their surprise, the monsters simply ran past. They clashed with the mimics, and the boss joyfully said he understood everything. This was the group Xiaoyang was talking about, that man's subordinates. Yang Bin asked who he was talking about, to which he replied that he would soon see everything for himself. Finally, the monsters were dealt with. Vines began to reach their bodies, and the people stepped aside, afraid to step on them. The vines clung to their bodies, sucking out all their nutrients, and the MC told them to follow the vines. They were almost there. Soon, they reached a huge tree standing in the middle of a sea of flesh. Xiaoping worriedly asked where her father was, and Xiaoyang told her not to worry. He was ahead. He called out loudly to Zhao Feng, saying that his daughter was here, and one of the pieces of flesh began to rise. The boss excitedly told Yang Bin to look closely. He was about to see real madness. Zhao Feng emerged from the piece of flesh, and his daughter immediately rushed to him, but MC stopped her and asked, "What's wrong with him?" Zhao Feng said that the sea of flesh was huge, and it was difficult for him to control every detail, so he shouldn't go too close to it to avoid risks. Xiaoyang said that they could set up camp nearby, but keep their distance and not touch the flesh. Then, Zhao Feng would be able to suppress the urge to kill or infect them. He turned to him and asked, "Have you found a place for a new base?" He replied that there was an old factory a kilometer to the southwest, between Q and K cities. He had cleared it of mimic flesh so they could go there. Meanwhile, in the forest, Chai dumped the monster's body into a huge pit and asked if the plant attacks had become too frequent. The old man said that this usually meant a flower platform had appeared in the area, and Xiao Kai remarked that Xiaoyang had tamed it. The old man said he didn't think this platform was the only one in the entire jungle. Meanwhile, a large group of survivors had reached the new base, and while they were busy, Xiaoyang was contacted by radio. Having received the information, he told Zhao Feng that he had business in the southern suburbs of City M and needed to go there. Zhao Feng said he could entrust the place to him, and then MC called out to the boy, saying there were some problems with the plants in the field. He was taking Changgu, and he should stay with his father. Soon, Xiaoyang was already at the base and called everyone to a meeting. She told him that he, Shanshan, Xiao Kai, and Chen were there. That was quite enough. What did they have to fear? Captain Li told him not to get cocky. They could only be completely safe with Xiao Kai. He glanced at his friend with a smile, noting that he had become more confident lately. He proudly replied that eating the plants from the flower platform had made him so strong. Even the survivors of the neighboring city had become stronger. He thought he could now be considered one of the strongest people in the apocalypse world. MC said that in that case, he would go with him to the center of the jungle, where they would test his level. Time passed. They had already killed a couple of monsters in the jungle, and MC told Xiao Kai that he had done well. He smiled and replied that he was trying, and she said that it wasn't bragging. He and Shanshan had become much stronger. Xiao Kai noted that it was too early for him to brag. He would say so after meeting the flower platform. And then Li Chen noticed something. He called Xiaoyang over and told him to look at it. Seeing the stump, MC was confused why he even called him over for such a trivial matter, but then he saw that the entire clearing had been cut down. Who did this? Li Chen assumed that their people did it, but she said that they hadn't gone that deep into the jungle. Xiaoyang told them to be quiet. He listened and said that there was some movement off to the side. They needed to check it out. There were people nearby, cutting down trees. One of them leaned over one of the workers. Everyone else immediately ran, but one of them tripped and fell, and the tree fell down, crushing his leg. He screamed in pain and immediately started cursing, asking who did this. The guy who cut down the tree became nervous. The man angrily called him an idiot, wishing him a painful death, and then he felt something. With tears in his eyes, he exclaimed that he could still work. Let them give him 2 days. He swears that by then he will be completely recovered. But the jungle was merciless to him. Branches grew out of his body, causing him severe pain, and then his head disappeared, and he died. This sight made everyone uneasy. The guy stepped aside and told everyone to stop standing. They needed to get back to work. To avoid the same fate, they continued working. Finally, MC found them in the woodcutters. Noticing them, looked up from their work. They were surprised to see the people, and Chi noticed that they were noticed, but they did not look happy at all. The guy waved his hand, greeting them with a smile, and Xiao Kai noticed that their reaction was somehow slow. The woodcutter asked, "Are they the only ones here? Are there other people with them? They have a huge settlement, protected and safe, but they're short on hands, so they could bring more people." She replied that they had enough people, but their settlement was hardly better, and then Xiaoyang put his hand on his shoulder, indicating that he should remain silent. He told the woodcutters that they had a falling out with the people at their base and left. "Can they take them in?" The guy smiled and told them that of course they would. Everyone was nervous right now. Conflicts were inevitable. Later, let them try to bring the rest. The more people, the stronger they would become, which would make it easier to survive. MC agreed with his words, and the guy decided to accompany them. They walked through the forest for some time, constantly encountering felled trees along the way. The guy looked around and noticed that there were a lot of vines around, as if they were part of a plant organism, and Shanshan added that this was a rather strange place for a base. The guy clicked his tongue in displeasure, but quickly regained his friendly expression, and said that these were mutated plants, but they didn't eat people. He pointed to the side and said that they needed to go there. Their settlement was behind those thickets. They began to make their way through the bushes, and Xiao Kai cursed, saying that if he hadn't been told there was a base here, he would have thought it was a monster lair. Finally, emerging from the bushes, they saw a very tall tree, the size of which surprised everyone. Old Man K told Xiaoyang that it seemed the monster's mass was no less than the plant inside it, and he noted that in terms of size, it was inferior even to the flower platform. He pointed at the tree with a smile and told Chi to show his strength, and he asked him to stop teasing him. He couldn't handle this thing. Meanwhile, the woodcutter stood strangely behind them. Then he gave a signal to the others and ordered them to grab them. The other woodcutters jumped out of the bushes and grabbed them, but it looked like they were hugging them. And then Chai noticed something strange. A multitude of vines fell from the tree onto a pile of dead people. They clung to their bodies, and they began to move. The tree revived the dead people, who rose and, pointing their fingers at the newcomers, said that they would subjugate them. Xiao Kai got goosebumps from this sight. All the dead people began to scream in unison about their kinsman, about how he had become a slave. It was a shame. Hearing this, the woodcutter was surprised, and MC took advantage of this and hit him in the face to break free from his grasp, and as he fell, he grabbed him with a vine. The woodcutter looked at him in bewilderment and asked, "Who are they anyway?" The rest of the team also dealt with these guys, and Xiaoyong said that since they were threatened, he would not kill them for now. Monsters ran out of the forest. MC noticed this and threw the woodcutter aside, and his team ran towards the enemies. They rushed into battle, quickly dealt with everyone, and one of the woodcutters exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't they just ordinary people? How do they fight plants and win?" Their leader said that for now it was true, but there were too many enemies. All the dead are spare guards of the body. Xiaoyong stepped in, waved his hand, releasing a bunch of vines towards the monsters, and dealt with them with ease. Seeing this, the woodcutter screamed in horror that they were all monsters, but suddenly he fell silent. He felt some strange movement in his body, and then branches burst out of his chest, and the same fate befell his comrades. Those who were still alive screamed in terror, saying that they could still work, and Old Man K worriedly told Xiaoyong that none of them would survive if this continued. He removed the vines and said that it was enough to kill that thing. After that, he went to this huge tree, and it shot vines at him in response, but none of them hit him. And then he waved his hand, cutting them all off. The next vine flew straight at his face. He wouldn't be able to attack, so he had to defend himself, and the thing threw him back to the ground. He managed to land softly and thought that this monster was too big. The fight wouldn't be quick, but dragging it out was unprofitable. The other woodcutters' bodies were already starting to bloom, and they screamed in terror that they didn't want to die. MC asked them to gather around him, then took a deep breath and exhaled a green mist onto them, which cleared all the branches. This is a special type of algae fungus that secretes interferon, which prevents the spores in their bodies from spreading. He ordered Qi to lead them away, and he, Xiao Kai, and Shanshan fled. The tree, with the help of the dead, told Xiaoyong to serve. It was a shame, and he only sighed heavily. The adaptive spore took control of his body and shouted that they were all fools. Symbiosis was more beneficial. They could gain growth and strength. Mutual taming was the right path. After this argument died down, MC smiled and told him to stop chatting and get back to work. Old Man Qi asked, "Was that the voice of the flower platform? Does it have consciousness?" He explained to him that adaptive spores have long since become neural structures. The emergence of consciousness is quite natural. This can be considered convergent evolution into a higher form of life. He suggested that they discuss this later, since they needed to leave now, and Li Chen asked, would he kill that thing? He answered him that there was no point in fighting an enemy of such size. They would return when they were prepared. They left, and the tree, in a rage, slammed its vines onto the ground, screaming that it was not over yet, it would kill them all. Returning to the base, Xiaoyong called a meeting and said that Shenjie and the others would guard the fields. They were expecting a major attack from the giant plant. Li Chen asked, would there be a problem if everyone came here? He told him not to worry. This place would be guarded by a strong man. Qi inquired who that was. Was he stronger than them? MC laughed and said he could come with him and have a duel to find out, and he agreed, saying he couldn't defeat that monster, but he certainly wouldn't lose to a newbie. After that, Xiaoyong turned to Old Man K and said he was coming with them too, as his knowledge would be useful there. When they arrived at the Sea of Flesh, Qi was very surprised to see a huge tree. MC said this was the very power he'd spoken of, and Zhao Feng emerged from the Sea of Flesh, greeting him. He introduced his friend, saying he wanted to fight him, and Shai immediately stood at attention, smiling awkwardly. The man gave him a thoughtful look, then made one slight movement with his finger, and thorns emerged from the Sea of Flesh. Seeing this, she immediately backed down and, with a nervous smile, suggested that they forget about the duel. They were allies after all, and it was important not to ruin their relationship. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong introduced Zhao Feng's daughter to the old man, and she said with a smile that she was glad to meet him. She'd heard about him often. He smiled back, and MC immediately asked if there was a way to control the swarm. He replied that he was a simple agronomist and therefore knew little about the nature of insects. Regarding the species they knew, they were very difficult to control. Xiaoping explained that swarm intelligence is the collective behavior of groups of individuals, each with its own form of labor that unites them. A queen bee or ant is simply a link in the group, responsible for reproduction. The pheromones they secrete only suppress the maturity of other individuals. They don't make decisions, and yet, most systems gravitate towards centralization. Perhaps the queen could develop functions similar to the central nervous system. They had already seen similar examples, adaptive spores and mimic flesh. The old man noticed that her words made sense, and Xiaoyong said that in that case, they would try to capture and control the queen. The boss said that the swarm was huge. Getting into the nest and capturing the queen was practically impossible, and the old man agreed. They had turned the city into their home, comparable in scale to the jungle of S City. MC wondered what they should do then, and she said he had one stupid idea. Do they know the Trojan horse? As soon as the preparations were finished, 3 cars set off for the city. They stopped abruptly. The soldiers pulled the cloth from the trunk containing the flesh, then abruptly pulled away, causing the monsters to fall out, and they drove on. Xiaoyang, standing around the corner, carefully observed the situation, and she, with a confident smile, told him to watch closely. His plan would definitely work. Insects appeared very soon, so far only one wasp. Seeing the monsters, it hovered in the air, and she asked what it was. He answered, something like a hive scout, and when it flew away, he said the bait worked. Very soon, a small detachment arrived. The wasps began circling above the monsters, and the soldiers, who were so afraid of them, ran. The others also felt uneasy and asked them if everything was okay, and then he used the power of the adaptive spore. At that moment, the wasps attacked the monsters. While they were fighting, vines crept up on them unnoticed and grabbed the insects, and then MC took control of them. The boss noted with surprise that he had such immense power. It seemed like they could have simply broken into the nest without a plan. Due to the effect of the adaptive spore, the wasps fell to the ground and began twitching, and the old man asked, "Will this really work?" Xiaoyang answered him that they regenerate much more slowly than mimic flesh, and they are also more difficult to control. Xiaofen cooperates with them, but the insects refuse to obey. Excited voices were heard from the side, and he immediately headed there. There was a wasp there, which, under the influence of the spores, had already begun to slowly rise. MC approached it. The wasp showed no hostility, and the soldiers asked, "Did the plan work?" Xiaoyang, smiling, stroked the wasp's head and confirmed it, and the old man asked, "Just one successful specimen?" MC replied that that was enough, and then, with the wasp's help, the air rose and flew over the city. He felt uneasy, and thought it was no wonder the military was afraid even at the mention of insects. They were terrifyingly scary. Meanwhile, the guys hiding in the nest waited until the beetles left, and then emerged from their hiding place, saying that it was close. The guy asked his friend, is he sure he'll succeed? If they get lost here, it will be bad. He told them that the nest needs a fresh air supply. Going against the wind will be enough to find the exit. Trying not to make any noise, they carefully walked towards the wind, and suddenly one of them froze in place in fear. Not far from them lay bodies that the larvae were feeding on, and this sight made them uneasy. One of them told the others not to look at it. They could become like that if they were caught. They went on, and finally they saw the light, which meant this was the exit. They were so happy that they even burst into tears and ran towards it. But then a suspicious sound was heard behind them. The insects found out about them and rushed in pursuit. The guys immediately sped up, and when the light was already very close, they were very glad that they managed to get out of there. But at the exit, a whole crowd of insects was waiting for them. The beetles noticed them, headed towards them, and grabbed them. Night fell. People were sitting in a dark cave and trembling with fear. Then one of them noticed movement above the hole in the ceiling, and everyone got scared, thinking that the insects had arrived. But the insect simply threw those guys into the cave. After recovering, they asked other people what this place was, and the guy told them it was a food storage facility. From that moment on, they became supplies. The guy burst into tears, saying that it would have been better if he had remained a laborer. Then he would have had a chance to survive. But it turns out that it wasn't only the 3 of them who fell into the pit. Xiaoyang was with them. One of them pointed at him and asked, "Who the hell is that? Is he dead?" His friends said they didn't recognize him. He definitely didn't escape with them, and then one of them touched him and asked, "Is he alive?" He immediately came to his senses and stood up, saying that he finally made it. The road was so winding that he felt dizzy. He looked around and asked, "Are they inside the nest?" "It's quite impressive. Everything here looks like a labyrinth." The guy asked discontentedly, "Is he in the mood to praise their lair when he's just been caught?" The MC asked if anyone knew the way to the queen, and they asked why he needed it. He told them it could help him with something, and the people stared at him in shock, thinking he was just an idiot. A sound was heard, and they immediately realized that insects had come to choose food, and they huddled together. The guy turned to Xiaoyang and asked why he was frozen. Did he want to become their dinner? Another person told him not to be stupid. Someone needed to die, and they could be eaten instead. He apologized to Xiaoyang for this, saying that he simply lost his mind at the wrong moment. And then a huge beetle crawled into the cave through a hole in the ceiling. The beetle examined him, as if assessing him before the meal, and the people held their breath in fear. Just as the beetle was about to attack, the MC grabbed it by the claw and hit it on the head with all his might with his fist, shocking the people. He killed the insect with ease. They did not understand how he did it, and Xiaoyang, getting out of the cave, asked if they would go with him or stay here. They hesitated, and then one of them declared that he knew a local passage and had almost gotten out once. His friends also volunteered to go with him, and then everyone else joined him. They wandered through the caves for a while and soon encountered a whole horde of monsters. Seeing them, the people began to run, afraid they wouldn't be able to cope with such a large number. but MC only needed one wave of his hand to kill the monster. Seeing this, the people trusted his strength and stopped, and then he ran to the rest of the insects and began to fight them. He tore one apart, threw the second so that it hit its own kind. The fight continued for some time, and finally Xiaoyang dealt with all the insects single-handedly, then looked at the passage where the beetles came from and asked, "Since they came from there, is the queen in that direction?" The guy hesitantly confirmed this, and they continued on. In the next cave, they found a beetle, but a different kind. The guy immediately told him it was an antenna beetle. This one had antenna-like tendrils on its back. MC said he'd seen it before and asked, "So, they control the swarm?" The guy confirmed it and advised him not to touch it. Otherwise, they would be attacked by endless waves of insects. But Xiaoyang didn't listen, causing him to become very agitated. Then, vines emerged from his fingers and reached out to the insect. Even after seeing this, the beetle couldn't react in time, and the vines pierced this one's body. The people, shocked, asked, "Is he even human?" One of them heard some sounds from the side, and everyone immediately realized that the other beetles were running to protect the antenna, and they warned Xiaoyang that they were approaching. He extended his hand toward them, maintaining control of the antenna, and released the vines. The people moved aside to avoid being hit, but they were in no danger anyway. The vines moved towards the horde of insects, wrapped around each of them, and took control. And then the people wondered which of them was the real monster. Some time passed. MC kept trying to subdue the antenna beetle, but it gave in and fell. Xiaoyang said that subduing a resisting individual with spores was still too difficult, but he found the queen. He released the vines, they grew throughout the cave, and all the insects felt an earthquake. The vines came out of the ceiling, grabbed them, and dug into their brains, and then they died. Meanwhile, the wasps flew out of the nest, the cave began to shake, and the people asked what he did. He told them that he loosened the hive, and at the same time absorbed a lot of the insect's energy. And the preparations are complete. Now he can meet her. He kicked the ground with all his might. It split and they fell into a deep hole. Having come to their senses, they stood up and the people looked around, asking if this was where the queen was supposed to be. MC told him it was right under their feet, and then a huge insect emerged from a pile of earth. It was the queen. She screamed loudly, displeased with the unexpected guests, and gathered up the beetles, of which there was no end. The ground beneath their feet cracked, and they would have fallen if Xiaoyang hadn't enclosed them in a cage of vines. He asked them not to try to get out. He didn't need any interference here, and they agreed to sit there without a problem. After that, a fight began. The insects rushed towards him. He released vines and began swinging them like whips. Then he encountered a new species of beetle that spat sticky liquid. He reacted quickly and jumped to the side. The bugs continued to shoot at him, and he, quickly dodging each shot, picked up a stone and ran towards them, telling the queen that he had destroyed her nest, and killing a couple of babies would be easy. He threw the stone at the monsters with all his might. It pierced their bodies, and they exploded, while the people watched the fight with delight, saying that he was a real professional, not inferior to them in strength. Apparently this time, they would escape. Seeing that they were not coping, the queen screamed in fear and backed away, and then MC approached her, telling her to stop screaming. He was not going to kill her. He released vines, covered her entire body with them, squeezed her tightly so that she could not escape, and said that the vines had already pierced her brain. She would die instantly if she resisted. He himself was nervous, because the queen was alone, and her death would ruin all his efforts. But something unexpected happened. She decided to submit to him, sensing the threat level, which means she has high intelligence. The system informed him about the completed tasks. He collected all the disasters and eliminated the threat posed by the insects and received 700 points. Currently his point total is 961. After that, he began to think that maybe he should subjugate the entire nest so that it wouldn't cause problems in the future. He opened the system store, which currently only contained boxes, and he decided to update the inventory and buy only ability awakenings until he ran out of points. In the end, he manually updated the store 8 times in one go, increasing the upgrade price to 1,000 points. But he also purchased 2 more supply boxes, leaving him with 400 points. He opened all the boxes, and there were 5 skills inside. Level 2 physical exertion increases stats by 50% and causes weakness after the effect wears off. Level 3 physical overload increases stats by 100% and causes weakness after the effect wears off. Powerful bioelectricity creates an electric field reaching 1000 volts which discharges upon contact. Powerful level 2 bioelectricity also creates an electric field, but it reaches tens of thousands of volts. Slavery mark. When marking a target with the slavery mark, you can make them a slave. Currently, he can target 2 targets at a time. He smiled and said that he knew that leveling up would increase the number of slaves to 2, then used the skill on the queen and said that she was lucky to meet him and would achieve great things. Thus, he successfully made the insect queen his slave. Meanwhile, different groups of people began arguing. 2 people occupied a large warehouse, causing others to become outraged and come to sort it out. The man who occupied the warehouse with his friend said that her method was good. All sorts of idiots keep falling into their trap. The disgruntled guy exclaimed, "Have their brains melted? Do they think they can win with such a gap in numbers?" His friend licked his lips and told the girl not to worry, Before she died, she would feel like a goddess. Immediately after that, the girl standing behind him was killed by the man, and she said with a smirk that they would see who would end up in heaven first. Because of this, they became nervous. No one saw how he was able to kill her so quickly. And then the girl came down from the roof. They noticed it only at the last moment. She swung her blades several times, killing several of them, but left the guy alive and, threatening him with a blade, ordered him to tell her how he would make her a goddess. The shocked people asked what they had done to become like that, and the man went down to his friend, saying he wasn't afraid to say that the only guys in this world stronger than them were those guys. The people didn't understand who they were talking about. Then they heard strange sounds from the sky and saw beetles. The two also looked up at the sky, and very soon they were all covered by a huge swarm shadow. Seeing them also walking on the ground, the people became nervous, and the girl and the man decided to return to the heights, while the others ran away. But very soon, the insects caught up with them. The two hid in the building and began cautiously observing the situation from inside. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the base also saw a swarm of insects and became very scared. The boss said that Xiaoyong was supposed to deal with the nest. Couldn't he have done it? There was a noise. The sea of flesh raged and began to drive away the insects. The swarm had to change direction, and the soldiers laughed, saying that the bugs weren't even thinking about attacking them now. But they still felt a strange sense of security, being protected by another monster. One of the soldiers told them to be careful. A large bug was flying here. They prepared for battle, but saw Xiaoyong standing on the bug, and they immediately calmed down. He landed. Xiaoping immediately ran to him, and Xiaofeng emerged from the flesh and asked what the situation was. He replied that everything was calm. There was a group of survivors there. They could be picked up. He replied that this was no problem, but Xiaoping doubted it, since food supplies were limited, to which MC replied that they were going to expand the fields so there would be enough food for everyone. Besides, soon, the whole of S City would become their farm. At this time, Old Man K was checking on the woodcutters. He looked at the plant fragments left on the body of one of them and said that everything was much better. It seemed that he had fully recovered. He was very happy and asked, "Does that mean that monster will never be able to control him?" Another woodcutter pointed his finger at the sky and warned them. A large swarm was flying straight towards them. They panicked and rushed to the gate to close it, but when they saw the beetles flying past them, they rejoiced and realized that Xiaoyong's plan had worked. A huge swarm was heading towards the jungle right now, and upon seeing the monsters, MC ordered the insects to prepare and then sent them to attack. The wasps immediately swarmed the undead. The beetles ran at them as fast as they could, sweeping them off their feet, and with their combined efforts, they quickly dealt with them. So they reached a huge tree. It surrounded itself with undead to protect itself, and asked Xiaoyong what it wanted. He replied that the tree would be tamed, offering it a symbiosis with his flower platform. The tree screamed that it would never submit to him, that this one was bigger, that it ruled the jungle, and that they were just the losers of natural selection. MC didn't like these words, so he used the power of spores and waved his hand, saying that now the loser wasn't him, but this one. With his movement, he cut off the top of the tree, it fell, and the insects scattered, and then a piece of the trunk fell with a crash. Xiaoyong said that the main trunk had been cut down and needed to be uprooted. This was the last chance. Let it surrender. The tree covered the cut trunk with a stem, a seed popped out, and MC immediately directed a vine towards it to become one. After this, the system informed him that he had completed the Plant Extermination Part 1 quest, for which he received 100 points. The Beggarly Utopia quest was in progress. He needed to expand the community. The nearest threats had been eliminated. New areas were open. His current rating is 92, and he currently has 80 bonus points and 239 regular points. Time passed, and his friends were already starting to worry about everything being okay, but when they saw the swarm returning, they breathed a sigh of relief. He began to descend, jumped to the ground, and the old man asked, "Has that giant plant been destroyed?" He replied that it had become a part of him, and he wondered in surprise how that happened. He released vines and told them that the flower platform's power had tripled, and all the plants here were now under his control. Meanwhile, in the coastal city of H, the city was completely flooded, and the people got out by building houses on the platforms. They were fishing just now, pulled out a net with a large catch, and one of the fishermen asked, "Why are there so many fish today?" His friend laughed, saying that luck had smiled on them, and then they heard a noise and asked the people above what was going on. Right now, a huge wave was heading towards them. Seeing this, they rushed inside in panic, and one of the fishermen asked, "What about the fish?" His friend told him to throw it away. Was he really tired of living? Having thrown away their catch, they ran inside the building, but the fisherman wasn't going to just throw away their food. Because of this, he slowed down and a huge wave covered him completely, as well as part of the platforms. Many people ended up in the water, and one of the fishermen shouted that now it was clear where such a catch came from, and told the others to pull the bodies out of the water and burn them. Since part of the platform was washed away, they found themselves in a difficult situation and didn't know what to do. A powerful downpour also covered the base. Li Chen said that with such a rain, the fields in the neighboring city would flood. What about the fields of the flower platform? The old man answered him that it quickly adapts. The rain should not harm, but the duration of precipitation reduces the crop yield. At that moment, Xiaoyang felt something. He stood up and Li Chen asked, "What happened?" He asked him to be quiet, then pressed his ear to the floor, and when he heard a rumble, his eyes widened. He immediately stood up and excitedly told them to take all the people from the neighboring city to the fortress, but they had to hurry. There was no time. Very soon, an evacuation was organized. People gathered in the fortress, and Qi asked, "What happened?" An enemy appeared that they couldn't handle? Shanshan, who was on duty on the roof, called Xiaoyang here. There was a big flood. The others immediately jumped up there. They saw a huge wave approaching from the sea, and Li Chen worriedly said that there was already more than a meter of water here. He was afraid to even imagine what happened in City H. Qi worriedly asked, could their outer walls really withstand this? MC at this time used the power of plants. People were scared by this, but he was only trying to protect them. Vines spread in all directions from the base, creating a wall, and when the waves came very close, they crashed against this wall. The people were overjoyed as the wave flooded everything around them. They realized that without Xiaoyang, they would have definitely drowned, but the fields were probably destroyed. Where would they get food now? The other people weren't afraid at all, because their leader would definitely have a plan. MC, meanwhile, touched his head in confusion and wondered what the cause of this flood was. The mission progress updated. Now he had to deal with an unknown disaster. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang contacted another base, warning them of the danger, and they gathered all the patrolmen to confront the large wave. One of them asked what to do with the flower fields, and the guy shouted that it didn't matter, they would adapt later. The wave was already close. It approached the fortress walls, first covering the fields, and Zhaofeng covered the fortress with a sea of flesh. Having received the news that everything was fine there, MC calmed down, and Li Chen inquired about the situation there. He told him there was damage to the outer wall of the West Wind Factory, and the hives in City B on the coastal side were slightly more seriously damaged. But the problem wasn't critical. As long as the queen was alive, the swarm would quickly recover. The man said he wished the water would subside so they could quickly restore production. After which an old man approached them and said he had checked everything. It was salt water. After such a flood, the soil would need a year or two to recover. He hoped the flower fields wouldn't suffer too much. Xiaoyang told him not to worry. Their food reserves were designed for 2 or 3 years. Besides, in 6 months at most, the vast lands of City S would begin to yield a stable harvest. Their secondary task was to understand what this flood really was. Meanwhile, in the coastal city, the storm had finally subsided. People gathered on the roof of a building. One of them looked out at the sea and said the water was so calm. Surely it should be safe now? The man answered him that it wasn't a fact. Maybe the dead had already turned into water ghosts and were waiting for them right under the water. The fisherman said that only 1 night had passed, so it was unlikely. He told him that last night he heard splashes underwater. There was something else. He went to the edge of the roof and pointed to the sea, telling them to look more closely. The water was so calm, but there was not a single body floating up. The fisherman said that they couldn't continue like this. This structure was too cramped and low, and if sea monsters came, they would all die here. People from the neighboring higher building loudly called them to them. If the sea monsters came, they would all die. The man asked what they should do, and the fisherman said that to survive, there was only one way out: to take a risk. So he went first. They tied him with a rope, and he said that if he ran into a water ghost, they should definitely pull him out. After that, he jumped from the roof into the water. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a whole crowd of ghosts rushing towards him. He let out the air from his lungs in fear, immediately swam to the surface, emerged from the water, and the man asked, "Well, what's there?" He panicked and told him to quickly lift him up, but when they had already started to pull him out, the ghosts grabbed him and began to drown. The men tensed. One of them cursed and told the others to pull harder. Was he the only one trying here? His friend exclaimed that he was too heavy. These water ghosts were very strong. They had already pulled the poor fisherman several meters underwater and then devoured him. The rope broke, the men fell, and realized that it was all over. He was definitely dead. One of them ran to the edge of the roof and told the others to look there. His body floated to the surface of the water. Seeing this, the guy grabbed his head and screamed that he didn't want to die, and he certainly didn't want the ghosts to eat his liver. Meanwhile, a man on a nearby building said that it looked like the water was now full of water ghosts, and his friend grabbed his head and said that they were finished. There was no saving them. And then they saw several black dots in the sky. They immediately realized they were insects, but the fact that there were so many of them scared them. Below, there were water ghosts and sea monsters. And now there were giant beetles in the sky. People panicked, and the ridges of sea monsters appeared on the surface of the water. The man saw them and warned the others of the danger, telling everyone to quickly grab their weapons and prepare for battle. The sea monsters began to climb the building's facade, sneaking in through the windows, and the men also rushed to the stairwell to prevent them from entering, while those who weren't fit for battle remained on the roof, certain they would die. Meanwhile, they ran through the corridors. The monsters had already appeared on the landing and were rushing toward them on the floor. A man ran to the door, about to close it, but a monster appeared. Fortunately, he managed to slam the door shut. After that, he caught his breath, saying that it was close, and everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. But the monsters weren't going to retreat so easily. They pierced the door with spears, hitting the man, and began to break it down. The guy dragged a table there, placed it in front of the door as a barricade, and told the others to hold it. The monsters pounded on the door again, causing them to be thrown back. They heard an ultrasound from the landing, and they immediately covered their ears. Then the monsters kicked down the door and entered the corridor, and they ran. They returned to the roof, and the man said that the iron doors definitely wouldn't hold them, and the fisherman asked what they should do now. He told him that they would jump into the water, and he reminded him that there were water ghosts there. The man took off his shirt and said that they were going to die anyway, and he didn't care anymore. He was going for broke. The fisherman still had doubts. He didn't want to drown, but he also didn't want to die at the hands of the monsters. And then the man told him to stay there and wait until they gutted him. And he jumped. He ran to the edge of the roof, and the fisherman rushed after him, sending everything to hell. They would jump together, and whether they survived or not, fate would decide. Having jumped into the water, they immediately encountered water ghosts. But unlike the fishermen, they didn't panic and swam forward with all their might. The swimmer managed to avoid them, but the other guy was still grabbed. Ignoring him, he swam on, rose to the surface, and with a smirk called them idiots, telling them to try to catch him. He was on the swim team. He headed for a tall building, by which time the monsters had already climbed onto the roof and killed everyone. Seeing that one person had escaped, they jumped into the water, and the man on the roof of the building told the swimmer to hurry. They were already following him. Unlike him, the monsters lived in the water and swam faster, and the people said that he was finished. Their efforts were in vain. The swimmer screamed that he couldn't die in the water, and at that moment, one of the monsters jumped on him. But then a wasp flew over the building and slammed into the monster at high speed, saving the swimmer. People were surprised. Weren't these the same beetles that were flying in the sky recently? Do they fight sea monsters and kill each other? Thanks to the insect's help, the swimmer was able to get out alive, but the wasp died. Xiaoyong's connection with the insect was interrupted at this point. The old man asked about the situation there, and it answered that, as expected, another disaster. They decided to go there by boat, which Shuai was not very happy about. He asked why they didn't fly on beetles. It was more effective, after all. MC answered him that insects still retained their hunting instincts. If they flew on beetles, they would get too close, and if they attacked, he might not have time to stop them with an order. The boy asked why there was anything to be afraid of them. They couldn't hurt him anyway. He patted him on the head and said that he was afraid that he would harm his beetles, and people's voices were heard from the side. Their raft was surrounded by water ghosts. They began to fight them off, and then one of the monsters grabbed a girl named Xiao Yu by the hand and pulled her into the water. The men immediately rushed to her aid, but it was too late. Her father shouted her name in a panic. He was about to jump into the water after her, but the others stopped him and told him to calm down. He responded by exclaiming that his daughter had fallen into the water. How could he calm down? He said that if he jumped in, he would also die, and he ordered him to let him go. Even if he died, he would die with his daughter. They heard the sound of an engine, and seeing a boat with other survivors approaching them, they immediately began waving their hands, calling for help. Xiaoyang decided to swim closer to them, and Shanshan, seeing the monsters emerging from the water, asked, "What are those things?" MC said that this looked like the disaster of City H. He saw these monsters through the eyes of flying bugs. Besides these water zombies, there is another, much more dangerous type of monster. Anyway, they will deal with these first. Shuai immediately pulled out a gun, and the man on the raft, seeing the weapon, was very happy, after which Shanshan and the boy began shooting the monsters. They swam to the raft, and the man asked them to save his daughter. She was dragged underwater by water ghosts. Xiaoyang looked into the water. The girl was still alive, but she was dragged quite deep. After that, he took off his clothes, and the man shouted, "What is he doing? It's not worth it." He jumped into the water without further ado, and he worriedly asked, "Is this the first time he's seen water ghosts?" He turned to the man and said that he understands that he is eager to save his daughter, but he should at least use his brain a little. He had just sent him to certain death. He confusedly replied that he didn't know he'd just jump in. Meanwhile, the ghosts abandoned the girl and rushed toward him, grabbing his arms and legs, but he quickly dealt with them all with one blow, causing a whirlpool that sucked the monsters in, causing the water's surface to become restless and people to panic. After that, Xiao Yu was thrown out of the water, landing right in her father's arms, and he burst into tears of happiness upon seeing that she was still alive. MC jumped onto the raft, and the man asked in surprise. He saved Xiao Yu while being attacked by water ghosts and came out unharmed? How did he do it? The woman pointed out that he hadn't just come out unharmed, all the water ghosts had been killed. Xiaoyang told them to stop staring at him and to go save the girl instead, as she was about to suffer brain damage. They carefully laid her on her back, performed CPR, and when she started coughing, her father burst into tears of happiness again, then began bowing to the floor, thanking Xiaoyang for saving his daughter. His friend asked who they were, and he told him they were from City M. The flood had reached them too, so he came to find out what was going on. The guy said with a smile that he was so good at floating, It was the first time he had seen a person who could kill water ghosts, and the woman next to him hesitantly said that they had one more modest request. Could he please let them use their lifeboat to tow their raft? If water ghosts had come, it meant sea monsters would soon appear, and they definitely wouldn't survive against them. MC didn't understand at first who they were talking about, but when he remembered those monsters in the water, he immediately understood what was going on. Hearing a splash from the side, he turned around and pointed at the water, asking, "Are they talking about those creatures?" 4 sea monsters were swimming towards them, which scared the people. The man grabbed Xiaoyong by the hand and said that they all needed to get on the boat and get away from there, and the guy exclaimed that there were too many of them. They all couldn't fit on one boat. The woman had already burst into tears, thinking that they would abandon her, and MC calmly asked, "Why are they panicking? They would just kill them, and that's it." The man exclaimed that they were monsters. They were much more agile than water ghosts. He wouldn't be able to defeat them in the water. At that moment, one of the monsters jumped out of the water. It was about to pierce Xiaoyong with its spear, but he stopped it, causing the monster to look surprised, and then grabbed it by the neck and squeezed tightly. When the monster died, he threw it aside, and the people stared at the body in shock, asking what had happened. Did he break the monster's neck with his bare hands? Meanwhile, the monster attacked the boat. The boy barely managed to dodge and called out to Xiaoyong, saying that they were moving much faster than those cannibals from the western outskirts. He answered with a smile that they were aquatic creatures, and their speed was naturally greater in the water. He didn't notice how the monster pounced on him from behind, grabbed him, and dragged him underwater, causing the people to lose their last hope and realize that their hopes for him were in vain. If they had sailed away sooner, someone might have survived, but now they were all finished. MC started to drown. All the monsters pounced on him, jabbing their spears into his body, but they couldn't pierce him. Then he released vines, scaring the monsters, and smirked, thinking, "Do they even know what the most inhumane method against fish is?" He spread his arms out to the sides, frying all the monsters with electricity, and the people on the surface noticed that the water had suddenly become quiet. Something floated to the surface. They first thought it was Xiaoyong, but it was a dead monster. Following this monster, bodies from other monsters began to float. The boy laughed and told the people to calm down. They definitely wouldn't die if they met them. The vines caught on the raft, scaring the people, and then MC climbed up them to the people. Seeing that he was okay, they asked in shock, "Is he even human? Who is he?" He said that if they wanted to survive, they should come with him to the central district of City H. The man said that they had so laboriously escaped from the center and were just about to head inland, and Xiaoyong assured them that in their current state, they wouldn't survive even inland. The guy asked what he meant, and Shanshan told them that there were zombies, mutants, cannibals, carnivorous plants there. All these monsters in the inland areas were no weaker than sea monsters. MC suggested that they come with them. Ensuring their safety was easy for them. Meanwhile, people continued to observe the situation from the top of the building. The monsters circled in the water, waiting for someone to jump, and the man said everything was fine. The buildings were tall, the corridors were long, they wouldn't last long without water, and their strength would drop significantly, so they wouldn't attack. His friend noted that at the same time, they were also trapped here and wouldn't be able to get out. They can't fish or look for supplies. Sooner or later they'll die of hunger here. One of them noticed something and told the others that there was a survivor. A boat with a raft was approaching them. Xiaoyong looked at the tall building in front of him and said that they were there. They needed to go there. People from the building started shouting at them not to come here. There was a sea monster here, so they'd better hide. MC asked why they were saying that, and the man explained that although these monsters are strong in the water, if they leave it for a long time, their strength drops sharply, so the higher the floor, the safer for them. He asked, so if you pull them out of the water, they'll be much easier to deal with. He confirmed this, but wondered how he was going to do that. Meanwhile, the people in the building grabbed their heads and exclaimed, "Are they deaf?" They were screaming so loudly, but they weren't doing anything. There was no way they couldn't hear them from that distance. One of them pointed at the water, telling them to look at it. Sea monsters were heading straight for them. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong ordered his friends to leave the boat there and stay away from him, lest he hit them. The boy worriedly asked what he was planning, and he smirked and told him he was going to do something rather inappropriate. He then pushed off from the boat, sped forward at high speed, then spun in the air and released vines, driving them underwater. The monsters stopped to assess the situation. MC used the powerful bioelectricity skill, sending an electric current through the vines, immediately frying the monsters nearby. Seeing this, the others immediately rushed to dry land. They climbed the nearest building, and Xiaoyong noted that as soon as they emerged from the water, they turned into fish on a cutting board. A swarm of insects appeared in the sky, but this time, there were more of them than last time. Right now, they had to face sea monsters. They were nervous at this sight, but they still prepared for a fight, and when MC gave the order, they rushed to attack. They swarmed the monster from all sides, finishing them off with ease, and the people, seeing its strength, hoped that it was on their side. The monsters were dealt with, they were able to safely reach the building, and while everyone was located on the first floor, Xiaoyong jumped straight onto the roof. The people took a step back, as they were clearly afraid of him, and he told them not to worry, he was not a monster. The man asked what about those bugs in the sky, and he waved his hand, sending them away so as not to scare them. He asked them to explain what was going on here, and they told him that a giant tsunami destroyed their former peaceful life. Many people on the streets and lower floors died instantly. In the first days after the disaster, they desperately waited for help, but it never came. And almost at the same moment the disaster occurred, almost all communication was completely lost. Then the biggest threat was the lack of food. Some did not want to wait for death and built primitive boats to go inland. But as it turned out, this was the wrong decision. They encountered water ghosts and sea monsters, which led to their deaths. They finally realized that they were trapped on islands of high-rise buildings. MC asked if these monsters were somehow connected. The man noted that he was very observant. They really are connected. Water ghosts were created by sea monsters. No one knows what methods they used to turn dead people into aquatic living dead. They were created with only one purpose: to drown as many living people as possible. But even more terrible than being dragged underwater is getting caught by a sea monster. They cut them open alive, cut out their livers and intestines, and then turn them into water ghosts. Xiaoyang noted that these feeding habits were indeed typical of wild animals, and a man named Zhang Chong excitedly called him a benefactor and said that with such power, he could destroy a sea monster company. He asked what he was even talking about, and he explained that sea monsters have basic coordination and hunt collectively. If prey is scarce, they immediately kill and cut out the livers, and if there are many people, they take some of them to this farm. These sea monster farms are usually located on islands near the coast, so that fresh food can be obtained at any time. As he said, there really was a farm on the island, and right now there were several people there. The monsters even built a pen for them. They sat quietly and awaited their fate, but one guy named Anping managed to escape and decided to help them. He carefully ran up to their enclosure, motioned for them to be quiet, then freed the man from the ropes with the tip of a spear and told him to take it and untie the rest, and he would prepare the fishing boat and they would escape. He asked if he was sure that everything would work out. He answered that one had already managed to escape before, so they would definitely succeed. He headed to the boat and finally told them to be quiet. The main thing was not to get caught. As soon as he climbed onto the boat, he felt pain in his chest. The monster pierced his body with a spear, and he, terrified, asked it not to do it. Meanwhile, the man freed several people and nervously said that it was difficult to cut with this thing. It was too dull even for such ropes. Suddenly, one of the freed women screamed loudly. The man immediately told her to be quiet, but when he saw the reason why she screamed, he became scared. The sea monster dragged Anping to the shore to show what happens to fugitives, and then ordered the others to attack. The monsters headed for the pen, and the freed people immediately gave up running, but the monsters quickly caught up with them and killed every single one of them. Those still in the pen were horrified. Not a single one of the freed people survived. Time passed, and the monsters pulled their entrails from their bodies, after which they came to life and slowly made their way to the sea. As soon as they hit the water, they turned into water ghosts, and the man asked, "So that's how they appear?" He'd never seen anything like this before. His friend asked, "Are these monsters trying to intimidate them?" Meanwhile, the system informed MC of the progress made in the quest, meaning a new disaster had been activated. This time, he needed to deal with the original Ichthyandr disaster, which likely referred specifically to these sea monsters. He asked the man how he knew everything in such detail. Did he really see it with his own eyes? Zhang Chong replied that he not only saw it, but he escaped from there. Sea monsters have the ability to learn to capture people en masse, and they learn to sail boats. He stole their boat and escaped during a storm. MC asked, "So he knows where the island is?" He replied that he roughly knew the location, and he asked if he dared to return there with him and save the others. The man smiled and replied that he would never have agreed to this before, but now that he was here, they had a chance. He couldn't refuse this deal. Xiaoyang said that in that case, they would leave in 2 days, and he asked, confused, "Do they really have to wait that long?" He explained that first, he needed to rebuild their settlement, and at the same time provide them with some protection. He asked what he was planning. Then MC pulled out a vine with buds growing on it and threw them into the sea. They bloomed there, spreading spores, took control of the sea monsters, and healed the injured. The man asked what he was doing. Then several sea monsters climbed onto the roof and were horrified that they had survived. They immediately rushed to Xiaoyang to ask for help, but he told them not to worry. The sea monsters lined up in front of him like soldiers. Now they obeyed him. He said that although they had inherited some of the properties of sea monsters, they were no longer themselves. They were plant organisms, of course, and those idiots in the water too. They cautiously looked down. The water ghosts were having fun in the water, and they asked, "Are they under control too?" So, this is what he meant by restoring the settlement? MC told him there was more, after which a swarm of beetles appeared in the sky, led by a queen. It was morning, and Zhang Chong had just woken up and was quite surprised to see the entire area covered in plants, with the insects helping to beautify the area. Everyone immediately ran to the windows, asking what had happened overnight, and the boy told Xiaoyang that even for him, it was too crazy. How did he even do that? He replied that adaptive spores and nesting insects were great for changing the landscape. Besides, he had conducted several more daring experiments, and right now, he wanted to go and check on the progress. They went down to the lower floor, and he noted that nesting insects were adapted to running and flying on land, but they fought noticeably worse in the water. He used this specimen to create a specialized queen to hatch insects adapted to aquatic environments. Every second she laid eggs, and something like fish hatched from them. MC smiled and said he thought another day or two, and he'd be able to come up with a fairly effective form. Shanshan said she thought they were moving further and further away from the image of positive heroes, to which he only smiled. 2 days passed. A lone boat drifted on the water, and a quiet voice came from it. The guy whispered to his friend to lean out and see if the creatures had gone away. He cautiously raised his head, looked around, and when he said they were gone, they took the oars and began to row with all their might. They were heading towards the settlement that Xiaoyong had made. One of them said that the island looked like it wasn't made by humans. Is this by any chance a lair of sea monsters? His friend said that if it were their lair, they would have noticed them long ago and attacked. Whatever the case, there was nothing worse than being caught by sea monsters. Suddenly, a man excitedly told them to look back. There were sea monsters there. They hadn't gone anywhere. Seeing their crests, they became terrified and exclaimed, "Are they making fun of them?" They began to paddle with all their might, but the sea monsters were already close, and they realized they were finished. The monster leaped at them, then an insect emerged from the water, grabbed him with its pincers, and dragged him underwater. The people were shocked by what they saw. One of the monsters pierced the insect's body with a spear, growled menacingly, but then turned around and saw 100 of the same beetles heading towards them. They immediately started running, while the people wondered what was going on. The monsters couldn't escape. The insects caught up with them and killed them, which one of the survivors was very happy about, saying that they were saved. His friend looked at him with horror on his face and said that they had simply become prey not to sea monsters, but to insects. The insects emerged from the water, greatly frightening them, but they simply began to push the boat towards the island, which confused them, but they did not interfere, because they were afraid that if they jumped into the water now, they would be killed. On the shore, they were met by people and sea monsters. They were very surprised that they were standing there together and not fighting, and when they got off the boat, MC greeted them with a smile and said that they should not be afraid of the monsters. They completely obeyed him. The guy, confused, asked who he even was. He answered him that he was the one who was rebuilding this human settlement, and the guy noted that it did not look like a human settlement at all. Other people approached them and told them that they had nothing to worry about. These insects may look fierce, but they are under Chief Xiaoyong's control and won't attack them. The same goes for the sea monsters and vine-clad water ghosts. They offered them to come with them. There were plenty of empty rooms. From now on, they would be their comrades. The boy asked in confusion, "Are there really that many rooms?" The man replied that there were more than enough, and that the settlement built by Xiaoyong was still expanding. After they saw the new arrivals off, MC approached the man who had escaped from the island and said that the time had come. He asked if they would go straight to the farm. He replied that there was no need to wait any longer. Judging by the recent battle, 2 sea insects were more than enough against 1 sea monster. Shuai was very happy about the new adventures, and Xiaoyong said that they didn't need to go. He and Zhang Chong could handle it there alone. The boy became upset and asked, he doesn't believe in their strength? He replied that they were indeed strong, but that was on land, and it was better to act carefully in the water. Li Chen said he was right. If they fell into the water, they would immediately be at a disadvantage, and he would have to focus on them to save them. The boy didn't argue, and MC and Zhang Chong set off on a boat to Totu Island. He glanced at the insects that were helping them swim and smiled nervously, saying that he never imagined they would go out to sea like this. Sea monsters began approaching them. Zhang Chong immediately noticed this and took a telescope, warning Xiaoyong of the danger. He sent several insects to meet the monsters, and when they collided, the water splashed. Soon the monsters were dealt with. The insects returned to the boat and swam on, and the man asked in surprise, were they killed so easily? Are the 2 of them really too strong? Meanwhile, on the island, the sea monsters decided it was time to eat and headed toward the pen. The guy, seeing this, burst into tears and called out to the others. His friend looked at the monsters and, realizing they were coming to kill them, backed away from them in fear, begging them not to. Meanwhile, MC had already swum to the island. Zhang Chong examined everything with a telescope and said that this was definitely a farm. They had just witnessed the sea monsters killing people. They needed to act faster. Xiaoyong told him to hold on tight, then crouched down and pushed off from the boat with all his might, rushing forward. The monster was about to kill the poor, frightened guy, but he noticed something and turned around, and at that very second, MC approached him and struck. Green blood splattered on the guy's face. He fell to the ground, and seeing that the upper half of the monster's body was missing, was horrified. He glanced at the man who had done this and asked in confusion, what just happened? The people didn't even know how to react. while Zhang Chong on the boat happily waved his arms, telling Xiaoyong to crush them all. The monster charged at MC with a spear extended. He stepped to the side, dodging, then grabbed the spear, pulled the monster toward him and struck it on the head. Seeing how easily he dealt with their kin, the monsters rushed toward the water. Zhang Chong exclaimed that things were bad. They were heading straight for him. He took out a knife and, smiling, told them to come to him. As long as Xiaoyong was there, he didn't believe they would hurt him. The crowd of monsters rushed into the water, and insects jumped out to meet them and grabbed them. When they were finished, Zhang Chong came ashore, and the guy asked Xiaoyong who he was and why he looked like a human. Zhang Chong told them not to be afraid. It was Xiaoyong. He had come to save them. The guy stared at Xiaoyong in surprise, as if he didn't believe it, and he asked why they thought he'd killed all those sea monsters. Zhang Chong approached him, saying he would cut the ropes now, and he smiled and said he remembered him, the one who stole a boat during the storm and escaped. He asked if he'd arrived there at the same time as him. He confirmed this and said that most of those captured back then were already dead. MC turned his attention to the neighboring island and asked if these farms seemed to be unique. The guy answered that there were definitely more of them. The sea monsters themselves didn't live there. They just took turns posting guards. MC noted that in this endless ocean, exterminating them all wouldn't be easy. First, they needed to return to the settlement, and then they could think about it. If that doesn't work, they'll have to resort to brute force. They'll use the insect sea tactic, clearing the entire ocean. Taking a large boat, they headed for the settlement. The boy, using a telescope, saw Xiaoyong return and joyfully ran to the shore to greet them. He called out to Xiaoyong with a smile and said that not even a day had passed, and he was already back. He pointed to the people he'd brought and said that they were all survivors of the sea monster farm and needed to be resettled. Shuai told him to leave the matter to him. MC turned to Shanshan and Li Chen, asking them to call Old Man K and Xiaoping. There were matters he needed to discuss with them. After that, they both set off on a boat to their fortress. The boat was already starting to touch the bottom, and Shanshan said that it would be impossible to continue, otherwise they would run aground. Li Chen noted that so much time had passed. It was no wonder the water was receding. Fortunately, they were already close. When they reached the fortress, the guard ordered the gates opened, and they, entering, immediately asked where Old Man K was. Xiaoyong had business with him and needed to consult with him. The young man replied that a problem had arisen in another settlement yesterday, and he had gone to help. He didn't know the details, but it seemed someone had fallen seriously ill and might die. Li Chen suggested Shanshan go there and find out everything for themselves, and they would also go and pick up Xiaoping. Meanwhile, the old man diagnosed Xiaoping with acute pancreatitis. Even with good medicine, the mortality rate is exorbitant. Under the current conditions, she is doomed. Her father, even hearing this, seemed unmoved, and Yang Bin told the old man to urgently call Xiaoyong. He would definitely think of something. He replied that it was too late. She was in shock, so she would die in less than half a day. Zhao Feng exclaimed that there was another way. He could infect her with flesh. The old man said that for her to survive, she would need to completely replace her pancreas with mimic flesh. Could he control this for sure? He replied that he couldn't, but that only mass infection could ensure the pancreas was covered. The old man noted that in that case, she would no longer be human. Even Xiaoyong would be powerless to change anything. Zhao Feng said that something was still better than dying, and the old man didn't object. The decision was his after all. This was his daughter. Zhao Feng said that his thinking was already far from human. Whether this choice was in line with humanity, he could no longer say. Fed up with all this, Yang Bin rushed out of the room and told him to come in and do as he said. The boss said with displeasure that he hadn't made up his mind yet. Had he already decided everything for him? The soldier exclaimed that they were always rushing around. They would save her first, and they might feel sorry for her later. The old man noted that this made sense, after which Zhao Feng approached his daughter and, releasing the flesh, said that if they infected her with a large amount at once, the reaction would be extremely violent, so let them hold her. The soldiers pinned her arms and legs to the bed, and the mimic flesh fell onto her face and began to crawl into her head through her mouth, nose, and ears. Her eyes immediately flew open. She jumped out of bed, screaming loudly, and then her eyes rolled back and she froze. The soldiers looked at her face and became worried, and the man said to give her some time. Her finger twitched, she coughed up blood, and the old man joyfully exclaimed that it worked. He told the soldiers to help her sit up. They couldn't let her choke on her own blood, but Zhao Feng told them not to approach her. He sharply waved his hand, driving them away from his daughter, and the boss asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Feng pointed to the place they were about to touch. Teeth had already emerged there to devour them. Yang Bin felt uneasy. If they touched her, they would die. Zhao Feng said that her body had just been massively infected with flesh and hadn't adapted yet. With sudden contact, her passive defense would injure them. They don't want to become one of them, right? The soldiers smiled awkwardly, declining the opportunity, and after a while, Xiaoping finally came to her senses. She stood up and asked what had happened to her, and the old man asked if she felt like she was different from before. She told him she had some strange, subtle sensation. and he asked if there were any noticeable changes in her emotions and thinking. She stared at him in surprise and asked if anything should change. Her father said it wouldn't happen that quickly. It would take at least 1 or 2 weeks for changes in brain structure to become noticeable in thinking. Xiaoping asked what he was even talking about, and Old Man K said that she had an extremely severe and acute illness. Without intervention, she would have almost died immediately, so they allowed her father to infect her with mimic flesh. This news stunned her. She looked at her body and asked, did that mean she had become just like him? A mimic flesh involuntarily burst from her hand. She concentrated, trying to calm it down, and it crept back in. Her father said that she needed to adapt as soon as possible and get it under control, and she asked, does that mean she will gradually lose her human essence? And then someone called out to them. The guy said that Shanshan and Li Chen were here. They greeted them, and the man said that he heard that something happened here. How are things now? Old Man K told them everything. Now Xiaoping, like Xiaofeng, is a carrier of highly infected mimic flesh. And how are things in the coastal city? Everything went well? Li Chen answered him that it was not quite so. That's why Xiaoyong sent them back to call him and Xiaoping to help them. The old man said that they arrived just in time. They need to move faster. Maybe Xiaoyong has a way to help Xiaoping. After that, they set off. When they arrived at the island, the first thing they did was tell Xiaoyong about Xiaoping's illness. She looked down in disappointment and said that who would have thought it? She had survived monsters, zombies, cannibals, nestworms, and in the end, she almost died of pancreatitis. MC smiled and told her to calm down. It was okay. Afterwards, he released vines into her and said that it would hurt a little, but she just needed to endure it. The vines penetrated her body, and she trembled in pain. The old man said that he knew he had a way out, but this method looked creepy. When Xiaoyong finally finished, the pain subsided, and he said that she was much luckier than her father. She had just been infected, and her brain structure had almost completely disappeared. The old man clarified, so she is considered a person perfectly fused with the mimic flesh? MC clarified that it was mimic flesh, perfectly assimilated by humans. Shuai gleefully declared it so cool, it sounded like a complete perversion of the laws of nature. MC said, the only price was a colossal appetite. Unlike Zhao Feng, she lacked a vast sea of flesh and a main trunk that would provide her with nourishment, so the energy expended on the mutual devouring of 2 species would have to be replenished only through food. Since they had dealt with Xiaoping's case, now it was his turn to ask the 2 of them something. There was a certain species of creature. He wanted to find their nest and destroy it, but finding them in this endless sea was too difficult. The old man thought for a moment, and Xiaoping said she knew how. He knew how a beekeeper exterminated hornets, right? Hornets are the natural enemy of bees. They actively hunt bees and are the biggest headache for beekeepers because they reduce honey production. The beekeeper's method is simple. They catch a hornet, tie a noticeable white band to its abdomen, and release it. They then follow the tag, find the nest, and destroy it with a single blow. Shanshan asked, so she's suggesting they tag sea monsters? Li Chen pointed out that even if they tagged them, tracking them in the water would be too difficult, and she suggested they use GPS devices. There are those that attach to marine organisms and are used specifically for tracking. Xiaoyong asked where they could get one, and the old man said there was a marine ecology institute northwest of this city, in the suburbs. They were sure to have one. MC grinned and said he knew he'd called the 2 of them for a reason, so they were getting ready and heading out right now. They swam away, and meanwhile the sea monsters arrived at the farm, and the warrior was very annoyed and angry to see that all his kin had been killed and the prisoners had escaped. Meanwhile, they continued on their way. Shanshan noticed that the water level was clearly lower in this area, and the old man explained to her that this was because it was closer to the inland areas. Li Chen noticed something ahead and said there was something in the water. A skeleton was floating right on the surface. At first, they thought it was a human, and then Xiaoyong pulled it out of the water with vines, but it turned out to be the skeleton of a monster. Xiaoping pointed to the side. There were also a bunch of skeletons floating there, and she asked if there had been a battle here. MC said that there were probably other strange things here, so they would keep to the side. Finally, they arrived at the main building of the Marine Ecology Institute. There were also skeletons in front of the institute's entrance, but they were impaled on spears, indicating that uninvited guests were better off staying away. They disembarked from the boat, and Xiaoyong said that it seemed likely they would encounter some unknown creatures. Shanshan asked if Kei and Xiaoping should stay away. He replied that they couldn't be left here. The enemy's strength and number were unknown, so they should stick together. That was the only way he could cover them. He said that Shanshan and Li Chen would cover the rear, he would go ahead, and Kei and Xiaoping would be in the center. If there was danger, they should immediately hide behind them. They entered the building, and he asked which floor they should look for a GPS on, and the old man suggested they look at the building's map. After glancing at the map, they continued on, illuminating their way with a flashlight, and all the while, Li Chen kept a close eye on everything. Suddenly, someone flashed at the beginning of the corridor. MC immediately turned around and told the others that something was there. He warned the others about the danger behind them, saw something else, and shouted that there was more than one of them, and that there was someone on the flank as well. There was no point in hiding anymore, and they rushed out from their hiding place. One of the institute's inhabitants appeared on the landing. He pointed the gun at them and fired, Then Xiaoyong released a vine to protect them from the blow, but the bullet passed through the stem and pierced Xiaoping's chest. At that moment, a sea monster appeared in the corridor, looking uncannily like a human, as did the one at the other end of the corridor. They decided to corner them from all sides. MC released vines at one of them, grabbed him by the neck, and Li Chen at that time collided with the second guy and said that they were not weaklings. He kicked him, throwing him away, and Shanshan stood up to protect the old man and the girl. Suddenly, someone threw a rope around Xiaoping, and the female monster pulled her towards herself and took her hostage. Shanshan cursed, and the girl ordered them to let go of her comrade Wang Yun. Xiaoyong was surprised that they could speak like humans. The monster girl became nervous, expecting them to act. Then Xiaoping released a mimic flesh, and she immediately jumped away from her, asking what it was. Due to the surprise, she was unable to maintain her balance and fell, and she was terrified by the sight of this girl. Wang Yun worriedly called out her name, Liu Qian. Then MC turned to the girl and grabbed her, but before Xiaoping could strike, he managed to pull her aside. Xiaoping immediately froze, and Wang Yun, calling them idiots, told them to let go. Xiaoyong told him to order his people to stop, otherwise he would finish them both off right now. The man was surprised that he could speak, and Shanshan spread her arms out to the side, exclaiming indignantly, "Are they deaf? They were actually talking this whole time." Wang Yun ordered everyone to stop, and MC glanced at Xiaoping, asking if she was still in control. She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself, and when the facial flesh returned to her body, she looked at her hand in surprise, as if not understanding what she had just done. He said that it looked like she just hadn't fully adapted yet. Thankfully, she hadn't completely lost consciousness. He returned to the two and said they only had one chance. He would let them go now, but they just shouldn't dare attack them again. They would send them to the roof to talk, and Xiaoyong first asked them to tell him what was going on here and who they were. Wang Yun replied that they were people. They were actually employees of this institute. The Great Wave, sea monsters, water ghosts. He thought they'd been through all that too. He asked, "So, they were modified by sea monsters?" Wang Yun hesitantly confirmed this. They became like this because they ate the flesh and blood of monsters. Li Chen was very surprised and exclaimed, "Are they crazy? This is cannibalism in reverse. How could they even eat something like that?" The man asked, "What were they supposed to do?" The water was completely dangerous. There was no food, and in front of them was only the body of the sea monster they had killed. They had to eat it, gritting their teeth. There was no other way. They couldn't start eating people. Then what would they become? These words stung Li Chen, and he no longer dared to reproach them. MC asked, "Are those skeletons at the entrance to the main building sea monsters?" The man confirmed this, and he asked, "So they ate their flesh, assembled them, and gained their power?" He answered that this wasn't entirely true. In the water, they were no longer afraid of water ghosts, but they were still far from sea monsters. But outside the water, with firearms, they easily deal with the monsters, so, as long as they stay here, they do nothing to them. A man named Chen Jiankong said that the number of monsters here has been steadily increasing lately, and his friend exclaimed that they should keep coming. The more the merrier, because they need food, and at the same time, they will avenge their fallen comrades. Jiankong said that the problem is that if the attacks become even larger, they will not cope. He has a feeling that they have some kind of social structure. Xiaoyong said that he was right. They really do have sociality, and soon they will send an even larger group here to destroy them. Jiankong said that he knew it. Then who are they anyway? MC smirked and answered him that their composition is much more complex, and Liu Qian ran to the edge of the roof, telling them to look. The sea monsters are coming again. This time, there were more of them. The guy immediately pulled out a gun, telling everyone to prepare for battle, and Wang Yun told the newcomers to quickly head to the main building. They had an advantage in the dark. They knew the area. Xiaoyong said there was no need for that. It was dark and cramped down there, and if they decided to run, they would be harder to pursue. It was better to wait for them here until they jumped out and fell to their deaths. Jiankong exclaimed that they were so stubborn, they shouldn't complain later about not warning them. MC ignored him, and the guy told everyone to retreat below, take positions, and stick to their plan. He would provide fire support and try to kill as many as possible. The Marine Institute staff descended. The guy prepared his gun, and Xiaoyong nodded to his friends, telling them to take care of themselves. They prepared for battle. Then a swarm of sea monsters jumped out of the water, the sight of which immediately confused the guy, while MC sprang into action. He released vines and pierced several monsters, which the others clearly didn't expect. And then Li Chen joined the fight, rapidly swinging his fists. Shanshan wasn't idle either, and Xiaoping was trying to use her new abilities, and she was very good at it. The Marine Institute employee didn't even have to intervene. He looked at these people in shock, wondering if they were monsters or just by chance. And then he joined the fight. Very soon, the monsters were dealt with. MC looked at the guy and told his friends to come out, and when they reached the roof, they were quite surprised. Xiaoyong pointed to the monsters' bodies and asked, "Will they eat this?" Wang Yun asked hesitantly, "Don't they need this? It's a rare source of calories, after all." He replied that they had no food shortage, and the man rubbed his chin in confusion, saying that made sense. With their abilities, they could hunt whenever they wanted. MC asked. They helped them, right? The guy confirmed this and asked them to do them a favor. When they agreed, he gave his word to Kei to explain everything to them. Hearing a familiar name, Jiankong looked at the old man in surprise and asked if he was by any chance the same Kei Qifeng from the Academy of Agriculture and Forestry. He confirmed it, and Jiankong happily said that's why he seemed familiar. He told him his name, and the old man immediately recognized him. Director Chen from the Biodiversity Center. He was very glad that he still remembered him, and Xiaoyang asked, "So they know each other?" The old man replied that they were from the same professional background and had collaborated on work. Director Chen's department is precisely the center for studying the biodiversity of marine organisms, and with him, their task will be greatly simplified. He told Director Chen that they came for GPS equipment to put an end to the sea monsters. They want to use these devices to locate their lair and destroy it. The guy was surprised. Only he could have suggested something like that, and without further ado, he led them to the warehouse where the GPS devices were. Having finally found them, the old man rejoiced, and MC said there was no point in staying there anymore. Maybe they should come with them? The settlement really needed people. Wang Yun asked if they were really allowed to go with them. Won't they scare the others like this? Liu Qian asked. What was he even talking about? They were so strong, and their settlement wasn't made up of weaklings either. It was unlikely he would scare anyone there. He remarked that it made sense, and Xiaoyang suggested they set off right away. Meanwhile, Shuai was lying on a sun lounger on the roof of the building, sunbathing. He noticed that the flying insects had suddenly become alarmed, got up, and saw many dots on the water. He immediately raised the alarm, warning everyone about the sea monster attack. All the inhabitants of the settlement came out onto the roof, having first grabbed their weapons, and the boy exclaimed that these idiots simply didn't value life. Let them try to get through the insect level first. Flying and underwater insects rushed to attack, but under the warrior's leadership, the sea monsters could now fend for themselves. He gave them the order, and they immediately dove underwater and began to hold back the insects, and then red marks appeared on the surface of the water. Seeing this, the people were worried, and the boy said it was incredible. Their swarm hadn't gained an overwhelming advantage. Apparently, they were truly enraged. At that moment, one of the insects headed toward the warrior. He quickly noticed this and pierced it with his spear, then turned and rushed forward, killing everyone in his path. He jumped out of the water, and the wasps immediately flew towards him. Then he swung his spear, killing them all in one fell swoop. The people became worried, as this monster was clearly different from its kin. It could easily fight off insects. Then, under the influence of the adaptive spore, the monsters attacked the warrior. He blocked their attack, and they dove underwater. The warrior was surprised that his own comrades were attacking him, and the people asked, did they block his attack? Was he even their equal? Shuai said they would have to intervene. It had been a long time since he had encountered an opponent who would make him stretch his legs. He ordered everyone to move away from him and give him some space. They obeyed the boy without further ado. Meanwhile, the warrior dealt with the monster that had attacked him, and then the others rushed at him. When their bodies floated to the surface of the water, the people realized they were no match for him after all. The warrior quickly climbed onto the roof of the building, but Shuai was already waiting for him. He glanced at the monster and thought that, judging by its strength, it seemed slightly stronger than the cannibals from City M, but it would handle it. The monster rushed to attack, and he immediately opened fire on it, but he was able to dodge all its bullets. When it pounced on him in a jump, he tossed the gun aside and said that he was a good fighter. Taking up his weapon, he jumped to the side, dodging his opponent's blow, and then pounced on him in response, swinging his blade. People were surprised that he was so young and already possessed such great strength, and the sea monster warrior rushed to the edge of the roof. The boy called out to him, asking where he was going, and he jumped into the water, and the boy asked, "Are you scared?" Once underwater, the warrior immediately encountered vines and insects guarding the settlement, and so he was forced to retreat. A few minutes ago, Xiaoyang and the others were already returning to the settlement. Shanshan pointed to a huge island and told the Marine Institute staff to look at it. Their future home was over there. They were surprised to see an entire island, and the man asked how they were able to build it at all. Li Chen checked the situation and said that judging by the flying insects in the sky, something was wrong. And MC grinned and noted that they returned just in time. Li Chen looked through the telescope, saw sea monsters, and excitedly informed them that a huge horde was attacking them right now. Jiankong volunteered to contribute to the fight, and Xiaoyang told them to remember something. Insects, sea monsters, and water ghosts covered in plant tissue are their allies. Their enemies are only ordinary monsters. They understood everything, jumped into the water, and Li Chen informed Xiaoyang that some unusual monster had climbed onto the roof. Shuai was currently confronting it. MC said that it was indeed different, but it would be perfect for their purpose, so he would deal with it personally. At this point, the people were overjoyed that they had won, and Shuai, disappointed, said that he thought he would at least get some exercise, but he had simply fled. But the monster didn't flee. It suddenly returned to the roof and struck with its spear. Fortunately, the boy managed to dodge in time and noticed that the creature had now begun to move faster. The monster lunged forward, and the boy realized he couldn't dodge it, so he tried to block it. This only caused him to be thrown back. Immediately after, the warrior monster took a deep breath and began shooting water balls at him. They hit him right in the face, causing him to lose his vision for a second, which the monster took advantage of to strike. The spear almost reached its target, but suddenly froze a few centimeters from his face. Xiaoyang, who had stopped the spear, angrily called the monster an idiot and asked if he hurt him. How would he be able to look his parents in the eye? The monster was confused, trying to pull the spear toward himself to break free, but he couldn't. MC was stronger. If so, he had no choice but to let go of the spear and take a spare weapon. He lunged at him, about to strike, and then Xiaoyang simply punched his forearm, breaking it in half. The monster, realizing it couldn't win this fight, began to flee. Shuai called out to Xiaoyang, telling him not to let him jump down. He would become stronger in the water and then circle around them for a surprise attack. At that moment, the sea warrior quickly swam around the building, dodging vines and insects. MC only chuckled at the boy's words. He closed his eyes, sensing which side the monster would attack from, and then reached out in that direction. When the warrior jumped out of the water, it released vines and grabbed him. He asked, with such a loud splash of water, was he talking about a surprise attack? The warrior tried to get out, but Xiaoyang used a high-voltage discharge and fried him before letting go. Shuai ran to finish him off, but Xiaoyang told him not to rush. He deliberately left him alive. He asked why they were keeping him alive, and he asked, "Have you forgotten? They needed a guide." He attached a sensor to his back, and Shanshan asked if he wouldn't notice if he was wearing one. He'd probably lose it on the way to his lair. MC told him it was fine. He'd treat him with hallucinogenic spores so he'd be half delirious until he got to his lair. After that, they took him out to sea by boat, dumped him in the water, and returned to the settlement. The warrior woke up late in the evening. He opened his eyes, scratched his head in confusion, looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, calmly swam back to his home. Meanwhile, Xiaoping said the coordinates on the device had started moving, and Xiaoyang said with a smile that everything was going well. They'd give them some pressure from the land creatures. Time passed, and the warrior finally returned to his settlement, where his relatives were waiting for him. Seeing that he was wounded, they immediately took him to a tent and sent others to the farm to bring food. Meanwhile, the people were working on the farm, growing vegetables, and an overseer, also a man, was watching over them. Seeing one of them stop for a second to rest, he immediately struck him with a whip and asked why he was shirking his work. The guy became indignant and exclaimed, why did he think he was shirking? He was using his official position for personal revenge. The other overseers also began to beat him for snapping, and then two sea monsters emerged from the sea. Seeing them, the overseers immediately became friendly and approached them, asking what their orders were. The sea monster, different in appearance from the others, said that their warrior was wounded. His kind had done this. The warrior needed to recuperate, so they needed liver and fat. The warden said with a smile that they would arrange everything right away, after which he told his comrades to go and bring a few people, especially the fat ones. Hearing this, one of the prisoners clenched his teeth in rage and called him an idiot. He was helping sea monsters kill his own people, but one day he would pay for it. A voice rang out. Yes, it worked. He asked, what was the result? Xiaoping replied, the coordinates were determined successfully, more than 10 kilometers to the southeast. Jiankang said, more than 10 kilometers to the southeast. So this is the Setai archipelago. MC looked at him and asked, does he know this place? Jiankang replied, all the islands in these waters are recorded in the Research Institute's database. Xiaoyang replied, excellent. He took the radio and said, they will hold a meeting. Shuai asked, Uncle Xiaoyang, why is he staying to guard the base again? MC said, after all, it has to do with the sea. Just in case, he takes only those who are good at swimming. Shuai frowned and pointed a finger at Xiaoping, said, okay, the 4 newcomers are good swimmers. He has resigned himself to that, but why is Xiaoping's sister coming too? Does she even know how to swim? Xiaoyang laughed lightly and said, it seems he's forgotten the ability of the mimic flesh. Excellent. At the same time, they'll test his hypothesis and force Shanshan to finally admit defeat. Xiaoping replied, yes. After a while, they approached a pond and she asked, shall she begin then? MC replied, yes. She stretched out her hand and it transformed into a huge claw. Everyone cried out in surprise and Wang Yun said, looking at it like that, sea demons don't seem so creepy anymore. MC asked, well, how is it? Xiaoping replied, just in case, she'd better eat a couple more. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and someone started to feel nauseous from what they heard. Xiaoping undressed and stretched, and MC ordered them to take a closer look. Shuai closed one eye and said, he'll see how absurd this can be. Xiaoping's body began to become covered in scales and fins, and Wang Yan screamed, what a nightmare. Has she already grown gills and fins? Xiaoping jumped into the water, and the guys screamed, amazing. How fast? Is this the girl from just now? Xiaoping jumped out of the water, and Xiaoyang asked, well, how is it? Does he agree now? Shuai screamed. He also wants to become mimic flesh. At that moment, the girl screamed, no, no. The overseer took the child from her and pushed her back. She fell and told him to give it back to her. The overseer turned around and pointed his finger, saying to take them all. Another girl approached the victim and said, this is their fate now. She just arrived. Let him get used to it faster. The victim girl cried and howled with tears. At this time, MC and the team followed along the sea. Xiaoping said, they are already close. Let them look. Are islands visible around now? Jiang Kong pointed his finger forward and screamed. He sees. This must be Dozi Island in the Setai archipelago. Wang Yun asked if they should go into the water and scout out the terrain around. Xiaoyang replied, no need. They're just heading straight ahead. After a while, the overseer looked toward the ship and shouted, excellent. The Sea Lords have procured a new batch of meat cattle again. Ling said with displeasure, you idiot. He helps the sea demons kill their own people and still calls them meat cattle. Does he even understand who the real animals are here? The man told him to be quiet. Let him speak quietly or he'll whip him. The overseer turned around and Ling said, he actually heard. This idiot's hearing is too keen. The man said it, he said it. The overseer grinned, picked up the whip and said, and it was necessary to piss him off just at the moment when the Sea Lords were returning with new slaves. What an idiot. He swung the whip and screamed, then he'll add him to the slaughter list. Suddenly, MC grabbed the end of his whip and asked, what are they doing here? Why are there only people here? Where are the sea demons? Overseer looked at him puzzled and asked, who is he? Some unfamiliar face. Is he from the previous group that landed on the island? Xiaoyang asked again, from the last one? No, he just arrived. He sailed on that ship. Just in case, he first flew in to scout the situation. Overseer screamed in irritation. Is he even trying to be insolent? Let him go. MC said, it seems he has problems in his head. By the way, he wanted to ask, isn't this a sea monster farm? And where are the sea monsters themselves? The man screamed, idiot. He dares call the lords of the sea monsters? Is he tired of living? Overseer ordered them to stop talking to him and hit him with a whip. The guys grabbed whips and ran forward. They swung it and hit MC, and Ling asked, this guy, doesn't he feel pain? Xiaoyang grabbed all the whips and said, that's enough already. He didn't touch them, only because they didn't pose a threat. He pulled the whips towards himself, tearing them out of the men's hands. He threw it on the ground and said, that's enough already. No need to be impudent. The man said, this guy, he's incredibly strong. Overseer said irritably, it looks like he was engaged in martial arts before the disaster. He started to run away and ordered to hold him back. He'll go call the Lord of the Sea. MC adjusted his hair and said, all Lord of the Sea? Yes, Lord of the Sea? Do they live in peace with them? Can they even talk? Ling shouted loudly, brother, don't let him listen to them. They are the dogs of sea monsters. They help them exterminate people. The man yelled irritably, idiot, is he tired of living? MC looked at him in surprise and said, so, such people exist too. The man from the ship waved his hand and shouted, Leader Xiaoyang, what's the situation? Xiaoyang told them to disembark. There are no sea monsters here, only traitors among the people. The man asked, puzzled, who are these? Half human, half sea creatures? Xiaoyang grabbed him by the neck and began to squeeze his palm. He said that the fact that he kept calling him the Sea Emperor was making him sick. Ling asked, what's going on? It's so fast. He couldn't see his movement at all. Overseer started to blow his horn, and MC turned around questioningly. Ling asked, brother, is that boat his? MC replied, yes, so what? Ling replied, that idiot has already sounded the horn. The sea monsters are about to appear. If they get on the boat now, they might still be able to escape. Ling looked at the disembarking crew members and shouted, why did they get off the boat? Get back here quickly. Let them get ready. They're getting out of here. Overseer ordered to prepare to die. The Sea Emperors are already here and will rip their hearts out. MC turned around and said, it looks like the sea monster's lair is right under this island, on the seabed. The monsters began to approach the coast, and then jumped out of the water and landed on the surface. Someone ordered to prepare for battle and received an answer. Yes, Ling asked in confusion. Have these psychos completely lost their minds? They saw the sea monsters and didn't run, and now they're going to fight? Overseer shouted, Lord of the Sea, these people came on a boat to steal their cattle. The monsters rushed to attack, but MC quickly dodged, and Wang Yun started shooting at them, and ordered to taste the power of the weapon. Xiaoyang deftly dodged the bullets, which quickly hit the creatures' bodies. The people screamed, it's a weapon. They have a weapon. Great, they have a chance. Overseer thought fearfully, what a nightmare. These idiots actually have weapons. Could the Sea Lords really be unable to cope? Several more monsters emerged from the water, and people screamed, these are sea monster moins. There are 3 of them. They're finished. Wang Yun said to be careful. These 3 look really dangerous. Jiang Kong said they're about the same level as the one they released back then. The guy said he heard that even Junior Shan couldn't handle him. MC waved his hand and told the 4 of them to move away and not interfere. Wang Yun replied, okay. Xiaoyang said, Xiaoping, these 3. They're just right for her to warm up. She walked forward and said, yes. Ling looked after her and shouted, no need to go any further to the shore. They become stronger in the water. We need to lure them onto dry land. Doesn't she understand? No need to go any further, he said fearfully. It looks like this woman is deaf. The guy screamed, what a nightmare. They had a chance to escape. Ling told MC to do something or she would die. The warriors rushed into battle and Xiaoping's body began to transform. Ling screamed, what the hell is this? Overseer screamed, this woman, isn't she human? The warrior swung his weapon, but Xiaoping quickly blocked the attack. A cry rang out, careful, to the side. Xiaoping looked to the side and saw the attack, but she reacted just as quickly. She threw the monster aside and transformed into a fanged creature. The monsters began to roar, and Overseer screamed, Lord of the Sea, We must take turns entering the water to recover. Let him use attrition tactics. The overlord growled, and the monsters began to return to the sea. MC told Xiaoping to wait, not to rush to pursue. He said to give them some space. Let them come out at their peak. Overseer screamed, "Idiot! What is he doing? The Sea Lords will rip out his liver now." The warriors rushed out of the sea again and rushed to attack Xiaoping. Ling said, "This is incredible. One man against all the sea monster warriors, and he's still able to resist." Overseer said, "Sea Lord, let him kill the one in command first." The monsters ran towards MC, and Ling said to be careful. The enemy is too fast. He can't dodge. Tentacles burst out of Xiaoyang's body and pierced the monster's body, followed by a loud scream. "What's going on?" The overlord said, "It's a monster. They can't handle it and need to retreat." The overseer asked, "What? They can't handle it?" The overlord screamed and waved his hand, after which the warriors turned and started running. They threw themselves into the sea, and the overseer screamed, "Lord of the sea, let him not abandon them." He turned and looked at Xiaoping in fear. She swung her claw and knocked the men onto the sand. The overseer knelt and begged the Lord for mercy. They didn't act of their own free will either. MC said, "No need to beg him. He has no interest in dirtying his hands with the likes of them." The overseer asked, "Really? Thanks for the mercy." Xiaoyang said, however, he turned and said, "If they want to do something to them, he will not interfere." The men grabbed sticks and rushed to beat the bandits. They shouted loudly, "We need to kill them, the idiots. They like to eat their own, right?" After a while, the men were dead, and Xiaoping asked, "What next? Are they taking everyone with them?" Junkong replied, "If they move a little, their boat can take everyone at once." MC waved his hand and said, "Okay, everyone aboard." He looked ahead questioningly, and Wang Yun screamed, "Nightmare, their boat." The monsters began to attack the boat and managed to sink it. Wang Yun screamed. They realized that they couldn't cope and decided to destroy their transport. The overlord swam out and said they will never leave. No one will leave. Everyone will be locked here until they die. MC said to look at what they've done. Same thing. He grabbed his head and said, "This forces him to kill them all right now." Jiankong asked, "What will they do?" MC replied, "Calm down. Everything is under control. There's a boat 2 kilometers from here. They'll go and bring it back a little later." Wang Yun said, "Swimming a couple of kilometers is no problem for them, but with those monsters around, they will most likely be torn to pieces as soon as they enter the water." Xiaoyang said, "Of course, he will clear the way for them." His eyes lit up with a bright light, and huge creatures appeared in the sky. People screamed, "What is that sound?" The guy pointed his finger at the sky and ordered them to look, over there. "What the hell is that?" The monsters turned around and saw monsters approaching them. A scream rang out, "Insects! They are insects!" Jiankong said, "A whole swarm of insects is fighting sea monsters." Wang Yun said, he had seen this before, but it still amazes him. MC said, "Xiaoping, let her take them with her. He will organize flying insects to guide them." She replied, "Okay." She began to transform again, and the man asked, "What is she going to do?" She jumped into the water, and he asked, was she really going to just jump into water full of sea monsters? She has no brakes at all. Xiaoping jumped out of the water and roared loudly, and Wang Yun said, "It's time for them to go and follow her." Ling asked, puzzled, who they even were. What kind of monsters were these? After a while, the monsters were dead, and Ling asked, "They don't eat people, right?" MC chuckled and said not to worry. They have food that's tastier than people. Now let them tell us what's going on here. Xiaoping and the men headed forward. After a while, the men were sitting on the sand, and the guy asked, "According to the calculations, is it time for slaughter again soon?" The guy screamed in fear. "Not him, not him." The man clenched his fists and screamed, "Even if he survives this time, next time or the next time he will still die. He's already tired of this life. Come on, idiots, he's on the list too. Let them kill him." The monster looked at him with displeasure, then took out a dagger and walked towards him. The man breathed in fear, and the monster turned around and saw an insect. The sea monsters looked at it carefully, and guys ran out of the water and screamed loudly. The man asked, "Who are these anyway?" The men started shooting at the monsters and ordered them to die. The guy said they have weapons. "Are they for people?" The man answered, "But they don't look like people." The monsters screamed and rushed to run into the water. Wang Yun grinned and told them to run. Run! Something much more terrible awaits them in the water. The monsters jumped into the water, where Xiaoping was waiting for them. She quickly attacked them and began to descend lower into the water. The men screamed, What was that anyway? Did they see it? We saw it. It was a monster." With one jerk, he pulled the sea monster under the water. "Let them see, guys. They have gills. Aren't they monsters too?" Jiankong replied, "Yes. They really don't look much like people now, but they are all good people." The man asked, "What about that one?" Xiaoping, who had been fighting monsters, emerged from the water, and the man asked, "Is she also a good person?" Jiankong replied, "You can't tell by looking at her, but she really is a good girl." The man asked again, "A girl? Did she really turn into a girl?" Xiaoping came ashore and said, "That's it. This is over. Everyone aboard. They are heading out." The man asked again, "Are they heading out? Where?" Jiankong replied, "To their settlement." He asked again, "To the settlement?" Xiaoping said to calm down. For them, they are not food. They are just like them. After a while, MC looked around and asked, "Is this the food the sea monsters use to raise them?" He had never seen anything like this before. Ling replied, "Before they were enslaved, they didn't know about this either. This thing is creepy. If you eat this for a long time, the pregnancy is reduced to a little over a month. And the worst thing is, in a year, a baby grows to the level of a teenager. Xiaoyang asked again, is this even possible? Can grown children at least talk and walk? Ling replied, they don't need to. Usually they are killed and eaten before a year has passed. MC looked thoughtfully at the berries, when suddenly a cry was heard. Lord, Lord! The guys grabbed the overlord and shouted, Lord, this one still has breath. MC asked, is this the one among them who can speak? The guy answered, that's right, Lord. He can speak but poorly. Usually these idiots speak for him. The overlord screamed, they dare to oppose the great family of the Sea Emperor. They will all die. They will be cleaned out from the inside, completely. At that moment, Xiaoyang quickly hit him and said, he is only afraid that they do not have the courage to come. At that moment, the ship began to approach the shore, and Xiaoping waved her hand and shouted, Xiaoyang. He waved his hand and said, they did it quickly. People, let them collect some of that plant they grew and get on board. After a while, Ling looked around in surprise and said, oh well, this place, are you sure it's not some kind of evil lair? Shuai waved his hand and said, after landing on the island, please let them follow him calmly. Ling asked, a child? Shuai said not to panic. They were all rescued from different sea monster pastures by leader Xiaoyang's people. It's safe here. No need to be afraid of sea monsters anymore. MC showed Xiaoping the berries and told her to look at it. She looked at it questioningly and asked, what is this? Xiaoyang replied, it's a plant from the sea monster farm. They use it as feed that accelerates pregnancy and human growth by more than tenfold. Xiaoping asked again, seriously? We need to take it to the lab and have it checked. Should she call Mr. Qi? MC replied, yes, he thought so too. They won't delay. They'll move out right now. After a while, a voice came over the radio in City K. Well, how is it? Is it working? K cried out, it worked. Xiaoyang said, wow. Even in this state and after so many years of abandonment, the backup power is still working. Xiaoping said this place was originally designed for emergency situations. MC asked, then maybe they could relocate some of the people here and make this a new base? K replied, excellent. Then he could do his research here in peace. Xiaoping asked, well, Mr. K, were you able to determine anything? K carefully examined the berries and said he'd never seen such a cellular structure. It looks like plant matter, but it's clearly not from their world. To be sure, live trials need to be conducted to check if eating animals affected by this food causes harm. He just saw the room downstairs. There are ready-made cages for breeding there. If they catch a few uninfected mice, they'll get results quickly. Xiaoping said it's difficult. Where will they find uninfected mice now? MC said, no need. The life cycle of mice is too long. He has a more suitable option. After some time, the monster was swimming underwater, when suddenly crossed tridents appeared in front of him. The monster ordered to state the purpose of the visit. The warrior replied, he is a warrior of the Fighting Shrimp tribe. He demands a meeting with the leader of the Great War tribe. The guard ordered to tell them they will pass it on. The warrior replied, fine, let him pass it on to his leader. The Fighting Shrimp tribe was destroyed by upright pigs. The guard shouted in irritation, what? Upright pigs? These liver-filled idiots? A tribe of sea creatures destroyed by land cattle? Is he kidding? The warrior replied, it's true. Stop calling them that. They underestimate the strength of these creatures. This is disdain for the enemy. The guard smirked and said, they have every reason to underestimate them. After all, the Fighting Shrimp tribe is a pathetic little thing. How can they even compare themselves to them? After a while, K asked if this was his perfect match. MC replied, exactly. All this, the eightfold nest insects and mimic flesh, have undergone specialization through human genes. If this culture has almost no effect on them, then it won't seriously harm people either. And anyway, it's already the end of the world. It's already good that there is something to eat. Food safety is not the main concern. K nodded and said, that's also true. Xiaoyang said, but it still involves mimic flesh and octoploid nest insects. Just in case, he will stay here. Mr. K is too important for all of them. They can't take any risks. K asked, then what about the seaside? MC answered calmly. He had thought of everything. After a while, Wang Yun turned around and shouted, Shanshan, let her look. The boat is approaching. Shuai said, it's coming from the mainland. It looks like Uncle Xiaoyang has returned. The guy asked, over there, those two? Who are they? Li Chen chuckled and said as he thought, their appearance still frightens people. They landed, after which Shuai screamed, Father! He ran up to him and shouted, Father, how did he get here? Shengzhe replied, the wolf leader is building a rocket. It'll take years to fly. They cleaned spiny fish with tongs. Shuai asked, puzzled, what? Li Chen replied, Leader Xiaoyang is researching that strange plant. In case of another sea monster attack, they were sent to help them, him and Grandpa Chun. Shuai smiled and said, he's right here. What's there to be afraid of? Shengzhe hit him on the head and screamed, a semi-finished product is playing an ad. False advertising, compensation and bankruptcy. This meant he hasn't grown up yet. Don't be impudent, or he'll pay dearly. Shuai screamed, what advertisement? The man asked, his father? That's a terrible monster. The guy replied, now it's clear why this kid is like a monster himself. The soldier pointed his finger at them and cried out, what are they talking about? Are they tired of living? Shuai frowned and asked, they protect them, and they speak of them like that? The man bowed in fear and said, no, he asked for forgiveness. Li Chen said to look over there. The flying insects seem to have had an incident. Shuai looked up and said, the flying insects have spotted something. It looks like the sea monster reconnaissance squad is back. Father, this is his debut. Let him show his power and don't forget to glorify him. At that moment, the monsters in the water looked up and said, they have been spotted. The guard said, what is there to be afraid of? There is a warrior of the great tide tribe here. The warrior asked, what is he doing? No need to rush in thoughtlessly. The guard jumped out of the water and headed towards the hovering insects. Another guard asked, did he see it? This is the power of the great Tide Warrior. He praised the slaves so much, and they are just trash. The warrior turned around and told him not to say he didn't warn him. He's leaving. The guard said he's a pathetic coward. A sea people warrior is scared of the cattle? The three of them could wipe out this entire camp of these cattle. They looked up and told him to look over there. The guards grinned and said, the cattle have come to the slaughter themselves. We need to prepare for battle. There are only 4 of them. Who's getting who? The monster said, the one with the tentacles on his body is the strongest. He takes him, and let them divide the rest up themselves. At that moment, in the boat, Shuai asked, Aunt Xiaoping, can he also join her team of superhumans made of mimic flesh? Xiaoping replied no. He asked, puzzled, why? At that moment, Shengzhe hit him on the head with his fist, and Shuai turned around and asked, Dad, why is he hitting him? The tentacle man replied, a female rabbit has a short lifespan. Memory is lost. Humanity will have no future. This meant, he told him, girls should be called sister. How many times do I have to repeat this? How will he inherit his father's business? Xiaoping said, not to mention the risks, he's still a child. If he gets infected with the mimic flesh, he won't be able to grow anymore. Shuai replied, I understand. At that moment, a monster jumped out of the water and grabbed Shengzhe. Shuai cried out in fear, Daddy. He turned around and saw the monster with a trident behind him, then grabbed the blade. He swung it and sent the monster flying. The guard cried out in irritation and tried to attack him, but he tied his hands and neck and began to strangle him. Xiaoping began to undress, and Shuai cried out, Aunt Xiaoping, no need to interfere. She looked at him questioningly, and he replied, this is his father's first performance here. Let him show himself. Wang Yun turned around. Oh, come on, this is crazy. Why are they so calm? The tentacle-like creature and the guard sank underwater, and the monster asked for help. The monsters went to help, and Shengzhe tied everyone else. The guards looked at him in surprise, and one of them started to run away. The monster turned around and said, he's a coward. His body was squeezed even tighter, causing him to scream and lose consciousness. At that moment, Wang Yun asked, will his father really be okay? Shuai replied, no need to worry. His father, he's one of the strongest after Uncle Xiaoyang. At that moment, Shengzhe burst out of the water and landed on the boat, holding the monster with his tentacles. Wang Yun asked, is it over? Shuai asked, well, how is it? He wasn't lying. He said the land duck eats loaches. It eats half and the other half escapes. Xiaoping asked again, what does that mean? Shuai replied, it roughly means that father isn't skilled in underwater combat and let a few sea monsters escape. Xiaoping said, that's not bad either. Let them spread the word that they're not easy prey, so they don't bother again until leader Xiaoyang returns. After a while, Kei said, that's amazing. Simply amazing. MC asked, in what sense? Kei said, imagine, both the mimic flesh and the modified octoploid nest insects grew and developed more than 10 times faster than the control group after consuming that sea monster culture. But this property isn't passed on to the creatures that subsequently feed on them. MC asked, so if you make feed from this culture, the pigs will grow faster, but their meat won't harm humans? Kei replied, you could say that, but to be precise, it still needs to be tested on humans. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, that's enough. Yang Bin asked, so, in the future, they'll have even fewer problems with food? Kei replied, yes. Perhaps the efficiency will even be higher than that of industrial animal farming before the disaster. MC extended his hand and said, okay, this result has already exceeded his expectations, but before providing everyone with food and water, he has other plans. He picked up the berries with his tentacles, and Kei asked, what other plans? MC replied, integrate this into the plant body and qualitatively strengthen the nesting insects and the sea of flesh. After a while, he went outside, where Zhaofeng appeared before him, saying, he has come, Xiaoyang. He apologized for not meeting him in advance. MC said, no need to be so formal. Zhaofeng asked, how has Xiaoping been lately? Is the mimic flesh in her body still stable? Xiaoyang nodded his head and replied, no need to worry. She is almost unrivaled now. If she hadn't kept the island of vines by the Sea of City N, he wouldn't have dared to return. Zhaofeng said, then great. Did he come back for some errand this time? MC replied, he found a way to sharply increase the scale of the Sea of Flesh again. Zhaofeng asked in surprise, and how to do it? Xiaoyang lightly waved his hand and told him to move away a little. Zhaofeng replied, okay. MC clenched his fists and released the tentacles from their back. It stuck into the ground and he rose into the air. He screamed loudly, and sparks fell from his eyes. Zhaofeng cried out in confusion, nightmare. What's going on? Sparks flew in different directions and landed on the flesh. MC landed and began to breathe heavily. Zhaofeng held him and asked, Xiaoyang leaders, is he okay? MC replied, he's fine. Well, did he feel a new strength? Zhaofeng replied, he felt it. This is a completely new metabolic mechanism. He's afraid. It's capable of increasing the volume of the sea of flesh more than tenfold. What kind of power is this? Xiaoyang replied, it's an ability of a plant from another world. The side effects are still unknown, so let him ensure isolation. You can't let the entire sea of flesh assimilate with this power. Zhaofeng replied, yes, he understands. MC said, okay. Next, using the sea of flesh, he needs to help it reproduce tissue with this ability in large quantities. Zhaofeng said that if you use the sea of flesh, impurities of mimicry flesh will inevitably get in. He still advises using the flower platform. MC said, it's fine, no need to worry. This is not for humans, but for nesting insects. At this moment, the monster was swimming in the water, and the guard was catching up with it. He turned around and asked, is the enemy pursuing them? The guard replied, he doesn't think so. They are too strong, it's just creepy. The warrior replied, he warned them in advance, but they didn't listen. The monster said, we need to go back urgently and warn the leader. After a while, the chief sat on his throne and asked, are they trying to tell me that a warrior of his great giant wave tribe was killed by a liver cattle and even torn to pieces? The monster cried out, they must have used a cunning plan and ambushed their warrior. The warrior shouted in irritation, stop denying the facts. The upright pigs are much stronger than they thought. There are super species among them too. The chief asked, who is he? Was he given the floor here? The warrior replied, he was a warrior of the fighting shrimp tribe. Their tribe perished precisely because they underestimated the upright pigs. The chieftain rose from his throne, and the warriors lowered their gaze. The chieftain grinned and said, since he says so. He ordered his weapon to be brought. The warriors took the trident and handed it over to the lord. He said he would personally lead the campaign and exterminate those upright pigs to the last one. At the same time, he would show him the difference between their terrible tribe and his giant wave tribe. He ordered the gathering of warriors and soldiers. Everyone come with him. The warriors raised their hands up and shouted loudly. After a while, Wang Yun said in surprise, look. He laughed and said, hurry and help. Someone answered, right now. He's coming. Wow, so many. That's great. Suddenly there was a noise and the man turned around and asked, what was that noise? Shuai turned around and asked, is the earth shaking? A fish fell out of the box and the guy pointed forward and ordered them to look over there. There's something underwater. A huge fin appeared from under the water, and the guys shouted, what kind of nightmare is this? An order rang out to watch out. There are several of these. They are also in front. The guys said to be careful and not to act thoughtlessly. This is a new enemy. Shuai said to put away their weapons, not to be nervous. These are our own. The guy looked at him and asked again, our own? Xiaoping asked. Father? Jiaofeng appeared from the water and landed on dry land. He asked, Xiaoping, is she okay? She smiled and said not to worry. Leader Xiaoyong's method worked perfectly. Her condition is completely stable. The man asked again, Father? Xiaoping turned around and said, she will introduce them. This is her father. He used to be an old criminal investigator, and now he is the master of the Sea of Flesh. The man replied. Now it is clear why she is so abnormally strong. Her fathers are also monsters. Xiaoping asked, Daddy, did he stretch the Sea of Flesh all the way to City H? Jiaofeng replied, yes. Leader Xiaoyong gave him incredible power, and he devoured the sea raft and grew several times in size. Xiaoping said it was probably the power of the plant they brought from the sea monster farm. Jiaofeng looked around and said, they're here too. They haven't seen each other in a long time. Xiaoping asked, Daddy, who is he looking for? Jiaofeng asked, where is Xiaoyong? She replied, he went to the interior. She thought he was with him. Jiaofeng replied, no. After he gave him this power, he went to the insect nest in City W. He thought he would come here first. At that moment, he heard the rustling of insect wings behind him, and he turned around and asked, what's that noise? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and they said, it's a swarm of insects. Enormous insects flew across the sky, and MC stood on one of them. Someone said they had never seen something of this scale. The creature flew towards land, and MC jumped down. Jiaofeng said, Xiaoyong, thanks to that power, the Sea of Flesh's volume increased tenfold. But how could that strengthen the insects? Xiaoyong replied that the effect was weaker than with direct impact on the Sea of Flesh, but the swarm still grew fivefold. A second cluster of insect nests has already been built 2 kilometers to the northwest. Reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. Jiaofeng asked, with such power, the sea creatures won't risk attacking, right? MC replied, they are also the dominant species. Those idiots managed to turn people into cattle, so they won't easily forgive the destruction of one of their tribe. Now all that remains is to wait for them to come. At that moment, the monster emerged from the water and looked at the insects. He said that if they come any closer, the flying insects will notice them. Those creatures are probably land beetles. The chief asked, had he heard of them? The warrior replied, he had heard something. According to legend, sea tribes living near the ocean's borders encounter them from time to time. The chief asked, so these are creatures from their homeworld? The monster replied, yes, chief. He asked, then why are they together with the 2-legged pigs of this world? The monster replied, the 2-legged pigs probably tamed them, just like they tame the 2-legged pigs themselves. The warrior said, he already told you, don't underestimate them. They have intelligence, just like they do. The chief laughed and asked, intelligence? Yes, that's ridiculous. Can they really make weapons and hunt together too? If they really had intelligence, they wouldn't have become their slaves. The warrior replied, they too can build huge nests out of clay and saliva, and they even create things that move on water. They also have sticks that shoot stones. It's useless underwater, but on the surface, it's very dangerous. The leader asked, so that's a reason to be wary? Are there many of these sticks? The warrior replied, no, very few. He thought only the 2-legged pig shamans had such weapons. The leader laughed and asked, so what should they be afraid of? These shamans need to get closer to the water, and their sea warriors will be able to kill them before they can react. Sea people warriors, let them listen to his orders. They need to destroy their nests. Let them become their liver slaves again. After a while, Shuai took out a walkie-talkie and said, Uncle Xiaoyong. A voice came from the walkie-talkie. Uncle Xiaoyong. Everything was as he predicted. Apparently they went on the offensive. Xiaofeng got up from the table and said, "He'll go meet those idiots." MC waved his hand and said to stop. He'll assess their strength first. He flashed his eyes and released the insects. They sank under the water, and Xiaoyong said, "It looks like they mobilized troops." The guy asked again, "Troops? How many are there?" MC answered, "At least several thousand, and possibly more than 10,000. The guy said, "Nightmare. If it weren't for him, even a couple of groups could have destroyed them." Xiaoyong called the people and said, "All combat-ready people, attention. A large number of enemies are approaching them." His voice came from the radios of different groups. At that moment, the leader quickly rushed forward and attacked the insects. He turned and asked, "Is that all?" Several more insects headed his way and he turned and swung his weapon. Xiaoping looked at this, when suddenly the monsters jumped out. The leader grinned and said, "She remains calm even in front of him. Apparently, she is the strongest among the upright pigs. This is his prey." The warrior told him to wait. "This is too reckless." The monster grinned and asked, "What is he worried about? He can't even imagine how strong the chief is." Chong looked at this and asked, "Isn't he going to intervene?" The tentacle one replied, "Sniper rifles don't shoot down planes." This meant the distance was too far. The target was too fast. He wouldn't be able to hit. MC turned to Xiaoping and said, "This idiot is coming after her. What will she say?" She asked, "A battle of the strongest? How boring." Xiaofeng started to warm up and said, he dared to hit his daughter in front of him. Yes, he crossed all boundaries. He released mana forward and created tall fangs around the chief. He raised his head and looked at it. He dodged the attack and thought, "What is this? Is this also the strength of people?" Xiaofeng clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, "He dodged. And he's fast." Xiaoping began to undress and told Dad to save his strength for the rest of the enemies and leave this big guy to her. Xiaofeng asked, "Is she sure?" MC told him not to worry. Xiaoping is practically immortal now, and he's nearby. She jumped into the water and turned into a mermaid. The chieftain looked at her in surprise, and the monster asked, "What the hell is that?" The warrior replied that he had never seen anything like it either. She dived into the water, and the chieftain tried to attack her. He clenched his trident and dodged Xiaoping's attack and thought, "What's going on? This monster is obviously a sea creature, and yet it has strength equal to his own? Is this also a species tamed by humans?" He screamed, "With such strength, why does she allow humans to tame her?" Xiaoping looked at him questioningly, because there was a language barrier between them, and she only heard a certain growl. The chieftain asked, "Can't she speak?" "Of course, she's just a wild beast." Xiaoping hit him with her tail, and the chieftain screamed, "Underwater, he won't let anyone be stronger than him." They covered themselves in mana and rushed at each other to attack. After their collision, a strong splash appeared above the water, and they continued to fight. People stood on dry land and watched the fight. They said that it was better for them not to get involved in a fight of this level. Get involved? To get in the way? Don't overestimate yourself. Their organs will be shattered by the vibrations before they even get there. Chong said he didn't think it was developing so quickly. Shengje frowned and said, 7-year itch. This meant, looking at this, he himself wanted to fight. At that moment, the monster screamed, "The leader is already holding back the strongest enemy. Attack." They continue the offensive. The monsters rushed forward, and one of them jumped onto dry land. Chong saw this and grabbed him by the neck. He squeezed his neck and threw him down. Chong said that was all they got. Then they'll crush a couple of small ants for fun. The tentacle-like creature released its tentacles, and the monsters looked at this in surprise. He killed them, and the people cried out joyfully, "Let them die! Let them die!" Now that's a joy. Now they'll see who gets to cut out whose liver. The chief thought about it. He hadn't thought the beast would be so stubborn. Okay, he wouldn't compete with it. He'll just go around it and kill the upright pigs. Without a master, this beast can't do anything on its own. He rushed forward, which surprised Xiaoping. He headed towards MC, who was standing on the observation deck, with his arms folded across his chest. The leader jumped out of the water and thought, he is the king of the two-legged pigs. He began to examine all the people and thought, this is not him. This one is a little similar, but still not the same. Here he is. He rushed towards Xiaoyong and thought, he is not even dodging? Is he frozen with fear? He widened his eyes and thought, what the hell? Do two-legged pigs have such strength? Zhaofeng attacked him and said, he cut the fabric of mimicry flesh with brute force. No wonder he is the strongest among the enemies. The leader thought, that's why he didn't even dodge. Is he being protected? He screamed, but alas, he cannot protect him. MC continued to stand in place, and right in front of the leader, he sharply dodged. The monster screamed, this is his ultimate speed. How could an upright pig even dodge? Tentacles appeared from the side, and MC ordered them to squeeze the monster. This bound his body, and the monsters emerged from the water and asked, Chief, is he really losing? The warrior told him to look normally. Does he think he's just losing? He's being completely suppressed. The leader ordered him to let go. Monster? What kind of monster is he anyway? MC extended his hand towards him, and the leader shouted, he's an idiot. Don't let him come near him. At that moment, his eyes lit up, and he saw a rift under the water. The monsters looked at it questioningly, and zombies appeared. The system window reported, Disaster Collector task in progress. You need to study the types of disasters in as much detail as possible. Reward, 800 points. Current point count, 1039. The monster fell to the ground, and the vines released it. Xiaoping climbed out of the water and asked, Leader Xiaoyong, how is it? Did he learn anything useful? MC replied that everything was as they had expected. These sea monsters were indeed a species from another world. Furthermore, they were intelligent and were at the stage of tribal civilization. They were capable of turning people into aquatic undead because a symbiotic virus lived within their bodies. This virus could be considered related to the Super Devourer virus that caused the zombie disaster in City M. Xiaoping asked, so all the disasters they had encountered so far could have come from the same world? Xiaoyang replied, yes. Rifts suddenly appeared, connecting their world with theirs, which is what started all these disasters. And thanks to this, he already knew the location of one of the rifts. Xiaoping asked, Leader Xiaoyang, does he really want to? MC interrupted her and said, he wants to go to that world and see it with his own eyes. Xiaoping repeated, go to that world. MC waved his hand and said, okay, they'll deal with this mess first. There was no need to hold back any longer. Tall fangs emerged from under the water, and insects headed in that direction. MC said, support had arrived from the second insect nest. The group rushed to the attack. They quickly struck the monsters and moved forward. The monster said, the leader has truly been defeated. He couldn't stay, otherwise they would die along with him. The monster asked irritably, what is he doing? Have he deserted? The monster started to leave and shouted, idiots, even now they can't see the difference in strength? That guy from the fighting shrimp tribe was right. They severely underestimated the strength of the upright pigs. The warrior ordered him to return, otherwise they would finish him off before the enemies. At that moment, insects headed their way, and the monsters turned at the sound, puzzled.